minority, independent, and majority members in an alternating manner when practicable. The chair first recognized the Honorable Representative Dada Kiram Ismula. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Magandang umaga po to my colleagues sa DILG family and to its attached agency. Una ko pong magiging katanungan para po sa DILG, PNP mentioned sa Senate hearing that True Crime Community or TCC and its subcultures 764, the COM, may be involved sa school shootings in Tacloban. As regards to this, can you briefly share some findings relating to this sa shooting incident in Zamboanga City?
Yes, ma'am. The TCC allegations were a theory that the CICL searched prior to his history, but there's no conclusive link that the through what they call the organization, ma'am, through.
It was mentioned in the PNP po during the Senate hearing po.
Yes, there's no conclusive link that the group influenced the boy into his actions.
Okay, maraming salamat po. How about sa NBI and the DOJ are also investigating NVE cases sa school shootings po? Paano kayo nagko-coordinate ng investigation at pag-prevent ng future school violence incidents targeting children?
Well, ma'am, the first part is that the Department of Education and the DILG are entering into a memorandum circular to allow barangay tanods inside the school buildings. So they will be part of the security augmentation force to inspect the bags before they enter. Outside of that, the PNP is regularly scheduled in the ingress and egress of students during school time. They are required to be there. So all schools are to be secured between yung pasokan nila at saka yung pauwian nila.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. It is also apparent that in both the Tacloban at Zamboanga City incident, government-issued firearms ang ginamit. Ano ba ang protocol sa handling at ano ang mga nilabag? Most importantly, ano ang babaguhin ng PNP at DILG patungkol sa handling ng issued firearms?
Yes, ma'am. There are 800,000 uniformed personnel in the country, divided between the PNP, the AFP, the NBI, Bureau of Customs, BJNP, BFP. In the 800,000, we have had 2 incidences of unauthorized use of their firearms. It is stated in the protocol that they are responsible at all times for their guns, and they are supposed to put it in safekeeping under lock and key, if not in their possession. In both cases, the aunt of the Tacloban shooter just left it in her table, and in the Zamboanga case, it was left in his car. Now, what we are proposing is that the IRR has to be amended, that all lawfully issued firearms are to be the PNP will be granted access to all homes of lawfully issued firearms to inspect their procedures in safekeeping. This might upset a few people because it might be interpreted as an impingement of rights. However, we must remember that the privilege to own a gun is not enshrined in our Constitution. It is not like the United States of America, where it is a part of the Second Amendment. It is a privilege granted by law to those who wish to avail of a firearm. So the PNP must have access, must give notice, and inspect where they put their firearms and how they safekeep it.
Mr. Chair, sa ngayon po, ano pong kaso or may kaso na bang nakahain doon sa dalawang incident na ito?
That is another part that I'm asking Congress to upgrade. As of now, the only case of the aunt and the father of the of of those who own the guns are reckless imprudence resulting in homicide. It is parang humiram ka lang ng kotse, pinahiram mo yung kotse, tapos naskalta ka sa gasa. Reckless imprudence na. There should be a greater penalty for the owners of the guns that are used for illegal purposes.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Dadako naman po ako sa isa pang katanungan para sa PNP on mistaken identity arrest. Bagamat mandato po ng PNP ang pagpapatupad ng batas at pag-aresto ng mga lumalabag dito, may mga insidente ng mistaken identity na nagdudulot ng pangamba at kawalan ng tiwala sa kanilang operasyon. Nitong August 19 of 2026, iniulat ng Bangsamoro Human Rights Commission na sa Basilan, ilang residente ang paulit-ulit na naaaresto batay sa mga warrant na nakapangalan sa ibang tao. Kaugnay dito, ano ang nakalaan na pondo ng PNP sa NEP of 2027 para sa intelligence gathering at verification bago masagawa ng arrest operation? At paano masisigurong ginagamit ito ng tama para maiwasan ang ganitong kaso ng mistaken identity cases?
Yes, ma'am. In the total budget of the PNP for 2026 and 2027, we have accumulated almost 4 billion in savings to implement in a PNP community ID. This community ID will involve sophisticated biometrics and records keeping so that mistaken identities can no longer happen. What happens now is sometimes when we arrest a person and we put a picture, 5 names come up because we have, I think, 35 government IDs, and that they can fake it easily. And it is easily reflected in the SIM card registration. One person can accumulate 400 phones, and using different IDs issued by the government, that is accepted. So we are proposing that the PNP is already instituting a community ID so that there will be one single ID for the entire country.
Mr. Chair, napapaloob ba dito sa budget, sa NEP, yung tinatawag na award or rewards in the event po na may nahuli sila pero apparently it was a mistaken identity?
There is no reward for a mistaken identity, but there is an investigation for that.
And sa kasalukuyan po, Mr. Chair, may mga naulat na po ba sa inyo at may mga action na po ba na nagawa na in the event na may nagkamali nga from the PNP personnels, ano po yung mga kaagarang cases or filed cases na nagagawa sa
Well,
kanila?
in those cases, first there's the admin aspect where they're investigated. If there was malicious intent in it, then we will forward it to the NAPOLCOM for their disposal.
Patungkol doon sa Alfad family, it was reportedly, it is in Zamboanga City po, it was reportedly na mistaken identity din. Ano po yung status ng kasong yun?
Sino bang ano? Let me get back to you, ma'am. Ma'am, can we get back to you before the session starts? We will gather the information of this.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, okay lang po yun. Dadako na lang ako muna sa ibang katanungan
Sige,
while
yes, ma'am.
waiting for that po.
Yes, ma'am.
Sige po. Patungkol po ito sa violence against women and children sa VAUSI. Noong Marso of 2026, inuulat ng DILG na 40,886 barangays o 97% ng kabuuang bilang ng mga barangay ang may functional VAUSI GBV desk, which is a welcome development. Ngunit may mga natanggap kaming ulat sa grounds ng ilang desk ay hindi talaga functional at walang tao, walang tamang lugar o ginagamit bilang storage lang. Ano kaya ang plano ng DILG para sa sustainability ng mga help desk beyond initial funding? May recurrent ba na budget line item para sa staffing, training at maintenance o nakadepende lang ito sa one-time allocation?
Ma'am, the VAUSI desk is a function of the barangay system. Their budget emanates from the budget that is allocated to them according to the local government fund. In this case, our purpose is, our function is to monitor and to cite where it needs for improvement. So far, we still have room to improve, and we will make sure that we will continue to monitor and make sure that all these barangays, BAUSIDES, are functional.
Ibig sabihin po, may mga naulat na rin po sa inyo.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we have 40,000 barangays, and it is inescapable that there are some barangays which do not function as well as the
Yeah.
others.
Maraming salamat po. May isa pa po akong topic. Ito naman po yung LGSF funds natin. Ang Local Government Support Fund, particularly ang financial assistance sa local government unit, ay ini-administer ng DBM at ginagamit ng LGUs para sa iba't ibang development projects. Kabilang na rito ang assistance sa indigent individuals para sa education o scholarship. Gusto ko lang i-confirm kung ano ang papel ng DILG sa distribution o implementation po nito.
Ma'am, the sole function of the LG is to monitor the distribution and to present reports. It is the DBM which actually disperses the monies, and it is the COA and the DILG which monitors its distribution.
Monitor. Oh. Dahil po, Mr. Chair, na-mention na parte po ay magmamonitor ang DILG, may mga naulat po kasi sa ground na nagiging highly politicized ang paggamit ng FALGO sa barangay level. Madalas, pabor lang sa malapit sa barangay kapitan ang nabibigyan at madalas mas malala. May mga pagkakataon na picture taking lang ang nangyayari pero hindi talaga nakakarating ang assistance sa intended beneficiaries. In your monitoring, have you received similar reports po ba?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. We have seen that. We are monitoring it. However, to say for us to ascertain whether or not malakas lang sa kapitan ang nakakuha is a very difficult task. To establish civil relations or civic relations between party recipients and disbursement people are very hard to ascertain. But if there are complaints, we are open to investigating if they give it to us.
Mr.
thank
Chair,
you, ma'am.
huling katanungan
Last
na lang po.
question.
Yes
Thank
po.
you.
May mandato po ba o kapangyarihan ang DILG para tanggapin ng mga ganitong report? Sakaling may
Yes,
pinorward kami sa inyo, ano po kaya yung action na pwede ninyong magawa?
Well, ma'am, if we ascertain that there has been wrongdoing, then we will refer the case either to either to the local government authority, which is maybe the municipality or the city. But if it is of a graver level, then we will refer it to the ombudsman for disposition.
Mr. Chair, maraming salamat. No? Aantayin ko na lang yung update tungkol doon sa Alpha Family report or investigation within the day? Or bago matapos ito?
Within the hour, ma'am. Within the hour.
Salamat.
Yes, thank you. So next to interpolate, we have Chairman Rolando Valeriano. Sir, we're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning po sa DILG Fund.
Yes, sir.
Magaling na unang nagtanong po sa kanina. Halos lahat ng tatanungin ko, nakuha niyan eh. Pero nadaanan ko lang to, Sec. Paki-ano mo nga ako, paki-educate mo nga ako rito. Ang sabi mo kanina, yung mga lawful gun owner, parang gusto niyo inspekin sa bahay or sa
Yes.
community. Paano pong procedure ang gusto niyo gawin? Di ba tayo magka-problema nun sa ano? Sa batas o baka kailangan natin ng enabling law?
Your Honor, it is a function of our IRR, and I think it is only incumbent upon us that the privilege we give to the gun owners are also concordant with their responsibility of safekeeping. In both cases of school shootings, the safekeeping of the guns were not in standard procedure. What we propose to do is that we will revise the IRR, inform the person ahead of time that we will we will inspect their premises for how they safekeep their guns, so that we can have a checklist and remind them of the proper practices. Mind you, sir, there are there are over 4 million handguns
Legal.
that
Which is
are
legal.
legal in this country, both from uniformed personnel and private owners. So I think it should be the responsibility of the PNP to inspect how they safe keep their guns and to make sure it is out of reach of children.
Thank you po. At as chairman of Public Order and Safety dito sa Congress, anytime naman tinatapos ko lang itong appropriation hearing, mag-i-hear din naman kami motu proprio regarding dyan sa shooting na nangyayari ngayon. Anong thoughts mo, Sec, sa nangyayari na to? At ano yung dapat proactive tayo di ba? Actually, yun ang nagiging comment ng tao. In the future, ano yung plano nyo or ano yung measure na ginagawa nyo para ma-prevent yung mga ganyang happenings pa?
Well, number one, I have been very vocal in public about Congress acting repealing the Robin Padilla law. Sir, as of our statistics, 98% of violent crimes are committed with loose firearms, not lawful firearms. Number two, it's about time that we, as a country, reflect upon the use of children of first-person point of view shooters, which in this case was Roblox, which was used by the two CICLs. If you will look at the game, which I am not a gamer, but maybe there are others here, there are chat groups behind it. And Roblox in particular has a very insidious community which goads children into acting into their violent tendencies. That's why I'm proposing that Roblox be banned in the Philippines for you in its entirety.
So, iban yung mga ganyang...
Well, not all first-person shooter games have that kind of community, but Roblox in particular has a deep, dark community which incites unformed young minds into acting into their impulses.
Thank you. So, iwanan ko na po yung issue na yun, Chair. Dito na tayo ulit sa Mr. Secretary sa budgeting. Ano ang utilization nyo po noong 2025? Ilang percent?
95.2%, I think, sir.
And 2026, halos tingin nyo yun din,
Yes, sir.
95%.
Yes, sir.
Kasi napansin ko po, mukhang may mga budget na natanggal or hindi masyadong naibigay yung budget. Especially, chinecheck ko, medyo malaki pa kulang natin sa Bureau of Fire po. Medyo malaki pa kulang natin sa mga fire truck
Opo.
At mukhang hindi kasama sa budget.
Yes, sir. The budget for the fire trucks comes from the collections from the fire inspection of the BFP. Every year, magkano na ulit?
Almost
4.5 billion is collected by the for the fire code fees, but this is we remit directly into the national treasury. Unfortunately, that 4.5 billion is not committed entirely for the use of the BFP. I think this year the only 1 billion was committed by the treasury, although it should be in a lockbox for the use of the BFP. However, sir, we have come up with a novel plan of entering into a government-to-government deal with Korea. We just came there recently, a few weeks ago. And we are in the process of completing a government-to-government transaction of 1,500 trucks over the next 4 years so that all municipalities will be covered in the next 4 years. And furthermore, we will now remove the corruption that has been endemic in the BFP in the procurement process. So a government-to-government transaction immediately erases all doubts because it is only the governments that talk.
Thank you. And the reason why I'm asking that, Sec, kasi syempre kung ano yung maitutulong ng Kongreso, kung kailangan na magdagdag ng pondo since budget season ngayon, pero maliit lang naman din yung requirement na kailangan. So, Mr. Chair, I move sana na mahanapan pa natin ng additional budget ng DILG, especially the Bureau of Fire tsaka yung PMP, and also ito na rin Bureau of Jail Management para kahit paano makaganap sila ng katungkulan. Kasi parang narinig ko ang fire truck is mga 40 years na. May mga ganun.
Meron tayo sir, 1986 functional pa rin hanggang
Baka
ngayon.
tinutulak na lang yun, Sec.
Hindi, gumagana pa naman, surprisingly. That's why may yung refleeting program natin, sir, is a 4-year program, 1,500 trucks. Purchased at 40% less of the cost of the previous fire trucks. And it will have a maintenance contract with it so that we will make sure that all municipalities can maintain all their trucks. Sir, as if you allow me, if we do repeal the Robin Padilla law, and I hope that this distinguished body acts on it, I would request that you add additional funds for the BJNP to enhance their facilities because the loose firearms in this country are prevalent, and if we catch them, it will be non-bailable. So we will need more room in our jails.
Pag na-repeal yun, mapupuno natin yung BJMP.
If if we are 200 capacity, baka mag 300% capacity tayo, sir.
Yeah. Sa matter of fact, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair, natapos na dito sa Congress yung batas natin, yung from 56 to 57 years old. In-extend natin yung ng 1 year in PMP.
Yes, sir.
Kasunod na rin yung sa Bureau of Fire tsaka yung sa
Yes, sir.
BJMP. Are you agree with that?
Yes, sir. And if I had my choice, sir, I would extend it to 60. And then let me explain. When the law was enacted in 1992, the PNP-INP law was enacted in 1992. The average life expectancy age of a Filipino then was 64 years old. And that was 34 years ago. Today, sir, our life expectancy for the Filipino is 70.5 years old. So it is increased already. Health is better. They are more productive. And the knowledge that they have accumulated through the years are invaluable. But I will live with 57. But hopefully, over the years, we can increase the retirement age. Because the experience that they gain is much too valuable just to let them retire.
Pero Mr. Secretary, during the hearing, kasi ako chairman ng public order noon, kinuha namin ng inputs ng PMP. And according to them, as a matter of fact, gusto namin 60. Pero sabi lang kasi ng PNP hierarchy, ano raw, sama na yung training nila. So pagdating ng 60, medyo exhausted na sila. Ang sabi ko nga, nakikita ko pa, yung ibang chief PMP nga, nakakatakbo pa, even after
That's
60,
right.
di ba? Mabilis
That's
pa
right.
umakit ng hagdan eh.
That's right.
Nadadapa nga lang minsan.
That's right.
Oo. Kaya sila rin, idea rin nila na maging 57 lang.
That's right.
Kasi parang sinama nila yung training nila bago sila pumasok sa
Yes, sir.
serbisyo.
Sir, ang 57 is still prime productivity for a policeman. I think in this body, sino ba 57 years old dito? Congressman Richard? But
Si Kong Richard is only 37 years old.
Congressman Teves, I think
Bong
is
Teves, yeah.
and a lot of us here are past 57 years old but are still very productive. And our wealth of knowledge is incalculable into making the department run better.
So yun lang Mr. Chair, as a matter of fact, wala naman akong masyadong tanong dahil natanong nila. Imumove ko lang sana na ibang mga natanggal na budget nila, mahanapan natin ng budget kasi nakikita ko minsan pag may sunog, parang 5:1 yung volunteer, isa lang yung
That's right, sir.
hindi ko naman masisi dahil ang tingin ko nga kakulangan din ng budgetary So kung may magagawa po kami rito sa Kongreso,
Yes, sir.
total naghihimay-himay pa tayo ng budget, malagyan natin ng kaukulang budget tong PMP, Bureau of Fire, and the rest of your family. Thank you, Mr. Sec.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
Yeah.
you,
Thank you, Mr.
Compadre.
Chairman.
Thank you. In addition lang po, no, regarding the fire trucks, kung ang DBM lang po ay ibigay kahit 72% ng collection po nila in 1 year, yung 100 fire trucks natin and even 40 plus fire stations in 1 year, tapos na po tayo. So, tulungan po natin sila.
Siguro there's a need to
support si
pressure the
Secretary.
DBM para lumabas yung
Binibigay po
ano.
sa amin is 25% lang
Yeah.
po ng collection namin.
We're asking for 72%, so
Yes, sir.
we will support Secretary Rimulya. Since malinis naman po ang BFP, nalinis na po natin,
Yes, sir.
and the government to government also.
Yes,
But Secretary, may I suggest also na not only Korea, let's venture out Japan. Kasi yung mga Isuzu parang 40 years.
We checked it out, sir. It's 30% more expensive.
Okay,
ano
yeah.
nila. So I think Korea is the best option for us right now.
Yes, I believe in your wisdom and leadership, Senior Brad. So before I go to the next interpellator, I would like to recognize Representative Julius Vergara, PTJ, Deputy Majority Leader Elisa Mica Gonzalez, Congresswoman Florabel Yatco, Representative Saldi Villa. For the next interpolator from the minority, may I recognize Representative Percival Sendanya. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po, Mr. Secretary at sa buong DILG family. Sige po, simulan natin yung unang round with a question on the burning issue. Matagal na po natin naririnig. Ako po, taga Nueva Ecija ako, mga kaibigan ko sa Norte, yung usapin po ng slots for sale sa BFP. At ito po, recently may nakita tayo, may nahuli na high-ranking official. Ano po ang nangyayari sa BFP dito sa slots for sale? At ano po ang ginagawa natin para tugunan nito?
Number one, sir, the case is officially solved. Yung slots for sale na isang nahuli natin. Right now, I will defer to the BFP chief to explain our new hiring procedures and how we make it almost impossible to have the slots for sale. Take note that before this, the slots for sale ranged from 200,000 to 800,000 per slot. But for what's that? With our new system, which the BFP chief, I will defer to the BFP chief to explain, we will make it almost impossible for that, so that the slots will be for sale. Chief Kwan Chu?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Your Honors, and to our good Secretary. To cut the story short, Mr. Chair, the Uplan Santindig of the BFP, a mechanism that prevent and arrest persons who are into corruptions, not only outside but also the inside personnel of the BFP. It's working. And that is why just recently, nahuli po natin yung isang SFO1 na nag-engage into anomalies. Mr. Chair, matagal na pong naging kwento ng BFP ang slot for sale. Gumawa ho tayo ng bagong makinarya and we called it the e-hiring that somehow prevents this kind of people doing anomalies during recruitment. And so far, wala ho tayong narinig on the first part of recruitment because it's system-generated. It's online application. At the doorstep of their home, pwede na ho silang mag-apply sa BFP. Wala ho silang gagastusin. And during examination, automatically makukuha po nilang result. System-generated po. So natigilan po natin nun. However, as I said, hindi 100% na nagagawa namin kasi human na po itong pagdating sa dulo. So ang ginawa po nung isang bumbero na to ay tiningnan niya sino ho yung umabot na sa stage na kung saan matatapos na po yung recruitment phase sa kanya. So randomly, tinignan niya sa Facebook at nung may nakita siyang may sumagot sa kanya, nag-offer po siya ng tulong. Ito po ay panibagong mekanismo na naman na ginagawa ng mga kasamaan po namin. Just very unfortunate na kasamaan nga po namin. The entire men and women of BFP felt sad on what transpired just recently kasi nga ho, lahat kami ang direction ay gusto na akong baguhin. Nahuli na po siya, as I said, epektibo po yung mekanismo ng Uplan Santindig and I commend the bravery and courage of that applicant para ho isumbong niya dahil naniniwala siya na nagbabago na ho ang pananaw ng BFP, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. At linawin po natin, no? So sana simula pa lamang ito at mas maging matindi sana yung pagbabantay natin kasi nakalulungkot po na may galawang sindikato sa loob ng BFP padating po dito sa slots for sale. Let me move on to a more pressing issue. Sa ngayon po, nagluluksa ang buong bansa dito sa sunod-sunod na karahasan sa atin pong mga eskwelahan. Hindi lamang po ito red flag, kundi isa na pong red alert ang nababalitaan natin na school violence. Last week lang yung school shooting sa Zamboanga, tapos sa Tacloban, 2 months ago. Pero hindi po ito yung buong kwento. Recently, yung PNP nagsabi that they recorded at least 50 incidents in schools involving children in conflict with the law from June 16 to August 19. No? So, ang range po niyan ay bomb threats, alleged shooting threats, stabbing incidents, illegal possession of firearms at death threats. Dito po sa nakaraang Senate hearing chaired by our colleague Senator Risa Ontiveros, the PNP sa anti-Savircam group said that they had handled 74 cases linked to nihilistic violent extremism. At they rescued 42 minors in connection with these cases. Nagbago po ba ang strategy ng DILG at PNP after the recent events? At ano po yung mga efforts to closely monitor and apprehend nihilistic violent extremism online?
Sir, there are two parts to that. One is the physical manifestation of how we deal with the children in conflict with the law and how we prevent. Again, the PNP is present in all in the schools in the country during entry and dismissal. That's number one. Number two, again, as I repeat, we have barangay tanods who will inspect the bags and identify the children who enter the school. However, what happens in their homes that influence them is beyond our control. I urge the country, as all of us, the government as a whole, to act on these nihilistic sites and have them canceled as soon as possible. Other countries have done that. Australia is very successful in handling the use of minors using the internet. China is very good at handling that. It is not censorship, but rather it is a filtering out of dangerous sites so that children will not get influenced. You will be surprised at the depravity of these websites. They espouse everything from Satanism to nihilism to anti-Semitism to anti-LGBT, and they encourage the children to act on this. So this is something that the DICT, the DILG, and all other governments, and even Congress can act upon so that these sites can be banned.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary. Para lang po sa NYC, ano po ang ginagawa natin para po mailayo yung mga kabataan natin sa mga nihilistic violent extremism po?
Mr. Chair, currently ang NYC po ay nag-allocate ng pondo para sa Mental Health Youth Hub. Ito po ay ang pagpapadala ng mga mental health peer-to-peer support facilitators sa mga areas gaya ng Zamboanga. So, nung nangyari po yung Zamboanga incident, nakipag-usap agad kami sa Presidente and minobilize po namin yung mga facilitators namin. Nung recent Senate Committee hearing po, it was recognized that there is a lack of guidance counselors. So we work with DSWD. Meron po silang programa na Tara Usap and may cash for work po yan para sa mga volunteers na tutulong sa mental health peer support.
Mr. Chair, hindi po, I think it's not an accident. It's by design na magkasama sa DILG family ang PNP at ang NYC. Nasusundan po ba natin kung nasan yung incidents ng mga nabanggit ko kanina ng report ng PNP at ano po ang ginagawa natin? Halimbawa po, if you have this caravan, kapag may report na ganito sa itong area, nasusundan po ba natin at natatapatan natin ng immediate response, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Naglabas po kami ng mga statements sa kukulang mga nangyari. Limited po ang NYC sa pagpapadala ng support. So, ang pinakamabilis at magagawa lang po namin is magpadala ng mga facilitators. And siguro I'll take this chance na rin po, nag-propose po kami ng anti-bullying summit for next year na inapprove naman po ng DBM. So, we hope to work with you, Mr. Chair, para gawin yung programa nito for next year. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Kasi po halimbawa dito sa report ng PNP, merong 12 alleged shooting threats, 4 stabbing incidents, 4 arrests for illegal possession of firearms at 2 death threats. Kung mamap po natin kung nasan ito, baka dapat dito rin yung tutok ng ating intervention when it comes to mental health services.
Mr. Chair, I would like to add as well that nag-partner po kami with Meta. And currently ongoing po yung Meta camps namin. Tinuturuan po namin per province and select sites how to use the tools of Meta. Kasi currently po marami po daw nagre-report sa Meta ng mga bullying. So ginawan po kami ng direct line ng Meta na kung may magre-report po sa NYC, pwede po namin silang direktang tawagan. So yun po yung ginagawa namin, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the good secretary, no. Malaki po yung papel din ng ating mga tahanan. Kaya nga hindi lamang whole of government approach ang kailangan natin dito sa pagtugon sa usapin ng karahasan sa ating mga eskwelahan, kundi whole of nation approach. And let me move on to an equally important issue. Yung issue po ng ating mga mas bata kaysa sa mga kabataang pinag-uusapan natin kanina. Sabi po ng EDCOM sa kanilang early childhood dashboard, aabot sa 4,600 na barangay ang walang child development center sa ating bansa. Ito pong mga CDCs, baka mas familiar po ang ating mga kababayan sa tawag na daycare centers. Ulitin ko po, 4,600 na barangay ang walang daycare centers. Ngayon ba lang po pinirmahan ng IRR ng Early Child Care and Development System Act? Sa tingin po ba natin sa DILG ay matutugunan na ang matutugunan na ba ang kakulungan sa daycare centers because of this new law?
Sir, the daycare centers are allotted in the budget of the barangays, should be part of the barangay budget. If you look at the DILG budget, sir, 96% is either for MOEE or salaries. So in terms of this, sir, for additional daycare centers, it is not the DILG's budget that is involved, but rather the DPWH, the province, and the other local government units that are involved.
And I can imagine, mahalaga po ang magiging papel ng ECCDC
Yes,
para
sir.
i-facilitate po ito. Pero napansin ko po, isa yung ECCDC sa merong budget cuts this year.
Sir, there are 124 million ang budget ACC. A lot of this will go, sir, to early child, to the feeding program and capacity building for the children, sir.
Sige po, baka mahalaga po na magkaroon ng convergence to be able to facilitate yung gap na ito between the
Yes, sir.
DILG and the other concerned
We are
agencies.
very
Mr.
cognizant of it, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Punta naman po ako doon sa usapin ng HIV, particularly among young people. Pasensya na po, medyo malapit talaga sa puso ko ito. This was my area of work when I was working in the NYC. At nabalitaan po natin, ang NYC mayroong ginawang training program to capacitate the SK pagdating sa HIV/AIDS programming and budgeting in partnership with our friends from UNAIDS and HASH. Sa anong regions or provinces po natin na-implement yung programa?
Mr. Chair, nag-pilot po tayo dito sa Metro Manila. Pero ang pinaka-significant po actually, Mr. Chair, is yung participation natin sa Love Laban Pride Parade. And this was the first time na nag-attend po ang National Youth Commission actually in 2025. And ito pong 2026, ito po ang pinakamalaking contribution ng gobyerno through the National Youth Commission sa ating LGBTQ Pride Parade. Nagkaroon po tayo ng almost 500,000, Mr. Chair, attendees, and a lot of them actually went to the booths na meron po tayong HIV tests. So kailangan lang po namin, Mr. Chair, kunin yung mga numero kung ilan talaga nagpa-test, and we can give it to you, Mr. Chair.
So sa halos Quezon City lang po kung Love Laban ito na pilot. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chair, actually, ang Love Laban po nangyari po yan in multiple locations at different times to celebrate the Pride. So, ang count po sa Quezon City is around 300,000. National po in different parts of the Philippines was 500,000.
So ano po ang plano natin to be able to replicate this in other areas around the country?
Mr. Chair, sa sobrang maganda na effect na binigay nito sa ating kabataan, nag-commit po ang NYC for a Visayas and Mindanao leg for the Pride Parade. However, wala pa po siya sa NEP namin. Meron lang po kaming 5 million for Manila. But we are requesting sana po para magkaroon tayo ng Visayas at Mindanao leg, an additional 5 million per island-wide po.
So magkano po ang total?
Total po is 15 million, Mr. Chair. Pero given the nature that binigyan po kami ng 8 million, we are requesting for additional 12 million po. Para kasama na po dito yung kababaihan, kasama na rin po dito yung adolescent sexual reproductive health.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. I cannot overemphasize how important yung intervention among young key population, YKP kung tawagin natin, sa HIV/AIDS programming ng bansa. And I think the most capable agency to do that would be the NYC in partnership with our SK. At dahil din po sa fiscal autonomy ng SK, talagang malaki ang pwedeng gawin at the community level ng ating po mga lider kabataan para tiyakin na ikakalat natin ng impormasyon, tamang impormasyon for responsible behavior at maging accessible ang mga services tulad ng testing at iba pa. At kasama po dito yung pagbawas ng stigma at discrimination pagdating sa HIV and AIDS. Last questions na lang po. Alam natin kung gaano kahalaga ang ating mga barangay health workers, speaking of frontliners at the community level. Pero sana mas alam po natin ang pinagdadaanan nila. Hindi ko na po ulitin yan. Walang sahod, sa bulsang kinuhugot ang pamasahe ng pasyente, etc. May plano po ba ang DILG na suportahan ang transportation cost ng ating mga BHW at i-cover ang gamot ng kanilang mga pasyente?
Again, sir, the DILG is supervisory over the LGUs who handle the BHWs. As of current, sir, the BHWs are listed down by the barangay captains, passed on to the municipalities, and then given allowance by the governors and the other LCEs. So as far as that is concerned, it is not in our budget, but we have supervisory authority over it.
Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Interjection. We do not allow. Can we let
I
Kong
interject?
Percy finish his interpellation? Sorry, Kong Jay.
Napakahalaga po kasi ng papel ng ating mga BHWs, and I'm sure that as former governor, you really appreciate that. And we would appreciate interventions from the DILG to be able to facilitate this when it comes to the implementation at the LGU level. So baka po a set of guidelines, a set of recommendations to the LGUs will be very helpful in this area, Mr. Secretary.
Well taken, sir. We will do so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Kong Percy. Just to remind everyone, our colleagues, we do not allow any interjection, okay, unless it's about our rules. Okay, so sorry, Congressman Jay Vergara. Next to interpolate, Congressman Bong Teves, you have 1 minute.
The good one. Bong Teves, the good one. Mr. Chair, the DILG family, of course, the #1 agency na pinagtitiwalaan ng sambayan ng Pilipino, Philippine National Police, headed of our PNP Chief, Bilincio Nartates, sasaring sa masipag na komisyoner ng Napolcom, Commissioner Vicente Calinisan, at of course, the DILG Secretary, ang ating kumpare, ating matagal ng kaibigan, energetic and handsome Secretary Jumbi Kirimulya. Good morning po sa inyo lahat. Mr. Chair, alam naman natin na matagal lang napapabayaan ang ating Bureau of Fire Protection tulad ng sinabi po kanina ng ating kasama si Congressman Valeriano. Ang kanila pong mandato ay bukod sa umapula ng sunog ay magresponde sa natural at man-made disasters. Lagi natin silang nakikita sa kalsada tuwing may kalamidad, baha, lindol, sunog, lagi silang andyan. Mr. Chair, ang budget ng Bureau of Fire ay tumaas ng 2.9 billion from 35 billion for year 2026 to 38 billion for 2027. Pero bumaba naman ng malaki ang kanilang capital outlay from 1.4 billion for 2026 to 362 million na lang for year 2027. Malaking kakulangan ito dahil dapat tayo ay nagpe-prepare para na ngayon sa parating na El Nino sa susunod na taon at iba pang natural disasters. Ang PNP ay tumaas ng capital outlay ng 61% from 2.4 billion this 2026 to 6.2 billion for the year 2027. Tama naman dahil ito po ay ating pinagtitiwalaan. Sir Chair, Kailangan po ng Bureau of Fire Protection ng 67 new fire stations sa buong Pilipinas. Tulad ng hiningi ko sa ating buting sekretary na lagyan ng isang fire station ang Birak. At ito naman ay kanyang pinangako. 74 collapse extractor and rescue trucks para sa bawat probinsya. Dahil sa kasalukuyan, mayroon lamang silang 8 rescue trucks. In additional, 2,000 BFP personnel. Tama rin po yung sinabi ng ating kasamang congressman dito. Kada taon para mas malawak ang kanilang emergency and rescue response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason for the reduction of the capital outlay was because we had to reconstitute our procurement program for the BFP. Before I entered, the corruption of the procurement in the BFP was rampant. But now that we have instituted a system, you will see that in this year, calendar year 2027, the capital outlay will increase because we have instituted reforms and systems so that the corruption, which used to be endemic before in the department, will now be almost zero. That is in the procurement, that is in the recruitment, that is in the deployment. All of that, sir, we have reformed, and now you can expect a more streamlined and efficient BFE.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Isa rin sa napuna ko rito. Tumaas ng halos 16 billion ang budget ng PNP. Pero bumaba naman ng halos 150 million ang panukalang budget ng NAPOLCOM. Paano po natin mapapalakas ang ating kapulisan kung babawasan natin ang pondong nakalaan para sa kanilang supervision, discipline at accountability? Hindi po ba sapat na dagdagan lamang ng pondo ng PNP? Kailangan din nating palakasin ang ahinsang tumitiyak ng ating mga pulis ay professional, disiplinado, at mananagot sa batas. Mr. Chair, kung kinakailangan i-encourage po natin ang ating mga kasama na congressman na dagdagan ang pondo ng DILG, bakit hindi? Nang sa ganon, ang mga importanteng ahensya na nandito po ngayon under ng DILG ay ating pong masuportahan.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to commend the performance of the NAPOLCOM. When we assumed office in 2024, there was a 15,000 case backlog in the cases in NAPOLCOM. Some dated up to 2001. So the cases were 25 years old and unacted upon. Upon the leadership of our Viseo, in a matter of 1 year, we eliminated all 15,000 cases, disposed of it, render judgment on it, and now we have a zero backlog profile in the NAPOLCOM. The reason for the reduction of this, sir, is what the chair Viseo requested and what the DBM approved are two different things. So if you can accommodate the request of the vice chairman for the budget needed, that would be most greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro naman napakinggan natin ang paliwanag ng ating buting sekretary. Siguro pagtulong-tulungan nating dagdagan ang pondo. Lastly, Mr. Chair, last week nagkaroon po ng matinding pagbaha sa Metro Manila. Halos nakita natin kung paano bumara ang basura sa kanal. The DILG is in charge of overseeing the LGU on the implementation of solid waste management under Republic Act 9003. Ang katanungan ko po, meron na po bang napaimbestigahan na syudad tungkol po rito? At tulad po ng sinasabi ng ating isang buting sekretary, Secretary Boying Rimulya, na merong mga syudad o bayan na may korupsyon sa basura. Ang akala po ni Congressman Bong Tebes ng TJP Party List ay may kita sa basura. Ngayon po, may korupsyon na pala sa basura?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the greater defect lies in the local government code that we have to redefine. According to the local government code, waste disposal is on the municipal and city level. So let's say Catanduanes, it is not the governor who is in charge who creates a master plan for garbage collection. It is a plan of each and every municipality that is not necessarily integrated. So, sir, garbage collection is a scale business. If a small municipality engages in contracts left and by themselves, then the costs become higher and more inefficient. If we can restudy the local government code to make it a regional program, a regional approach to solving the garbage problem, then that can be more efficient, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro ang kailangan din natin i-revisit natin ang Republic Act 9-3.
Yes, sir.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, may I know what the stage of with regards to the hazing accident na nangyari po kay Mark Kenneth Alcedo? At alam ko po ito ay naimbestigahan ng ating NAPOLCOM through sa CIDG. Kasi ang lumalabas po sa aming pag-aaral ay isa pong PNP ang leader nito. At kayo po mismo, Secretary, ang nagsabi sa akin na pagtulungan natin na ma-resolve ang kasong ito at huwag nang maulit. Kaya siguro nandito po ang ating PNP chief. Sana maaksyonan po ninyo ito, lalong-lalo na ang leader po involved dito ay isang kabaro ninyo ay kernel ng PNP. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. This regards to the death of a student in Dasmariñas, Cavite. We have I think we have resolved the case already. But the anti-hazing law must be strengthened even more. As of now, the PNP has been vigilant in their own departments, the PNPA. However, in community-based organizations, we have a more difficult time in monitoring that. I think the best way to do that was to have a community-based ID so that we will know the actors in these certain communities. But that case has been solved, sir.
Okay. Time's up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this representation manifests its full support of the proposed budget of the Department of Interior in local government under the protective in leadership of Secretary John B. Remulla. At tulad ng sinasabi ko po, I encourage my fellow congressman to support the budget of DILG in attached agency. Maraming salamat po sa
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Kong Bong Teves. Next to interpolate, we have Representative Sarah Jane Ilago. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Sa Philippine Commission on Women, may malaking budget cut na 27 million para sa susunod na taon. Maaari nyo bang maibahagi sa atin kung paano maapektuhan ang inyong napakahalagang mandato at serbisyo pagdating sa napakalaking makakalta sa inyong pondo?
PCW?
Thank you very much for that question and magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. The Philippine Commission on Women has asked for 266,360,000 and it was given only 177.
Mr. Chair, can we request the PCW chair to move closer to the microphone?
Kindly speak closer to the microphone. We can't really hear you, ma'am. Thank you.
Opo. Ang
Closer, ma'am, please. Pakilapit po sa inyo.
The areas of our work which
Thank
will
you.
be affected by the cuts in our budget proposal are basically the areas of regionalization, because last year you gave us like 30 million, and we are now in the Visayas because of the support that was given by this committee. And we hope that before the end of the administration of the president, we can go to Mindanao if we can be given another 30 million. But for the rest, we are prepared to live with what we are given. I think that the most important part of our work is to be able to reach the women. We are 51 years now, but this is the only time that we are moving down to the local level.
Nag-issue ng PCW ng proper utilization and safeguards para sa GAD. Kumusta ho ang inyong assessment sa ating mga national government agencies and bureaus pagdating sa kanilang GAD compliance? Mahalaga ito, Mr. Chair, dahil at least 5% dapat na gagastos para sa gender and development mandate.
Tama po yan, kasi if we have a policy, we have a very strong policy on women, but if we don't have a budget, then that is a joke. So we have strengthened our approach in GAD planning and budgeting with our partnership with the Commission on Human Rights, which is the ombuds machinery of the Philippines for gender equality. And just to show you that we have improved a lot, as of 2025 December, we had 378 government agencies that were registered in our gender mainstreaming system, which means that they are submitting and complying. But as of now, July 2026, we have 488, which is about 77.46% compliance in a period of 6 months. Because what we did is we reminded the heads of government agencies about their liability, that they can be charged administratively if they do not comply with the provisions of the Magna Carta of Women. So we're pushing hard to get things done. And we are also focusing on assessment of the performance, because after 1 year, they submit their annual report and we assess the performance. And before, we used to focus on how much was allocated, how much was spent. But this year, we are focusing on what has been the good or the benefits that has reached women as a result of the expenditures on the GAD budget. And we are now in the process of assessment. By September, we will be providing awards to those who are complying well.
Mr. Chair, mahalaga ang regionalization at pagtitiyak ng GAD compliance ng ating mga NGAs. Ayan, kaya dapat ma-restore ang budget ng PCW doon sa 2026 level at kung kaya pang mataasan para magawa nila ang kanilang napakahalagang mandato. Ngayon, pagdating naman sa ECCDC, ito ho ay nalipat na mula sa DepEd at tungo sa DILG. Ngunit sa paglipat na ito, nakita rin natin yung napakalaki na budget cut, no, para po sa kanilang pondo para sa 2027. Mababawasan ng 232 million pesos para sa taong 2027. What explains this huge budget cut?
Ma'am, kindly answer, please.
Ma'am, we submitted the budget to the DBM, and we thought was adequate. However, DBM was the one who cut our budget, so that was what was presented. If it can be restored as we asked, then I think we will have a more effective and usable budget, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chair, can we hear from the ECCDC, how this huge budget cut will affect their services and their mandate for 2027?
Ma'am, kayo na ba?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the conversion of these daycare center into child development center will be affected greatly because we do not have the FALGO actually. Funding only covers the rehabilitation and repair of the DCC, not including contents as provided in GAA. Procurement of content for CDC ensures provision of appropriate learning materials, furniture, fixtures, and other essential components for child learning and development. The ECCD Council allotted content which shall cover 360 only from 2,115 under the GS FALGO.
Ibig sabihin ba, Mr. Chair, Ilan ho ang bago nating itatayo na CDC for 2027? Ang tingin ko kasi dito, Mr. Chair, parang napunta na ho lahat sa barangay at sa LGU yung responsibility. Pero yung dati ho natin na ninanais na palakasin talaga yung programa natin para sa childcare ay hindi na po natin makita sa ating national budget.
Centered pa po yan under po sa DILG.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, after validation with some provincial social welfare development, we lack all 3,743 centerless barangay.
At ang pondo po niyan, dapat saan po nakalagay?
Under the new law, nasa LGU.
Nasa LGU. Yun nga ho, ang malaking problema dito, Mr. Chair. Pinalakas natin yung batas, no, pero pagdating naman sa pondo, pinasa natin lahat sa LGU. Hindi naman po lahat ay may kakayahan para pondohan itong pagtatayo ng ating napakahalaga ng mga child development centers. Kaya ho, at tayo ho, at a proper time, magpropose tayo ng special line item, no, para po mapondohan itong mga child development centers na kailangan natin sa buong bansa. Ngayon naman, Mr. Chair, pagdating ho sa temporary shelters para sa VAU victim survivors at sa situation ng ating barangay VAU officers, may study ang PCW na tumatanggap ang mga barangay VAU desk officers ng nasa 500 pesos lang na honorarium kada buwan. Napakababa po nito kumpara dun sa napakalaki nila na responsibilidad sa ating mga barangay. Napag-aralan nyo na ho ba kung ano yung mga dapat natin gawin para matiyak na mapalakas ang mga barangay VAU desk officers at madagdagan yung kanilang mga natatanggap na kompensasyon? The DILG or the PCW can answer, Mr. Chair.
This is
I would
Go ahead,
defer to the secretary on this because we do not have a mandate at the local level.
Pardon me, ma'am. Can you, if I can,
Yes, Mr. Chair, sana hindi po mabawas sa aking oras.
yes, ma'am.
Tinanong ko ho yung kalagayan ng ating barangay VAU desk officers na
Yes.
madalas ay mga kagawad din, no? At
Yes.
napakaliit ng natatanggap na honorarium, nasa 500 pesos. Pinapaaral ho natin, no, kung paano ba natin matitiyak na mas mataas yung kanilang compensation, magkaroon ng hazard pay dahil hindi po madali yung kanilang ginagawa. Minsan 25/8 po yan on call, yung
Yes.
trabaho ng mga barangay VAU desk officers natin. May programa at mga bagong palisiya ba tayo para ma-improve naman yung kalagayan ng kanilang trabaho?
Ma'am, that question is larger than what you have asked. If you look at the barangay, on the barangay level, meron silang lupon ng tagapayapa, meron silang barangay tanod, meron silang barangay health workers, meron silang nutrition scholars, meron silang, marami po yan eh. It adds to something like 50 to 60 per barangay. Now, in the previous Congress, they tried to pass the Magna Carta for barangay health workers. But it was opposed because there would have been a barangay Magna Carta for barangay tanods, barangay Magna Carta for all the others. So that question cannot be easily answered by giving priority to one at the expense of the others. So it is a balancing act that the local government addresses and to what capacity that they can fulfill the expectations.
Okay. Pagdating sa gender sensitivity training, no, hindi lang ho ng mga barangay VAU desk officers, kundi ng lahat ng ating mga barangay workers, ito ho madalas sa LGU pa rin po, no, kinukuha yung ating mga pondo para rito. At tinatawagan natin yung PCW again para matiyak na yung mga kinakailangan na training at yung tulong na rin para sa stress debriefing ng mga officers natin at mga workers natin at the barangay level, na frontliners natin sa ganitong tipo ng mga kaso ay mabibigyan din ng karampatan na suporta. Ngayon, pagdating naman po sa Sexual Assault Investigation Kit, naglabas ng DILG ng Memorandum Circular tungkol sa pagsusulong ng paggamit ng saikit na locally made para sa ating mga Women and Children Protection Units. May nakalaan ba na pondo para dito ang DILG?
That's a local matter, ma'am, that we encourage them to address within their budget.
Again, Mr. Chair, wala na naman po no, na pondo para dito. No? Kaya kung hindi man sa DILG, pwede po natin tignan halimbawa sa DOH kung
Yes, ma'am.
mapasok sa mga WCTU funding nila, no, yung napakahalaga na sa ikit, yung access sa justice at yung paghabol sa mga perpetrators ng gender-based violence. Mahalaga po yung timely collection ng forensic evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Pagdating naman po sa PNP-related na VAUSI, naglabas po kayo ng policy on addressing VAUSI among PNP personnel.
Yes.
Ngunit nakita ho namin dito sa inyong policy na pinapayagan nyo ho na magkaroon ng pag-uusap, marriage counseling doon sa VAUSI victim at sa kanyang asawa na PNP personnel. Ito pa rin po ba yung policy ngayon ng PNP?
Yung between PNP personnel and husband. It is an existing policy, ma'am, that we try to reconcile their differences within the department. But of course, it has its limits. So on how it is resolved eventually is beyond our control. But it has to be a mutual agreement between the two parties that the case in the VAUSI.
Mr. Chair, ang violence against women and their children ay isang krimen, no, sa ating mga batas. Hindi po ito simpleng away lang na mag-asawa na pribado, kahit pa po involved ang PNP personnel.
I want to give you an example. The provincial director of Batangas was relieved of duty and about to be relieved from service by a simple text message alone to a fellow policewoman. We take it very seriously, ma'am, that if there is harassment among the ranks, that we will file the appropriate charges, whoever they may be. In fact, maybe a member of Congress was also charged by the PNP for violence against women among the security personnel, and the charges have been filed by the DOJ. We do not allow, ma'am. I particularly am very sensitive about this. If there is any complaint against harassment of women personnel in the PNP, I take it very seriously and I prosecute it to the best of my ability.
Dapat nyo pong baguhin itong policy na ito kasi sa ilalim po ng anti-VAUSI law, bawal ho ang pag-aareglo. Lalong-lalo na ho dun sa mga kaso po ng physical abuse. Hindi po dapat ito pinapayagan. Hindi po ito yung simpleng away lang.
Yes, I get it, ma'am.
Ito po ay a VAUSI case. No? Kaya po pagdating sa VAUSI case, dapat po kasama rin po yung PNP doon sa susunod no, sa ating
Okay, ma'am.
anti-VAUSI Act.
We will duly noted, ma'am, and we will make the necessary adjustments.
Alright. Pagdating naman po dito sa, nakakuha po kami ng report na meron pa rin pong insensitibo na mga nilalabas na anti-rape prevention post ang Philippine National Police. Kamusta po ang inyong guidelines pagdating dito? Ito po yung ilan sa mga nakarating sa aming office.
This is
Ano po ba yung policy nyo pagdating dito sa anti-rape prevention? Guidelines and posting.
These are, ma'am, just guidelines of what to do just in case. But, ma'am, I would like to add that in our Safer Cities campaign, rape has gone down by 60% from April to August. Simply because that we increase enforcement of loitering in the streets, drinking in the streets, shirtless individuals, minors, curfew. Rape has drastically gone down, and I think the statistics will bear it out.
Mr. Chair, bakit po ito nire-report sa amin sa Gabriela Women's Party? Kasi po, tulad nitong sumigaw ng saklolo, alam niyo po ba na numero uno hong nangyayari sa mga biktima ng sexual assault at rape ay yung involuntary freeze dahil po sa takot, sa matinding takot. Ayan, kaya po sobrang insensitibo po ng ganitong tipo ng mga post na sinisisi pa no, yung mga aksyon ng biktima. Ang tulad po ng paglalakad halimbawa sa gabi, no, paano po yung mga BPO workers natin na nagtatrabaho at hindi po maiwasan na maglakad ho mag-isa. So, ang tugon, DILG matter din naman po, syempre pagtitiyak po ng maayos na lighting, ligtas na kalsada, ligtas na mga syudad,
Yes, ma'am.
katulad ng mga nasabi ninyo. At pagtitiyak na yung anti-rape prevention post po natin nakatutok sa saan ba lalapit. Ano yung mga hotlines, ano yung mga referral system, ano yung mga psychosocial services, legal assistance para ho sa mga nabibiktima ng rape. At pagpapaalala din na wag mang rape at
Yes,
habang buhay ang pagkakakulong
Yes, ma'am.
para sa ganyang tipo ng seryosong
Yes, ma'am.
krimen. Dapat baguhin to, Mr. Chair, no, ng DILG, ng PNP.
So,
Sana
teka,
po, may malinaw na commitment na ma-take down
Yes,
ang
ma'am.
ganitong tipo ng
We
mga
will-
post.
I
At
will-
palitan natin ang gender-sensitive na mga posters.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Ma'am, just as a rejoinder, this has been corrected already. But also, according to the latest research by Okta, from last quarter to this quarter, 63% of women now feel safer going home alone from their jobs. So I think that's a testament to the PNP and the Safer Cities campaign. However, it is not perfect and we will do better.
Thank
Just
you.
a short manifestation, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Opo. May mga documents din po kami na i-request po from DILG, PNP at sa ating mga attached agencies. At PNP rin po ang naglabas ng mahalagang statistics na 1 out of 10 gender-based violence victims ang hindi po nagre-report dahil sa takot. Kaya po dapat manguna rin tayo dun sa paglaban sa victim blaming, shaming at yung stigma na natatanggap po ng mga biktima. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, at maraming salamat po sa mga kasagutan.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Kong Sara. Before we proceed, I would like to ask our Secretary, would you like a break or working
Go ahead.
lunch?
Go.
To our colleagues,
Let's go. Let's
we'll
continue.
proceed. Working lunch,
Yeah.
continue. Okay, so thank you. So before I call on the next interpellator, I would like to recognize the presence of Assistant Minority Leader Robert Nazal, Vice Chairperson Christopher Go, my co-sponsor, Vice Chairperson Romel Rico Angara, Vice Chairperson Maria Carmen Zamora, ma'am, Representative Filimon Espares, Assistant Majority Leader Mark Anthony Santos, Representative Laarni Roque, Deputy Minority Leader Sergio Dagook, Representative Roy Loyola. Next to interpolate, we have Representative Adrian Amatong. Congressman Amatong, are you around? Wala. Okay. Majority pa rin. Representative Mark Huangco. You recognize her?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to manifest my pleasure at the performance of the DILG, led by the very competent and capable Secretary Remulla. And because of that pleasure, I would like to manifest my complete support for the budget of the DILG, most especially for Region 1. I'd just like to make a few comments, and maybe the DILG can take note. The first comment is the PNP Road, Cadre Road in the municipality of Lingayen, which is the capital town of the province of Pangasinan. We provided a budget of 60 million for the widening of this road. It remains unimplemented because we have had a difficult time getting the signature of the Chief PNP. It has already passed through several Chief PNPs, and up to now, we do not have a signature which allows us to build a new wall within the property of PNP so that we can demolish the old wall, so that we can widen the road. May I know if this is forthcoming, and also may I know if the Secretary also needs to sign aside from Chief PNP Nartates.
Yes, sir. That road in question was delayed by a little bit because of the problems of the destruction of the perimeter wall and gate of the PNP. So
Yes.
that was addressed by the DPWH.
There is a 60 million fund for the replacement of the wall and
Yes.
the gates.
Yes.
Your Honor, since 2025. And my worry is that these funds will lapse by the end of the year and be returned to the National Treasury.
We will make sure, sir. We will make sure that it is implemented ASAP, sir.
Okay. So that's one point. Second point, there is an adjacent property to the PNP, which this representation has brought to the attention of the DILG and the secretary also, that was occupied by a very powerful political figure and what do you call it? Philippine Constabulary and PNP figure also. And this person has taken possession of the property, which is over a hectare in size. And we have requested several DILG secretaries already to act on this, to file a case, to take possession, that the occupiers need to be evicted, and the possession of the PNP be restored to this property. May I know what the status of this is, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman?
Good afternoon or good noon, Mr. Chair and Your Honor. In behalf of the Philippine National Police as the Chief PNP, I would like to personally give you, after this, the update on the lot that the Congressman, Your Honor, had been saying. The out of the one of the problem of the Philippine National Police, of course, is lot acquisition, and this one is one among these challenges or problem that kailangan namin na makuha. And to brief the honorable congressman, the PNP lot is now a question of our dealing with the DNR, the Office of the Solicitor General, Provincial Prosecutor, Assessor, and other agencies, such that this lot should mapunta sa amin. And that this will pave the way also for the construction and or giving funds as well as the utilization of funds that the Honorable Congressman have said a while ago. And the PNP is committed to committed such that this lot be
Mr. Chair,
finally.
Mr. Chair, matagal ko na pong nadidinig yung committed ang PNP, pero wala pong nangyayari. Eh kung sabihin ko po sa inyo ngayon na sigurado nang mababalik sa PNP yung lupa, yung pong Scalawag na gumawa po nitong kagagawa na inagaw ang lupa ng gobyerno, sisiguraduhin nyo ba na makasuhan itong taong ito? Kasi po, nangkukulong tayo ngayon ng mga politikong inaakala natin nagnanakaw sa gobyerno. Eh, ito bang dating nagnakaw, pababayaan ba nating makalibre?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the PNP is committed na makapag-file ng kaso after the conduct of thorough investigation.
So for the information of the DILG and the PNP, there is a DENR administrative order number 2026-11 dated February 25, 2026, subject declaring certain portions of the unclassified public land as forest land for permanent forest purposes under land classification project number 47-A and 38A of the municipalities of Lingayen and Binmale, respectively, Province of Pangasinan, signed by then Secretary Rafael P.M. Lotilla. Ito po tinrabaho ng representative ng distrito, hindi po ng PNP. So, solved na po ang problema ninyo. Diniklara ng itong lupang ito ay pag-aari ng gobyerno. So, what will you do with the actions of this Calawag police that did this?
If that is the basis, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, for the filing of criminal cases or even administrative case for the subject person, then we'll be referring it to that honorable body, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Sana po itong representation ay magkaroon ng regular reporting on the status of this. And sana po the PNP will act immediately to take possession of this property. Kasi hanggang ngayon, bagamat may deklarasyon na ang DNR na ito po ay lupa ng gobyerno, yung pong taong yon ay nandun pa rin po at ginagamit ang property.
Rest assured of that commitment, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Ngayon pa lang, nagpapasalamat na kami sa Your Honor, sir, for that helping the Philippine National Police in as much as this should be utilized by the government, particularly the PNP. Maraming salamat po. And it will be a subject of our continuing update to the Honorable Congressman.
Salamat po. Isa na lang punto tungkol po sa mga matagal ng laspag at tinabing mga police vehicle na Mahindra na nakaparada po sa PNP Provincial Headquarters for the longest time. Nabanggit ko po ito sa isang NLQ, North Luzon Quadrangle Committee meeting. Dahil binalak ko pong mapaayos po ito at maibigay sa mga barangay para gamitin po ng barangay imbis na mabulok. Ang nangyari po, after ko binanggit na wala po ang lahat na ito. Meron pong nagka-interest na siguro ayusin, gamitin na pribado, hindi na po gobyerno. Nasasayangan po ako sa pagkakataon sana na mabigyan ng mga sasakyan ang mga barangay. May I know kung ano pa po ang recourse nitong representation po na ito para mahabol po itong mga Mahindra na ito, or meron pa bang mga Mahindra na pwede po nating makuha para maibigay sa mga barangay po ng aming distrito?
Sir, 95% of the Mahindra vehicles acquired by the PNP in 2011, I think, are now considered beyond economic repair. If you, in the normal life cycle of a police vehicle, it is usually 12 years, 10 to 12 years before they are replaced. Right now, sir, the Mahindra vehicles are between 13 and 14 years old already.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, for your information, ang naging kakulangan lang ng mga Mahindrang yan kaya naitenga ay dahil kulang ng preno at kulang ng clutch.
I
Dahil
agree,
wala pong mabili dito.
I agree, sir.
Wala naman pong problema na mag-order ng pyesa sa India para maisaayos po ang lahat na yan. kung hindi na po magamit ng PNP dahil deteriorated na po, gustong-gusto po ng mga barangay na gamitin po yan para sa mga local functions po nila.
Okay, sir.
Yes. So, sana po this representation will be informed. Kung meron pa po kami na makukuha, we have 231 barangays in District 2. And if we can get 231 ex-Mahindras police vehicles, we would be very thankful, Mr.
Okay, sir.
Secretary.
Well taken, sir. We will take an accounting and keep you up to date on the
Thank
status
you.
of the
Thank you
vehicles.
po, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Representatives Shell Jokno. You have the floor. Shell Jokno, are you around? Representative Antonio Tino.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, may PowerPoint po. Paki-ready. In the meantime, pagbati po sa DILG at kay classmate, Sec John Vic. Good afternoon po sa inyo.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Ang mga tanong po tungkol sa LGSF, Local Government Support Fund. Special Purpose Fund pero may role ang DILG sa implementation and monitoring nito. In the 2026 budget, talagang nilakihan, lumobo po ng husto yung LGSF, particular yung financial assistance to local government units. So nakikita dyan, originally sa NEP, 5 billion ang proposal, pero at the end of the budget process, naging 37.4 billion. No? Yun ang pinakamalaking component ng paglobo ng LGSF. Next slide. At that time, and up to now, pinuna natin ito, tinawag nating LGU pork. No? At pinoint out natin na kaya lumaki yan dahil yung pera saan nanggaling? Binawasan yung original proposal from para pangsweldo, benepisyo at pensyon ng government employees. So doon ang galing yung increase. Okay, why did we call it pork? Kasi nga, yes, makakatulong, pero discretionary sa executive at ginagamit sa politika. No? We have a clip, video clip po. May paki-play lang po. Ito ay video ni Executive Secretary Recto sa League of Municipalities just 2 days ago sa Iloilo. Please play. May audio yan Sige po. Okay, medyo mahina po yung audio pero essentially okay. Ang nangyayari po dyan ay distribution ng saro ng financial assistance to LGUs. No, so, pinapamahagi sa mga mayor. In this case, mga mayor ng Luzon, convention nila yan. So, ano ang gusto nating i-highlight dito? Na yung dapat purely bureaucratic transmittal ng saro sa ilalim ng administrasyong ito, ginawa na talagang full-blown official ceremony ng pork barrel distribution. Ganun ang tawag natin dito. Of course, hindi ito concern ni Secretary John Vic. My question to the DILG is, importante po ang, una sa guidelines ng financial assistance, may nilabas ang DBM, at magkano yung assistance, no? Meron lang general guidelines dito. Pagka ayuda, yung ibibigay na ayuda sa constituents, maximum of 5 million pag barangay level, tapos 50 million pagka province and city, 20 million pagka municipality for ayuda. Yung mga para sa AIX, medical, etc. Pero pagka infrastructure, sa barangay, may maximum 10 million din. Pero pagka municipality, city, province, silent ang guidelines. In other words, it's up to the discretion of the DBM and the DILG. Tama po ba?
Sir, these are all guidelines issued by the DBM
Yes.
and not the DILG, sir.
But accurate po ba yung sinabi ko?
Na,
We are strictly on monitoring basis and we
Okay.
have no policy making basis regarding the distribution and utilization of the FALGU.
and can I add lang sa answer ni Secretary, actually wala po, ang LGSF ay wala po sa DILG. No? So ang DILG lang is to supervise kung tama yung paggawa, since lahat po ng local government ay may mga officer tayo from DILG.
We're not in the policy nor in the
Implementation.
distribution side of the funds allocated,
Yes.
sir.
But in DBM LBC number 169, ito yung guidelines. Merong portion po ron na, for example, mga requests, nakalagay po rito, 3.4.3.4. The DBM, when necessary, shall forward the request to the DILG for the determination of the recommended amount for each LGU. So meron po kayong discretion.
If it is referred to us, sir, if it is necessary or not. We have received very few. The USEX take care of that, but yes, it is mostly, sir, on the water systems that we are associated with. But otherwise, sir, there are far and few requests for us to monitor.
Thank you. So actually, yun ang tanong ko, no, yung gusto nating malaman lahat ng publiko, malaking lump sum po ito. And in fact, tinignan ko yung budget, yung 57 billion total na LGSF for 2026, actually nadagdagan pa ng more than 10 billion may continuing appropriations, yung hindi pa nagamit. So total 68 billion. Is that correct? Please confirm.
Yes, sir.
Oo. So yung 57 actually for 2026 naging 68 billion, no? Tapos may proposal uli for 57 billion for next year. So ang gusto po natin malaman, of course, in the interest of transparency, paano po nagamit ito? Kumusta na po ang utilization at magkano yung in-approve ninyo, DBM, DILG, sa bawat LGU?
Sir, the utilization rate will be determined at the end of the year since the program started in 2026. We will give a full report in 2027 after we have monitored all the distribution and how they were used.
Well, let me just note that in the guidelines, sinasabi po rito, actually may transparency requirement, and the LGUs, the recipient LGUs, are required to submit quarterly reports on how they use the funds to DBM, DILG, as well as actually Congress, Senate. No, so dapat meron kayo.
Yes, sir. There's a subaybayan portal that we have for them
Opo.
to submit.
Opo. Kaya nga, therefore, baka pwede po magbigay ng update on 2025. Meron na po kasi in 2025 as well as
We can
2026 po.
Yes, sir. We will gladly submit it to your office.
Kindly submit
To
it
the committee po.
to the committee.
Committee and then
Yes, sir.
Opo,
I will
opo.
submit it within the day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you po. So yun po yung gusto nating makita. Gusto rin siyempre malaman ng lahat siguro, kahit yung ibang mga LGU, magkano ba? Paano ba na magkano ang natatanggap ng iba't ibang mga LGU? So that's one, yung monitoring. Of course, the other concern is yung implementation. No?
Yes, sir.
Yung implementation, tama po ba nasa level na ng LGU?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
100%, sir.
How do we ensure na talagang na-implement ng tama at walang problema at anomalya. Ang malaking pondo rin po ito. We're talking about a total of at least 37 billion pesos.
Sir, the department has hired engineers to help us assess. But mostly, sir, this is a function of the Commission on Audit to check whether or not they have complied with all. We're talking about over 40,000 LGUs recipients here. And our department will need the help also of COA in assessing the final outcome of their projects.
Yes, isang concern po natin yan kasi actually nakita ko sa guidelines din ang isang requirement para ma-release yung pondo na mula dito. Sabi rito, 4.17.2, Certificate of Reversion of Funds in case of undisbursed balances from the completed projects under the fiscal years 2016 to 2025 LGSF, Financial Assistance to LGU. Ibig po sabihin, mukhang may hinahabol pa kayong mga unused funds from 2016 to 2025.
Yes, sir. 2076 to 2025 was sir, it was under the purview of Congress and not of the DILG in its distribution. So it's only in 2026 that we took full cognizance of this, sir.
Okay. Noted no na 2026 sa ilalim ng DILG. Pero ang punto, hindi naman po bago itong programa ng LGSF Financial Assistance to local governments. Ang sinasabi nga, mukhang may hinahabol pa from 26 all the way back from 2016.
Yes, sir.
No, na nasa mga LGU. So kaya nga po, talagang tatanungin din natin, nabanggit nyo ang COA, tatanungin din po natin kung ano talaga. No? Pero alam naman natin, LGU yan, medyo mahirap din na bawat isa ay makita natin. No? So yun po yung concern natin is with regard to transparency.
Yes, sir.
Dito. Dahil nga may, yun ang may discretionary element especially with regard to the infrastructure. Okay.
Sir, I'd like to add that the accountability level of the local chief executives is a very high bar to follow. We have our own bids and awards committee. We have our post qualification. We have our post assessment. There is a review. So the process which LGUs go through in fulfilling then their mandate of reporting the usage of the funds is a very high bar to hurdle, sir. And the accountability of the local government officials are very high. If there are any discrepancies that are recognized, then it should be reported and we will file the necessary charges if there are.
Okay. Thank you for that, Secretary. Wala na, maubos na po ang oras ko. So actually, I have some concerns relating to BJMP. No, particular yung may mga nakakausap po tayong mga detainees na yung iba dapat eligible for release na. Pero dahil sa mga problema sa records ninyo ay naantala ang kanilang release.
Sir, if I may answer that.
Opo.
It is our position that the BGNP should be transferred under the Department of Justice, under the Bureau of Corrections.
Okay.
Dalawa po ang karpete. May karpeta po ang BGNP, may karpeta po ang Bucor. I think it be prudent for the Congress to help us into combining Bucor and BGNP into one facility. Since they perform the same jobs, basically they're just mirroring each other. So we are asking Congress's help and the President's help in combining the two agencies so there will be a more efficient use of the resources and also a fairer treatment to the persons deprived of liberties if they have to be released or not.
Okay.
And can I just add, Secretary, isama na rin po yung provincial jail siguro.
Yes, and the provincial jails too, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, as of now, we have a municipal jail, provincial jail, BGNP, and Bucor. All four of them operate independently of each other. So what we have to do, sir, is have a common record, a common computerized system, data management, so that all the PDLs will be treated accordingly, according to their sentence.
Okay. Noted po yung concern na ni-raise, no? Tama kayo, hindi lang naman sa VJMP kung hindi sa Bucor din issue yung karpeta.
That's right.
No? At minsan yung mga ibang nakakausap natin, walang available na kamag-anak para trumabaho dun sa
That's right.
paghanap ng mga records.
That's
Pwede
right.
na dapat silang ma-release.
Kaya,
No?
kaya nga, dapat, sir, isa na lang yan eh. Isa na lang database para sa lahat ng mga jails na yan.
Noted po. And as I said, I have some specific concerns. Kung maaari po ay ikakausapin namin ang, okay lang po ba?
Yes, sir.
Kausapin natin ang BJMP po with regard to
Now, sir, or
this issue.
after the...
We can do that.
Kahit
Sorry.
ano lang po. Hindi, I will not take up the committee's
Ako
time.
na pong bahala doon.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kong Tinio. Next to interpolate, we have Congressman Plato. Kong Plato is here. Okay. Next is Congressman Richard Gomez. Before Congressman Richard Gomez, I would like to inform our colleagues that may patawag po si Presidente kay Secretary Rimulya. So he needs to leave by 2 p.m. But yung mga USEC naman po nandito. So, thank you. Richard, Kong Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary,
Yes, sir.
Chief PNP, it's nice to see you here today.
Yes, sir.
I know you had
In
an
one
adventurous,
piece.
I know
In
you had
one-
an adventurous flight yesterday.
Yes, in one piece, sir.
It's nice to see you in one piece. Magandang hapon, Mr. Chairman. Just an overview, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary. When I ran for mayor in Ormoc in 2015 for the 2016 elections, Ormoc used to be the drug capital of Region 8. And when I won in 2016, my promise to the people was to eradicate drugs in the city and take out those men in uniform linked to the drug trade. After a year, we were declared drug-free, drug-cleared city. And after that, Ormoc became one of the safest cities in the country. And up to this day, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair, my advocacy and crusade against drugs is still on fire. I ask you to strengthen the anti-drug campaign program, at least in my district. Please do not allow the drug trade to flourish. Also, please check on your Chief of Police in Albuera and the former Provincial Director of our province. Paki-check na rin yung mga former records ng CIDG sa mga malokong mga tao sa amin. Dahil habang nandyan sila, hindi matitigil ang problema ng drugs sa distrito namin. Isama nyo na rin yung mga LCE, mga local chief executive sa district regarding illegal gambling, illegal drugs, and illegal quarrying. Napakabigat ng problema na yan, especially sa environment. Yesterday, the DNR was here. I also told them about the problem of illegal quarrying in our district. Although it's not under my jurisdiction, but as congressman, it is under my watch. Also, Mr. Secretary, using our allotted budget in Congress, I'm happy to tell you that Ormoc City, we only used to have 4 police stations. Ngayon, 8 na ho yung police stations natin. And thank you sa speaker natin that in the past 2 terms being congressman, maraming tayo napatayo ng mga police stations in Ormoc City and now in Cananga and Municipality of Isabel, including fire stations. And siyempre, ito na yun. Pag nadagdagan tayo ng police station, dagdagan yun na rin ng personnel. Pag nadagdagan tayo ng fire stations, lagyan yun na rin ng fire trucks. No? So, Mr. Secretary, also, I created SWAT teams in Ormoc City and it's functioning very well. sayang na miss namin kayo kahapon because they were ready to welcome you and the chief PNP.
I'll be back October 1, sir.
Yeah, nice to see you there. And Mr. Secretary, Peace and Order is one of the most important programs in the local level to attain economic dependence. And with your continued help and support, this progress in our city and in the district will be fully strengthened.
Thank you, sir.
So I need your commitments, Mr.
Yes, sir. We are very committed. As you can see, 2 weeks ago, I went to Leyte and we distributed Tacloban and we distributed additional motorcycles. And when I come back on October, I will distribute the additional police vehicles and ambulances for your district and for your province, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Mag-ingat ka lagi.
Thank you, sir.
And Chief PNP.
Plus 2 fire trucks, sir, that are allotted here.
Napakagandang balita. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Chairman, thank you. And with that, Mr. Chair, as member of this committee, I fully support the budget for 2027 for the DILG. Thank you so much.
Thank you
More
very
power
much,
to
sir.
you.
Thank you. Tapos na? Wala na? Adjourned na ba?
Chairman, may mga...
Yung Vice Chair, sir. Kala ko adjourned na.
Sorry. Next to interpolate, Representative Edgar Erice. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nawala yung chairman eh. Anyway, good morning to Secretary Remulla and the rest of the DILG, PNP, and DJMP, and other agencies under the DILG. Good morning. Good afternoon na pala. 12:39. 12:39.
Good afternoon,
Ang una ko pong katanungan, tungkol po dun sa Seal of Good Governance. Is it really a measure of good governance or it's just a paper compliance, documentary compliance of yan po yung laging nakikita natin. Meron po bang third party validation itong Seal of Good Governance?
Sir, Prisa, thank you very, very much for that question. If you notice, since I assumed office in 2024, we have taken out the SGLG for 2024, 2025, and 2026. We have decided that the Seal of Good Local Governments should be only allotted once every term. For the very reason that it should not be a yearly assessment, but a whole of term approach on how the municipality or the LGU performed. We have studied the matter, and to put perspective, every year, sir, when it was a previous system, DLG used to commit 5 million man-hours a year just to study the documents of the local governments. Now, sir, we will do it once every term, whole of term approach into their total value of governance and what they have input in their system. Unfortunately, there is no budget for a third-party compliance because that would add it to maybe a couple of, maybe another 5 billion in order for that to happen.
Talaga din po, di ba, kung ma-determine natin kung yung Seal of Good Governance na binibigay natin ay talagang nagre-reflect dun sa actual na improvement in the services.
That's right, sir.
To our
Ang
people.
nangyari kasi, sir, may checklist lang, tapos may compliance, tapos check lang ng check, tapos award ng award. So na-diminish yung value ng SGLG. But this time, sir, it'll be a whole of term approach. Hopefully, sir, we will see better results in a more comprehensive report on how they functioned as a local government unit in the first 2.5 years of their incumbency.
For example po, in terms of their compliances with solid waste management, in terms of their compliances with yung pong mga biddings, contracts, malaking tulong po yan kung yung actual talagang
Yes, sir.
actual na nangyayari, hindi lang documentary compliance.
Yes,
Malaking tulong yan para sa good governance.
Yes, sir.
Paano po kaya natin ma-relate itong mga seal na ito dun sa actual na nangyayari dun sa mga local governments?
Sir, there used to be 10 indicators for the seal of good local governments, but we have reduced it to 3 main, which is resiliency, fiscal management, and innovation. And then those 3, sir, are best indicative of how a local government performs. For the information of the body, there used to be up to 14 categories, and each submission would be this thick. And I think it was only right that now we have revised it, simplified it, and made sure that the most salient parts of good local government performance are included in this.
Will you be amenable if we will be able to maybe enact a proposal or a law that would legitimize third-party validation of seal of good governance?
Yes, sir. We do have a third party, but it's only on project implementation. But if the Congress will allot the budget for a third party validator for all these, for the categories that we have presented, then we will be most welcome to accept that budget, sir.
We don't need a particular law, but just a
Yes, sir.
appropriations.
Yes, sir.
Meron po ba kayong mga income na tineturn over nyo sa national government?
Ang DILG, sir?
Yes.
Only sa BGNP. BFP pala. BFP, sir. BFP. BFP, not PNP, sir. Ang BFP collects 4.5 billion a year. We remit the entirety to the National Treasury.
For example,
Napolcom meron din, no? May income. But it mostly
will you be amenable kung halimbawa we will propose that in the general provision na ma-retain na lang for this purpose itong proceeds ng
that would be most
income?
welcome, sir. Because again, we only get to utilize like the BFP in particular. Only 33% of what 30% of what we remit is only given back to the BFP, and hence the numerous complaints and concerns of the various congressmen. But we are constrained by what the DBM gives us. However, we have entered into a long-term deal of 1,500 trucks for the next 3 years. So hopefully, by then, everybody's concerns will be addressed.
Pwede po siguro after this, kung sino man yung in charge nyo dyan sa, maybe we can work on a special provision, and maybe we can request the Committee on Appropriations na mailagay sa special provisions na yung pondo na yon na income nyo,
Automatic. Pupunta sa amin,
automatic
sir.
na sa inyo na.
That would be most welcome, sir. Doon kami hirap na hirap eh.
Maybe mamaya po kung sino yung pwedeng makausap para sa proposal.
Yes, sir.
Tungkol dito sa floodings. Actually, I have a proposal actually. Nakita ko po kasi tuwing babaha, minumura yung presidente. Minumura yung, especially in Metro Manila because of the population. Minumura yung mayor, minumura yung congressman, minumura yung DPWH, minumura yung DNR, pati MMDA. Pero actually po wala talagang responsibility center when it comes to an integrated approach to flood control in Metro Manila. Metro Manila is 14 million population. We have 12,000 metric tons of garbage produced every day. Tapos po, hindi lang sa yung pong flood, marami pong maraming causes yan. Hindi lang yung waterways, pati po yung informal settlers on top. Don't you think that dapat baguhin na natin yung sistema? For example, there must be one accountable agency for a metropolitan area a conglomeration of highly urbanized cities. For example, like Tokyo, like Bangkok, they have an elected governor and a legislative assembly. Makati po, 24 hours ang color coding. Pagdating sa Mandaluyong, Quezon City, ilang oras lang. So, hindi po coordinated. Kaya, pati po yung master plan, may master plan po ng flood control ang Quezon City. Gumagawa po yung ibang karatig, yung Caloocan, gumagawa ng master plan. Baka, bandang huli, it runs contrary to the master plan of every city.
I totally agree, sir. In our recent study, and when we unearthed when we studied it, a lot of our drainage systems some of them are over 100 years old. The pipes that we are using are still made of brick and mortar that are only this big, when they should be 1 meter long already. But I agree, sir, that it's outside of the MMDA, there should be the Department of Water, which will be created, should not only be focused on producing water for consumption, but also mitigating the effects of water during flooding.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Pangatlo ho, yung violence and crimes sa Japan, Singapore, South Korea, and even China. Meron po silang total ban gun o kaya very restrictive
Very, very restricted, sir.
gun regulations. At sila yung may pinakamababang krimen
Yes, sir.
dito sa Asia. Why not we think about of implementing a very restrictive gun ownership?
Yes, sir. I have reported on that a couple of times. Just to give you the statistics, sir, 98% of gun violence are done by illegal firearms, loose firearms. 98%. So it is my clarion call to Congress to totally repeal the Robin Padilla law to make loose firearms non-bailable. Because right now, sir, we catch them at a checkpoint, they will post bail, and the next week they will commit another crime. So that is one solution, sir. The 98% of the gun owners are responsible, but the 2% that are committed by the gun owners are very minimal compared to the 98% done by loose firearms. If we repeal the Robin Padilla law, I assure you, sir, we will cut crime dramatically if we give us those powers and make it non-bailable.
Eh kung mas hihigpitan po natin yung gun ownership, very limited talaga yung pwedeng magkaroon ng pag-aari ng mga armas. Ako po, I'm 66 years old. I fought a lot of politicians. Wala pa akong baril. Buhay pa naman ako. Pagka wala kaya itong baril, malayo ka rin sa violence.
Totoo yan, sir. Again, sir, I propose that even that owning a firearm in the Philippines is a privilege and not a right. We do not have a Second Amendment which protects the rights for gun ownership. So I propose, sir, that we will amend our IRR so that the police can schedule appearances and inspections in every gun owner's home to make sure that how they keep their guns for safekeeping are up to standards that we recommend. The 2 school shootings, sirs, were done by legal firearms belonging to uniformed personnel. So if we have the power to schedule and to inspect all those homes, then maybe we can curb the violence with legal firearms.
Thank you. For my last question, Mr. Secretary. Ang problema natin, basura. We're producing around 12,000 tons every day. And most of the, isa po sa nakikita nating problema dyan, yung corruption sa garbage collection. At nasabi na rin po yan ni Ombudsman Remulla. Ang nangyayari po kasi ang karamihan, siguro mga 80-90% ng mga contracts, for example, in Metro Manila, clean all. Ibig sabihin, pagka sinabing clean all, kukunin yung basura, pag pinirmahan ng local government na malinis na, babayaran ng buo. Pero sa katotohanan naman po, yung basura, mga 60% lang yung nakukuha, the rest goes to the waterways. Kaya po, makikita nyo naman yung resulta.
That's right, sir.
Ano po yung general supervision authority ng DILG to check on contracts? Kasi po, ano na to we are already almost in a garbage crisis.
Sir, zero, sir. We do not have supervisory powers on contracts of local governments. It is COA which has that, sir. But to answer your question, sir, as a comprehensive solution, the local government code mandates that garbage collection is done on a LGU basis. So let's say in Metro Manila, Makati, Pasay, Parañaque have their own systems of collecting garbage. It should be, sir, a regional matter so that the scales of garbage disposal, collection, and as a business can be done in a more efficient way. We have municipalities like, sir, in Cavite, Noveleta, which is in charge of their own garbage collection, but they only have 370 hectares. So how can they possibly dispose of their garbage within their system if it is a LGU based? So there is a need to revisit the local government code on how garbage should be handled and who is accountable and who has oversight over them.
But there is a provision in the Constitution that the President has general supervision over local governments.
Yes, sir, but you're talking about 40,000 local government units and supervising them into that minute level. I think, sir, a structural reform on how garbage is collected is a more effective way of addressing the problem rather than using our existing laws, which are arcane and almost useless in its application.
Thank you, Sec. Thank you, Congressman Elise. Next to interpolate, we have Congressman Rufus Rodriguez. Congressman Nelson Ligacion, you're next. You have the floor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Ka-probinsya ko yan Kaya naunahan kita. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, sa mga kasama, and of course, DILG family headed by Secretary John Vic. Based on the presentation and the fiscal year 2027 budget briefing folio, I can say, and I would like to make it a record, that the department is doing well.
Thank you, sir.
But having said that, let me dwell on at least one bureau under the Department of Interior and Local Government. I am referring to the Bureau of Fire Protection. In the given document, I have noted that with respect to municipalities with activated fire stations and trucks, 92.83% po yung meron. Pero meron ding wala pa, 107. With respect to establishments inspected that have been issued with fire safety inspection certificate, mukhang marami-rami po yung hindi na-inspect. 378,429. Yung the second to the last item, sa ilalim po nito, ay yung fire codes fees collected for the year 2025. And it amounts to 4.3 billion pesos. It appears to us, as even as earlier manifested, that the annual collection is really about 4 billion pesos or higher.
Yes, sir.
Now, I have with me a copy of what is called as budget hirit for fiscal year 2027. It enumerates herein certain programs, the corresponding amount, and the justification or purpose, including what we were discussing earlier about the need to procure fire trucks. The
Yes, sir.
total amount under this document is 3,427,988,000. Now, I understand that the fees collected, 20% thereof is remitted back to the concerned local government units, and 80% goes to the national government under trust fund.
Yes, sir.
But even then, the balance as of, I suppose, December 31, 2025 is around 10,536,154,803 pesos and 81 centavos. Ibig sabihin, malaki yung
Malaki, sir.
pera ng Bureau of Fire Protection.
Malaki, sir.
Hindi pa kasama dyan yung collection o magiging collection ngayong taon,
Yes, sir.
2026.
Yes,
Now, yung request, Honorable Secretary, is only for the amount of 3,427,000 pesos.
Yes, sir.
Kapag i-charge natin yon doon sa 10 billion, may maiiwan pang 7 billion.
Yes, sir.
108 million pesos.
Yes,
Plus
sir.
yung ngayong taon,
Yes,
which
sir.
is around 4 billion pesos.
Yes, sir.
Napakalaki yung amount. Yung hinihingi is only 3.4 billion pesos.
No, sir. We ask for all of it, but they only give us a portion of it.
That is why, baka yun na po ang pag-usapan natin ngayon. And I will be providing the chairman of the committee a copy of the what is called as budget hirit for fiscal year 2027. Kanina pinag-uusapan natin, mukhang payag naman po tayo lahat na pagbigyan yung kahilingan ng Bureau of Fire Protection. Pero hindi na pag-usapan saan pa manggagaling ito. Sa ilalim po ng Section 13, Paragraph C of Republic Act Number 9514, sinasabi po dito, and I quote, that Chief BFP is authorized, subject to the approval of the Secretary of the Interior and local government, to use the income generated under the Fire Code for procurement of fire protection and firefighting investigation, rescue, paramedics, supplies and materials, and related technical services, etc., etc. So may basihan, kaya lang ang kailangan po yata yung approval ninyo, Secretary.
Hindi, sir. Siyasabit po namin sa DBM ang budget na kailangan namin. We always ask for everything, but they only allot us 1 billion every year.
Okay. Now, this is now addressed
Under
to
the
the
trust fund, sir.
chairman.
Yes, I
of
think
the
this is addressed
committee.
to all the congressmen.
To the
Na
committee,
itulak
to
po
all the
natin sa
congressmen.
DBM because
Yes, sir.
collection naman po ng Bureau of Fire ang
Yes,
pagkukunan ng pondo.
Okay.
So,
Kesa
dapat po
naman-
doon gamitin.
Kesa naman, hindi po natin nagagamit yung pera.
Tama, sir.
May pangangailangan, di ba?
Yes, sir.
May malaking pera. Hindi naman ganun kalaki yung hinihingi.
Sir,
Ibigay na natin.
ginagawa na nga namin lahat, sir, para magtipid. Sir, ang fire truck dati ay 16 million isa. Yung bagong binibili namin of equal quality is going to be 10 million na lang.
Pwede.
Under a government-to-government grant. We are doing everything we can to utilize the funds that are given to us by DBM. And we are cutting corruption and we're doing our best. But if you can help us, sir, if you can, as a body, can help us utilize these resources, then surely we can solve a lot of the problems.
It appears to me, Mr. Chairman, that even the request is not complete with respect to the number of fire trucks needed for the entire country. Pero mukhang napakalaki yung pera at pwedeng doon kuhanin. May
Yes, sir.
pagkukuhanan, I therefore move for consideration either today or later the grant of so much amount, additional amount in favor of the Bureau of Fire Protection, in favor of DILG, that amount to be taken from the collected fees
Yes, sir.
under the trust fund.
Thank you very much, sir.
Duly noted. Congregation, still have time?
Yun lang po, Mr.
And
Chair.
if I may
Thank you
add
very
lang
much.
po, no, since naayos na po ang BFP through the efforts of Secretary John Vic Rimulya and government-to-government transaction, I don't see any reason na hindi i-release ng DBM. And this could be a great legacy also of the President na during his time, 2027, lahat ng LGU may fire station, lahat ng LGU may fire truck, and hindi lang po sunog ang
And ambulances, sir.
and ambulances and even rescue. So
For the-
we really have to support.
For the information of the body, the BFP has 5,000 nurses in its payroll, but we only have so many ambulances that are allotted to us. Sir, if
And-
we can have that budget, we can fully utilize class 1 ambulances, not only patient transferred vehicles in case of all these emergencies.
Yes, and just to add for the knowledge of everyone, kulang po ang personnel natin ng 40,000. Ang inaalaw lang po sa BFP is 2,000 per year. So para matapos po yun, it will take 20 years. We are proposing 4,000. Para in 10 years, kompleto na po yan. Wala na pong problema. Total, may pagkukunan naman po ng budget sa collection fees.
Yes, sir.
So thank you. Next, to interpolate, we have from the minority, Robert Nazal. He's not here. Sergio Dagoc. Congressman Sergio Dagoc, you're recognized.
Thank you, favorite chair. Magandang hapon. Magandang hapon, Secretary, at
Apo.
sa DILG family. First of all, I would just like to convey the heartfelt appreciation at papasalamat sa mga electric cooperatives doon sa inisyu mo na memorandum in relation doon sa implementation and compliance by the LGUs of the joint memorandum circular of the BLGF, DOF BLGF on the tax exemption of electric cooperatives as far as the local taxes is concerned. So, kaming lahat sa buong Pilipinas, 121 electric cooperatives ay nagpapasalamat dahil ang nakikinabang dito, yung mga gumagamit ng kuryente na hindi na naipasa sa kanila yung mga local taxes. Subalit, Mr. Secretary, mayroon pa tayong mangilan-ngilang probinsya, no? Ayaw kong banggitin dito. Susulat na lang yung asosasyon namin, kagaya nung ginawa namin noon through PhilReca. Kasi despite the your issuance of Memorandum Circular 2025-041, mayroong at least 4 na lang na probinsya na talagang ayaw, gusto pa rin nila iparegister muna sa Cooperative Development Authority. Mga 4 na lang po, susulat na lang ulit kami. Baka po pwedeng makausap mo na ang taxes na sinisingil nila ay naipasa sa kanilang mga constituents. In effect, hindi po electric co-op ang nasasaktan dito, kundi yung kanilang mga constituents. Kaya nga, talagang naglalabi kami na maipasa tong RA 10531 para hindi masaktan yung mga gumagamit ng kuryente sa probinsya. So, yun ang isa, Mr. Secretary. Maraming salamat at makitulong ulit kami doon sa nalalabing 4 na probinsya.
Okay.
Can we give the assurance of the Secretary? No?
Always, sir. I will give my word on that, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Pangalawa, Mr. Secretary, mayroon po tayong kinakaharap na krisis sa presyo ng kuryente. this representation is working hard na maibaba natin yan. Umaabot lang ako yung parang nagwa-wild na ako sa committee dahil doon sa mga circular na ng Department of Energy, ng ERC na nagpapataas ng kuryente at ako'y nagpapasalamat kay Presidente na last so na nabanggit na niya yung pinail ko since 2019, my first term. Last term ko na po. Pero last show na lang nabanggit ni Presidente yung VAT on systems loss. Losses na nga, binabat pa. So, in relation to that, yung kasing systems loss, may law enforcement aspect yan. Sa Republic Act 783 to, yung pagnanakaw, inaanohan namin na nagpapile na ako ng bill na maamindahan yon. Pero while waiting for that, alam mo naman yung paggawa ng batas, medyo mahaba. Baka pwedeng magkaroon ng pag-uusap ang DILG. Siyempre, under ninyo yung mga LGU, nandoon yung mga pulis natin sa LGU, na matulungan kami doon sa apprehension. Kasi ang una nating i-remove, yung non-technical. Kasi mahirap alisin kagad yung technical kasi inherent yon basics. Can we expect the, again, assistance? Kasi palagi namang nag-assist si Secretary John Vic lang kasi ang nakapag-issue ng memorandum para ma-implement tong tax exemption. So, kaya we are again expecting your assistance
Yes,
sa
sir.
enforcement.
You can rely on it, sir.
Thank you once again, Mr. Secretary. Then, pangatlo, Mr. Secretary, mayroon tayong mga awards sa mga LGU. Yung seal of, good governance, mayroong fiscal management.
Yes,
Tama
sir.
po ba?
Yes, sir.
So, can we include as criteria yung pagbabayad ng mga local government officials
Kindly
at
wind
saka
up.
yung LGU mismo sa mga electric bill nila bago sila mabigyan ng award na fiscal management, parang mayroong
Yes, sir.
ganon. Kasi mayroon kayong maraming nabigyan ng seal of fiscal management, pero yung, with all due respect, yung mga local government officials,
Kindly wind up.
hindi nagbabayad. Tapos yung mga electric bill mismo ng yung mga munisipyo, mga etc., street lighting, hindi nagbabayad. Paano nagiging example sila, nagiging huwaran sa fiscal management kung hindi man lang nila binabayaran yung mga utilities? Can we expect that, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, sir. We will include it in our next round of evaluation, sir.
Maraming
Thank you.
maraming salamat talaga, Mr. Secretary, at ang mga electric cooperative ay may utang na loob sa DILG sa pag-upo mo na na-issue, na-implement namin at least 4 na lang na probinsya. That's all, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat.
That's a very good
Thank you very much,
start.
sir.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Kong Dugok. Next to interpolate, we have Congressman Jam Baronda. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And
Yes,
of
ma'am.
course, Secretary John Crimulya and the men and women of the ALG. I would like first to commend all of you for a job well done. I hope that we have barely 2 years to go.
Yes, sir.
Sana
Yes, ma'am.
we will continue to feel yung bagong Pilipinas. And I would like to congratulate, of course, Secretary, for your Unified 911 program.
Thank you, ma'am.
I hope madagdagan na yung pondo ninyo. And I would also like to commend you with your character. You maintain the values that your parents taught you, knowing you when you were like the governor of the province of Cavite.
Thank you.
With you leading the agency, not only the ILG, including BFP, also our PNP, I know we are in good hands. But
Thank you,
my
ma'am.
problem today lies not only with the ILG, it's with the local government, it's also with the SK officials and the barangay officials. I am very lucky to have been given the chance to serve the Barangay Council of Barangay Haviliana Haro and as the SK President of Iloilo City in 1996. And I remember until now, During my days as SK President, we were given the opportunity by the National Commission to be empowered by the National Commission. Remember, your task is to provide us with enough knowledge, guidance to become the better person of ourselves. During 1996, when I was the SK President of Iloilo City, puno po kami ng lahat ng programs. We do have the Scholar Training Boss 1, 2, 3. Ano ito? Una, kailangan malaman po muna natin kung anong reason bakit nandito kami. Ano yung reason? For our SK to develop the social, physical, emotional, moral, and spiritual well-being of our youth. Second, Scholar 2 is for us to make sure that all of the programs of the SKs are aligned with the needs of our young people from the barangay to the federation, to the city, to the provincial, and the national. Third, when we are already equipped with all the knowledge and everything that we need to be immersed in different cities, in different countries, kung kaya, kung ano ang pinaka magandang best practices. Ginawa ko pa iyon during my time. That is why I was even awarded as the most outstanding SK of the Philippines, besting 44,000 SK chairman. And at the same time, I was awarded by NYC as the national youth leader of our country. Now that SK is about to be postponed, I feel sorry for those SKs who worked hard and also for those SK na hindi talaga nagtrabaho, Secretary. Ang tanong ko, Secretary, in March 26, I wrote a letter addressed to your office kasi madaming mga barangay kapitan, hindi lang sa Iloilo or sa SK, but sa buong Pilipinas, walang annual development plan. So ngayon, they are working based on the reenacted budget. Kawawa ang mga kabataan. Kawawa ang mga Pilipino. Bakit? We deserve a better program for our young people. We deserve a program that is responsive to the needs of our country. So ang politika, hindi po ito dahil leader ka. Ang politika, we should serve our city, we should serve our barangay and our country. Ang korupsyon hindi nag-umpisa sa taas. Kailangan umpisahan natin sa baba. Na pag-strengthen and pag-make sure that we are guided. When you are guided, wala kang reason for you not to be better. Ang tanong ko, Secretary, Iloilo City alone, in 2026, Diyos ko Lord, Marso, ilan pa lang ang nakasubmit ng annual development plan? Even sa barangay. Yung iba, December pa lang, walang annual development plan. Meaning, we are paying their salaries na walang ginagawa. Worst, now that this government has many programs to empower our people, but until now, hindi natin sa tingin ko nagawa ng tama. Una, we are, and I am for, uplift program for our people. But ang problema, ano bang sektor? Like for example, ngayon may programa po si PSA, si DSWD. And ano yung reason and purpose nila sa pagpili ng mga beneficiary ng uplift? Based doon sa CBMS. Ano ang CBMS? Community-Based Monitoring System. Ang problema, in Iloilo City alone, nung tinanong si PSA, ilan ang beneficiary natin ng CBMS na bibigyan ng 2,000 a month? Sabi nila, 623. 2,000 a month hanggang December. Ang tanong ko sa DSWD, ilan ang nabigyan nyo nung first tranche? Ang sagot sa akin, 327. Ay bakit naman po 327 lang? Kasi po sa 600 plus na lista, hindi po qualified ang majority, almost half, Mr. Secretary. Ngayon, we
Kindly wind
are
up, ma'am.
not against the support of the government. We just wanted to make sure na ang bibigyan ay ang dapat bigyan. Dapat siguro kailangan magkaroon tayo ng isang IRR. Kunyari ngayon, lahat ng sektor ng transportasyon, yan na lang tutulungan. Kasi sila ang mostly nung nagka-problema tayo sa fuel crisis. Siguro naman, sa mga scholarship grants natin sa mga kabataan, hindi natin alam kung sino bibigyan natin. Basta
Please wind
sino
up,
lang
ma'am.
malapit sa atin lahat. Baka pwede, kasama ang SK, hanapin nyo ang mga kabataan sa elementary na walang nanay, walang tatay, na namatay na. Or sa high school, hanapin nyo yung single
Thank you,
parent
ma'am.
na may 7 na anak. So, Mr. Secretary, thank you so much. You know what? I really wanted to do something to do good for our country, but nag-iisa lang kayo. So, what can you do? We still have 2 years to go
Secretary,
for
can
you
you
to create
answer?
impact to our lives.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Jam.
Your question was very varied, and there's not one question that I can do, but what we can ensure is that upon your suggestion that the annual development plan be mandated, we can issue a memorandum circular immediately, and those who have not submitted their annual development plan will be excluded automatically from the SGLG. Outside of that, the SK concerns and the other concerns are the SK concerns, sir. I have my own views. We may not agree on it, but it is something to be taken later on. With the other things, ma'am, it is the DSWD and the other attached agencies that are concerned.
Sure,
But I share your values, ma'am, and I share your concerns, and we will act on what we can as a department.
Okay. Thank you, Sec, for
Yes,
that
last na lang,
answer.
Mr. Last na lang po. Today, may
Ma'am.
Mr.
Ma'am,
Chair,
your
na lang,
last
po.
question is,
I
I'll
would just
give you
like-
20 seconds.
Yes, I would just like to ask Secretary kasi ito, can we regulate all travels ng mga barangay officials? Because like for example today, may biyahe 3 araw lang yung mga officials, 30,000 pesos sa Boracay. Ngayon nagka-problema pa tayo, do we allow all of this? Kasi ginawa-gawa na ngayon, not all ha, there are barangays who are doing well, there are federations who are doing well, but I think majority are not doing well because ginagamit lang yung pera ng kaban ng bayan dun sa pagbiyahe,
Tama.
Manila man or abroad. So can you do something, Secretary, to at least make sure na i-balance natin na pagbigay din siguro ng mga travel orders for barangay officials?
We will
Thank
take note
you.
of that, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So next to interpolate, we have from the minority, Bong Suntay. He's not around. Okay. Next is Congressman from the majority, Eulogio Rodriguez. Ang
Thank you,
pinakagwapo po sa
Mr. Chair.
Catanduanes.
Diyos maray na hapon tabi sa gabos. Mr. Chair, una sa lahat, ang pasalamat po sa ating buting Secretary John Vic Remulla, of course, the DILG family. So, nais po natin magpasalamat dahil sabi ko nga, yung ng mga nakaraan, yung suporta niya po sa ating Provincial Fire Marshal Tanduanes Building, yung Command Center. So, and then yung sabay ko na rin po ang pagpapasalamat ng ating sa ating buting secretary, of course si ating chief ng fire, Superintendent Kuan Chu, sa agarang pag-hire ng 14 na applicant na nakapasa na mula sa Catanduanes, na I hope na makonsider po na madistino sila sa aming probinsya para managdagan naman po ang ating mga local fire marshal doon, kasi sa ngayon po 40% ng fire marshal sa Catanduanes ay po mga taga-mainland Albay. So kailangan po namin na talagang dapat local, kasi in case na may emergency, halimbawa man nakalib, nakadiop, pwede nating i-augment kasi taga doon lang sila. Pero pag taga mainland, medyo mahirap po kasi nandoon na sila. Kaya lang po ating pinapakiusap. papasalamat din tayo yung bagong binigay nyo sa amin na fire truck ng mga nakarambuan sa barangay sa munisipyo ng Bagamanok. Salamat po at yun po ay mapapakinabangan dahil medyo malayo po yun na munisipyo. So, Mr. Chair, napakahalaga po na magkaroon ng maayos na fire stations at sapat na serviceable na fire trucks, hindi lang po ito ginagamit pag may sunog, kundi maging sa pagtugon ng emergencies, gaya ng bagyo at iba pang kalamidad na gaya po sa amin na talagang kami, daanan kami ng bagyo, talagang kailangan namin yon. So, Mr. Chair, marami pa po tayong request na alam ko naman na nakarating na rin kay Secretary. Alam ko naman hindi tayo tatanggihan. Given this, we asked for 2027, ilan po ang target nating fire station na mapapayat tayo o ma-repair at ilang fire trucks ang may pamamahagi for augmentation or replacement upang magsiguro ang sapat na at maasahan na ating fire and emergency response capability, Mr. Chair.
Again, sir, we are about to enter the government transaction with South Korea for the purchase of 1,500 trucks, which will augment what we see are the needs of most of the municipalities of the Philippines. But to answer your other question, sir, is dependent upon Congress's action to release our trust fund so that we can help all the municipalities that are needed. If what is due to our department is given, then we can help everyone here, sir.
Opo, kasi doon sa amin, halos 3 munisipyo yata doon na yung mga fire trucks doon talagang
That's correct, sir.
di na talaga, di na po
That's
pwede.
correct, sir.
Dahil,
Kaya nga, sir, long-term agreement na ginawa namin. Number one, sir, it assures everyone here that the supply is coming. And number two, sir, we have cut corruption in terms of procurement so that we can buy more fire trucks.
kaya nga po, Mr. Chair, sana po makonsider ang Catanduanes na medyo
Always, sir.
prioridad po.
Always, sir.
Mr. Chair, regarding po ito sa palagi nating pinaparating dito tuwing may budget tayo, kasi yung kaso po natin nung 2022, nung naransak yung bahay ko, and then yung 2025, may mga na-abduct din tayo mga leader. Hanggang ngayon po, wala pang nangyayari. Sabi ko nga, mag-2028 na naman, baka kung ano na naman to. So ito po ang aking palaging panawagan na hindi man lang tayo na-update sa ganitong sitwasyon Mr. Chair.
Can we ask the PNP to update us, give us a copy of the incident? I think you're asking for the incident report.
Yes, yes. Oo. At saka wala kung kung umusod ba ito.
Yes, sir, Chief PNP.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I will be submitting the update on the case. As of now, there's no significant update, but I will going to direct the respective investigators as well as the police officers in the area to coordinate with the Honorable Congressman.
Chief PNP,
Mr. Chair.
kindly submit to the committee. Kailan po kaya natin pwedeng masubmit, mabigyan ng update? Official. Yung kay Kong Leo, pwede by phone, but we need the official sa committee.
Yes, Your Honor and Mr. Chair. Today, sir.
Today, sir? Ang bilis. Ganyan kagaling ang Chief PNP natin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kasi sabi ko, mag-2028 na naman 2028, sabi ko, baka panibagong kabanata
Tama-tama
na naman
naman
yan.
yung date ngayon, 27.
Sabi ko, mukhang sinusundan
Bukas
yata ako
28.
Anyway, sabi ko, mabait naman tayo. Anyway, Mr. Chair, recently lang po may mag-assume na sa amin yung provincial director po, nag-assume ng May 15. Until now po, hindi man lamang nagpapakita sa atin. Siguro, hindi yata kailangan
Is the
serbisyo
provincial
ng
director of
representante
Catanduanes
ng,
here?
ng
Nandito
distrito.
ba? Okay. So wala po yung PD,
Para,
mga ID, but
di yata kailangan yung
Hindi, sir.
serbisyo.
we will assure you that
We will assure you that the courtesy call shall be made, sir. bago lang kasi ang kaka-turnover lang ng regional director natin. So we will give instructions to the regional director to make sure that as soon as you get home, he will be in your doorstep waiting for you, sir.
Oo nga, oo nga.
And don't worry, Kong Leo, hindi lang sa'yo nangyayari yan, pwede sa akin. But di ko sila hinahanap. So, hindi po kailangan mo courtesy call sa akin ng PD namin.
Ay, sa akin naman sabi nga daw di daw ako machimpuhan. Sabi ko, kung ang pulis naman may intelligence, yung pagbaba ng eroplano, alam mo na, darating ka eh. Hindi po yun, hindi yung katwiran eh. Kaya, yun lang po,
Kindly wind
medyo nakakalungkot man. Sabi ko, wag tayong susunod sa isang tao. Dapat yung nasa isla, lahat amo. Diba? Dapat siniservisyohan natin. Hindi yung isang tawang siniservisyohan lang. So may karagdagan lang po tayo bilang chairman ng Special Committee ng Bicol Economic Development.
Kindly wind up.
Mayroong po tayo, may establishment po tayo sa sa Region 5 na yung Bureau of Fire Regional Office na sa ngayon po nakita natin parang nakatiwangwang lang po doon sa isang lugar. So alam ko may phase 1 na po yun eh. Ano ba po yung status nito? Yung natapos na yata ang phase 1 nito, 5 years na nakatingga eh. Ano bang status nito? Ito ba matutuloy pa ba ito? Sabi ko, nakita may pera naman ng Bureau of Fire eh. Baka pwedeng
Okay, that would be the last question. Please answer.
Mr. Chair, yes, we will recognize that and we will find fund to allot for the resumptions of the work on that particular building.
So, hindi pa tapos, walang pondo?
Na 50% po, Mr. Chair, tatapusin
50%?
po namin.
But you still have the funds?
We will find to look.
Okay, kung hindi mo kaya ni Kong Leo Rodriguez yan. Thank you, Kong Leo.
Out of jurisdiction ko na yun, boss. Anyway, usap-usap na lang kami mga Bicol Solon kasi napag-usapan po ito namin doon sa committee na medyo, yun nga,
Okay.
medyo
Thank you.
kikita daw na talagang kailangan kasi ito ng ating Bureau of Fire dahil ito yata magiging magiging sentro po ng command at saka magiging training pa yata ito ng Bureau of Fire. So alam ko
Yes.
kailangan nila ito. Ito magiging magiging
Yes, Mr. Chair, meron
Command
naman
center.
pondo for the construction of the training center in Region 5.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Kong Leo. Next, from the minority, we have Elijah San Fernando, my son. To recognize.
Ako na pala agad, Mr. Chair. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Please be good, ha?
I will be, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po, Secretary. Nandito po ba yung from SOSHA? PNP SOSHA?
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Nandito po ba yung PNP SOSHA, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, sir. Please give us 1 minute.
I'd like to remind the secretary it's 1:30. Sec, if you need to leave by 2, it's fine.
Okay. Yeah, we have, I can make time.
Thank you, boss.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Aware po ba tayo sa concept ng train now, pay later for security guards? Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Sir, meron pong mga information na nare-receive kami na may ganun po.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary. Ang siste po kasi, halimbawa may gustong mag-apply as a security guard. Kailangan po niyang mag-undergo ng 1-week training sa isang training agency. Tama po ba to, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Okay po. So along the course po ng kanyang training, halimbawa may tatawag po na security agency na nangangailangan ng security guard. So nakapagtapos na po itong security guard o papasok ng security guard ng training sa training agency. Ngayon, ang mangyayari po, kapag pumasok na sa security agency yung security guard, ang gagawin po, hindi i-honor kung ano yung training na nakuha niya doon sa training agency. Kasi ang nagiging step po, yung security agency, meron din siyang training agency. So ang mangyayari po dyan, kapag na-deploy na yung security guard, ang mangyayari dun sa kanyang bayad o sa kanyang sahod, kakaltasan parehas ng bayad doon sa training agency kung saan na siya nakapag-train at another nakaltas sa kanyang sahod doon sa security agency na meron ding training agency. Would you care to clarify this matter, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Sir, yung arrangement po ng security agency tsaka nung training school, meron po kasing mga training agency, nagkakaroon po sila ng memorandum of agreement between the training school and the security agency. So yung training school po, sila yung nagkakandak ng training para po dun sa security agency. But meron din po kasi na security agency na aside from operating as a security agency, may separate po silang license to operate as a private security training agency. So ina-allow din po yun na mag-conduct po sila ng training. But doon po sa situation na kung yung nag-training po siya from the other agency na hindi po nire-recognize ng isa pong security agency, that thing po sir is kailangan po namin mag-conduct ng investigation para po ma-check kung sino po yung mga involved sa ganung practice po sir.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair, doon po sa kalinawan na binigay po ng ating DILG family. Dahil yan po ang practice, industry practice. So yung mga security guards po natin, pag lumabas na yung payslip nila, doble-doble po yung kaltas. Mr. Chair, aware din po ba ang ating DILG family regarding po doon sa DOLE guidelines pagdating sa pagkaltas sa sahod ng mga security guards?
Yes po sir. Actually sir, meron na rin po kaming na-receive na complaint regarding po sa mga unauthorized deduction ng mga security agency. And nagpapatuloy po yung mga investigation na ginagawa po namin.
Maraming salamat po dahil yan po ang numero 1 na nirereklamo ng ating mga security guards. Merong mga unauthorized deduction sa kanilang mga payslip. Malinaw po nakasulat sa ating labor code, sa ating mga batas paggawa, na anumang deduction na ikakaltas sa sahod ng mga security guard ay kailangang merong written agreement doon sa security guard at doon sa kanyang pinapasukang agency. Ano po ang mga corrective measures na ginagawa ng PNP SOSYA para po dito sa mga erring ng mga security agencies?
Unang-una po sir sa ngayon, nagkakaroon po kami ng intensified post-to-post inspection, nationwide po ito. Alinsunod na rin po ito sa direction ng ating mahal na Chief PNP to intensify po ang monitoring on the degree of compliance ng iba-ibang security agency. Actually po sa ngayon is ini-implement po ng SOSYA yung aming online DDO MDR. Ito po ay isang IT development na ginawa ng SOSYA para po ma-monitor nationwide ang lahat pong deployment ng iba-ibang security agency sa buong Pilipinas. So sana po pagdating po ng November siguro or next year ma-full implement namin yung online DDO MDR namin para 100% po mamomonitor namin ang deployment ng lahat ng mga security agency sa buong Pilipinas po.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Sir, maraming salamat po sa sagot ninyo. So inuulit po natin sa mga nakikinig po na security guards, hindi po pwede ang anumang unauthorized deductions unless otherwise agreed upon by the security guard na siya ay kakaltasan ng sahod. Moving forward, Mr. Chair, aware po ba ang PNP SOSYA about the Executive Order number 97?
Yes po sir.
Okay. Ito pong Executive Order number 97, it's about adopting ng ILO Convention on the Freedom of Association. Aware po ba ang PNP SOSYA na kadalasan sa mga labor disputes, nagagamit po ang mga security guard para itaboy o magkaroon ng intimidation sa mga labor dispute cases?
Yun naman po sir yung mga cases na involving sa rule po ng labor. Ito po ay dahil hindi na po siya under ng SOSYA, ito po ay automatic na ini-endorse po namin sa labor po para sila po mag-conduct ng intensive investigation po.
Thank you po. Sa RA 11917, meron pong regulatory action o power ang SOSYA sa mga labor code violations. So papaano po ito na i-include sa general program ng PNP SOSYA sa pagtitrain po ng ating mga security personnel? Ano po yung mga activities, programs na ginagawa ng PNP SOSYA so as to equip our security personnel about this Executive Order number 97?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Sa current PUI po ng SOSYA, kasama po ang mga labor policies, rules and regulation doon po sa program of instruction, and at the same po doon po sa ginagawa namin ngayon na training management system, nakapaloob po doon yung mga bagong subjects po para malaman po nating mga security guard kung ano po ang mga polisiya po na may kinalaman po sa labor practices po, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po sir sa pag-reiterate po ng ganyang ginagawa ng PNP SOSYA. On March 23, 2026, meron pong strike na naganap sa Package World. Yan po sa May Laguna. Ang ginamit po ng company ng Asia Brewery ay yung mga security personnel para bombahin ng tubig yung mga striking workers. Ngayon po, sumulat ang aming opisina sa PNP SOSYA to take a look into this case. Dahil meron po, uundayan na ng saksak ng mga security personnel, yung mga manggagawang naka-strike. This is a constitutionally guaranteed right, the right to strike. Ngayon po, dahil dito sa nangyaring ito, ay nag-conduct ng investigation ang PNP SOSYA. Gusto po naming makuha, ano na po ang status ng investigation ng PNP SOSYA regarding this case?
Sa ngayon po sir, ongoing pa po yung administrative investigation doon po sa nangyaring strike po doon sa Kabuyaw po. We'll give update po sa after na matapos po yung administrative investigation.
Thank you sir. Meron po ba tayong indicative dates or timeline regarding this case po?
We'll provide po the update within this week po sir.
Thank you sir. We'll be keeping in touch po with your office regarding this matters.
Thank you po Mr. Chair.
Kaya ko po natanong to Mr. Chair, sir, dahil po sa nangyaring ito sa Package World ay naglabas po ang PNP SOSYA ng Memorandum Advisory number 008-2026. So ito po ay pagpapatibay, sinasabi po ng PNP SOSYA sa lahat ng security personnel when it comes to labor disputes. Dapat hindi mangialam ang mga security personnel sa anumang labor disputes and they must respect what is written in the labor code and the freedom of association as written in our labor code and our constitution. Ito po ba ang policy direction ng PNP SOSYA?
Yes po Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po sa assurance ng PNP SOSYA at kaisa niyo po kami sa hangarin na mapaganda, maitaas ang antas ng kabuhayan ng ating mga security personnel. Maraming salamat po Mr. Chair.
Thank you, anak.
Salamat po Mr. Chair.
Magaling talaga ang anak ko. Before I recognize the next interpolator, I would like to recognize Assistant Majority Leader Antonio Roman III, na kapatid, Congressman Jeffrey Ferrer, Congressman Munir Arbison, ang pinakamagaling si NUP, Congressman Brian Amsuan, Congressman Elijah San Fernando, Vice Chairperson Rufus Rodriguez. Yes, next to interpolate is DS Bambi Imano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to make this as short as possible, and I know that the Secretary will be able to understand this for having been a previous governor. Very simple lang, Mr. Secretary. We have this one case in one municipality which is Alubi, Hitagom. There was this the SK, ang nangyari, Mr. Chair, sorry, is pinailan siya ng kaso ng SK kagawad niya. SK chair to, pinailan siya ng kaso ng SK kagawad niya. Ang kaso lang, simple, failing to meet the statutory budget deadline set by RA 10742. Ito lang yung kaso. Dinala sa Sangguniang Bayan ang kaso. Then the SK chair was found guilty. Ang problema, ang hatol doon sa Sangguniang Bayan was removal from office. Removal from office. Okay. So, ang ginawa ng SK chair, pumunta siya doon sa Sangguniang Panlalawigan because he believed that there was abuse of authority. So, nung dumating yung kaso sa Sangguniang Palalawigan, sabi ng Sangguniang Palalawigan, sobra naman to. Suspension lang, 3 buwan. Grabe naman yung removal. So, nung nangyari, nag-decide yung Sangguniang Bayan na suspension ng 3 months, and after 3 months suspension, nag-order ngayon yung Sangguniang Bayan na kung pwede ibalik na siya dun sa, as SK chairman dun sa bayan. And, sabi na, ang problema, hindi ni-recognize nung Sangguniang Bayan yung appreciation ng Sangguniang Palalawigan. Supposedly sila kasi, when you're governor, you review all the resolutions of the Sangguniang Bayan, sa Sangguniang Palalawigan. Tapos, ang nangyari, hindi sumunod yung Sangguniang Bayan. So, sumulat dun sa DILG under Yusek Benito. Ang sabi naman ni Yusek Benito, sa legal opinion niya, number 62, na wala daw kinalaman sa independence ang DILG tungkol sa kaso na yon. So ngayon, budget call na rin ng local government. So, nung ginawa ng Sangguniang Bayan, papareview nila Sangguniang Palalawigan ngayon. Sinagot sila ng Sangguniang Palalawigan. Akala namin hindi nyo nire-recognize yung decision opinion ng Sangguniang Palalawigan. Ngayon, ayaw din namin i-recognize yung budget nyo. So for 2027, ang mangyayari, walang budget yung isang bayan dahil dito sa kaso. So may I know what the decision of DILG for this case? Or opinion, not decision, opinion of the DILG, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. I will refer this question to the USEC for legal USEC Benitez.
Yeah, good afternoon, Your Honor, please. Now, as far as the authority of the Sangguniang Palalawigan to resolve the appeal of the dismissal order of the SK chairman, now that is consistent with law, that is in accordance with Section 67, Paragraph A of the Local Government Code. And if you are going to question the dismissal of the SK official by the Sangguniang Bayan, again, this is a recognized option by the Sangguniang Bayan conformably with Section 18 of Republic Act 10742. But and hence your question earlier on whether or not the Sangguniang Palalawigan can take cognizance of the appeal, we reply in the affirmative, Your Honor, please.
So, you replied again?
We reply in the affirmative that the Sangguniang Panlalawigan can correct the decision rendered by the Sangguniang Bayan because that is part of the appellate authority or jurisdiction of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, Your Honor.
So nag-contradict na, sir, yung number 62 na opinion nyo at saka ngayon, the Sangguniang can now recognize the appeal.
The Sangguniang Palalawigan has authority to resolve the appeal because that is consistent with Section 67 of the Local Government Code. But if question will be asked on the propriety of the dismissal by the Sangguniang Bayan of the SK, now including its decision to dismiss that person, then that's also allowed under the SK Reform Law of 2015, Your Honor.
So this is what I will ask of Mr. Secretary na lang, Mr. Chair. So it would be easier. I will not take much of the time because I was told that the Secretary is leaving. We will submit to you the documents that I have. And can you actually just reply before we go to plenary, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair?
Sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you. That's all the concern,
Okay,
Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, DS. Thank you, Secretary. Next to interpolate, we have Congressman Jeffrey Conghun. Is he around? Wala. Next is my idol, Representative Joboy Aquino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, kanina pa po ako dito.
Yes, sir.
Yan, continue mo lang yung smile mong yan, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, sir.
Yung ganyan lang. At saka sayang suit natin. Ganda ng color.
Thank you, sir.
Diba?
Thank you, sir.
Anyway, mabilis lang to, Mr. Secretary. And to the DILG family, no? First, I would like to thank our chairman right now because last year, Chairman Arnie was the one who introduced the additional funding, the increased funding of the SBDP. No? So ngayon, ang original proposal ng SBDP is for the 1,948 barangays is at 10 million each, Mr. Secretary. No, per barangay, 10 million. A total amount of 19,480 million. Sa NEP, ang lumabas for 2027, no, naging 5 million. No? Wala naman nung question dyan because it's under the DILG's jurisdiction yan. Total amount is 9,740 million. Ano ka lang, Mr. Secretary, because yung one example is my district, no, Lone District, Butuan City, highly urbanized. But when you say highly urbanized, it doesn't mean na wala kaming rural barangays. No, just last month, pasok ako 15 rural barangays sa mga schools. Chinek ko ano mga kailangan nila, a lot of them classrooms. No? Now, under this program sa SBDP, isa sa mga menu niya is classroom. Now, if we base it on 5 million, ang classroom ngayon, Mr. Secretary, is 3 to 3.5 million. Kumbaga, bitin. Di ba? Ako, no? Ang iba pang ano nito is health center, water, which is very important sa mga rural barangays. No? Electrification. In fact, ako, I've been trying hard. No? Gusto ko mag-serve sa mga rural barangays. Napakadilim. No? Gusto ko magbigay ng street lights na solar para hindi sila mabigatan. Dahil kung magbibigay ka ng may kuryente, mabigat sa isang rural barangay para magbayad. Now, with 5 million alone, medyo mahirap ang classroom. Ako lang, Mr. Secretary, please continue smiling. No? Appeal lang yung akin. Baka pwede maging 7 million. 7 million instead of 10 million. Okay, babaan natin, but ang binigay 5 million, baka naman appeal lang. Pwedeng maging 7 para maging 2 classroom.
Sir, if it is possible for Congress to increase it, then we will welcome it. We actually asked for 10 million. DBM only allowed 5. So it is up to this August chamber to adjust it to what it sees fit. But we would most certainly welcome if it is increased to 7 billion.
Yeah, may iniisip din kaming baka makapasok din dito makatulong kasi very important.
I agree, sir.
This is not only for me. It is for the whole Philippines.
I agree, sir.
Mga barangay. It's under your program.
In Cavite alone, sir, we have a shortage of 2,000 classrooms.
Yeah.
So I totally understand what your predicament is.
That's all, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kong Joboy, are you done? Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Next,
meron pa ba? 1 hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah, may 1
Pa-break ko
hour
na lang
and
sa
41 minutes.
Secretary. Makapahinga muna eh.
Yes.
Okay lang, okay lang.
Thank you. Thank you, Kong Joboy.
We're good.
Next to interpolate, we have Congressman Romaldo. Is he around? Wala. Congresswoman Flora Bellatco. Wala. Next, pinakamaganda sa Kongreso. Isa sa pinakamaganda sa Kongreso, Congresswoman Mika Gonzalez. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Akala ko vice or acknowledgement lang. Ako na pala. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon po to the DILG family and all the attached agencies. I just have a quick question on the, I think this was open during the first few interpellators, but I want to ask whether, because we've observed po na for the past few months, mga bata po ang involved na sa mga nangyayari sa ating eskwela. And napansin ko lang din po, wala po ba kayang parang syndicate sa mga bata na nagre-recruit sila para to encourage or to encourage gun violence or violence in general? Kasi hindi lang po isa, dalawang beses yung mga ganyang cases. Ang dami na po. So I was just wondering whether the PNP or the DILG or the other attached agencies, meron na po ba tayong nakita, na investigahan na meron pong ganong klaseng recruitment sa ating mga kabataan?
There are three parts to this, ma'am. One is there are parts of the crimes which we cannot discuss because it will encourage copycat crimes. So we cannot reveal everything. But if there's an executive session, I can reveal the details of the crime. So what we try to discourage are copycat crimes that that the perpetrators become idolized by those who were. Number two, sir, ma'am, is the game, the first-person shooter Roblox, which has a conversation box behind it, beside it, which in the chat box, which encourages the participants to commit actual violence. That's why I've been lobbying for it to be banned here in the Philippines, because it has the common occurrence in Tacloban and Zamboanga is both actors were heavily influenced by the game Roblox. The last part, ma'am, is we are trying our best to enforce it by creating police presence outside the classrooms, outside the school sites, and inside with the barangay tanots.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last questions with regards to the presence of the police in the school vicinity. Hanggang kailan po natin to implement? Is it a permanent thing?
It's a policy, ma'am. It's a policy already.
Alright. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all. I think yung pong sinasabi ni Secretary na if there's an executive session, we can. But hopefully after budget na po, we should go
Okay, ma'am.
ahead with the budget. Thank you,
Okay, ma'am.
Mr. Chair. That's all. Thank you po.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kong Mika. Next to interpolate, we have Congressman Jay Vergara. Opo. Pag pinalampas ko po to, maghihintay ka ng tapusin na. Huli ka na po. Magiging huli ka. Oh. So, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ang malaki ko pong, magandang umaga po, Sekretaryo.
Yes, ma'am, sir.
Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Sa inyo pong sulat na nakarating po sa amin.
Yes, sir.
At yung Cabanatuan City po kasi, 3 beses na naging best of the best. Best of the best city police station
Yes, sir.
sa iba't ibang administrasyon.
Yes, sir.
Bumibili po kami ng motorsiklo, nung araw, repeater system, para sa mga pulis. At kami po ay sa 28 taong ko po na paglilingkod, nakabili po kami parate ng minimum of 12 nung ako'y mag-umpisa. Tapos, pera ho yung motorsiklo, pera yung bisikleta. Tapos ito po, Toyota na. Tapos, sumunod po ng Toyota ay Nissan Patrol. Ngayon po, June na naman po kami bumili ng bilang tulong po sa gobyerno nasyonal. Kami po ay nakaschedule na bumili rin ulit. Ngunit, ang Cabanatuan po kasi ay merong 300, ayon sa PSA, 347,700 plus ang aming nighttime population. Ngunit ang Cabanatuan po ay merong 16 na mall. Kasama ang 2 SM, SNR, ang Landers po ay magtatayo ngayon. Kaya ang ang bangko po namin, 96. At may bangko sentral kami. Ngayon ho, may nakagayak po kami pondo na bumili ng 2,408 CCTV. At saka na i-geotag na namin, na iayos na po namin sa bawat posting paglalagyan. At kami po ay we will be a recipient of donation for solar lamps. No. So, ang akin po, buhat to nung ako'y naging mayor noong 1998, hindi pa ho ako nakatikim ng more than 200 na police. So, hirap.
I get your point, sir. I think in the next deployment, in next recruitment cycle, we will make sure to augment your police force, sir. But overall, sir, the country is really deficient in policemen. But in your case, sir, as a fast-growing urban center, we will make sure that we will augment your police force.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Sir, just to give you an example, the province of Cavite has a population of 5.5 million, but we only have 2,000 policemen. So we suffer the same problems all around. And
Yes.
but we will make sure to augment your capacity, sir.
So, ang nangyayari po kasi, kumisan, ang ginagawa na lang po namin bilang pakasama sa PNP province ay nahihiram po yung aming sasakyan.
Tama, sir.
Hanggang huro sa region.
Tama, sir.
Pagka mga rescue vehicle po namin ay 10.
Tama, sir.
At ganun po ang nangyayari.
Okay, sir.
So,
We'll make sure, sir, to include you in our augmentation list in the next fiscal year, sir.
doon naman puro sa issue sa Bureau of Fire, matagal na hong talagang problema ng Pilipinas yun. Dahil nga sa first 9 years ko na nag-mayor, naka-24 na palit ng fire marshal kami. So, naintindihan ko po yung problema at nagagalak po ako na kayo po ang magre-resolba nitong problemang ito.
Opo.
So, Puguduron, sa pangwakas po, ako po'y sumusuporta po sa inyo. Malaki po ang aming paggalang sa inyo at sa inyong pamilya. Meron lang hong konti na pangwakas na sa paggamit po sa paggamit lamang nung tinatawag nating 200,000 pesos na pinamigay po sa
barangay, sir.
Sa barangay.
Yes, sir.
Ang nangyari po ay hindi naman po lingid sa inyong kaalaman na kami po ay magkaibigan ng aming governor. Ang hirap po ay nagrereklamo po ang maraming kapital dahil huro sa sila po ang nagbibigay nung 200.
Kindly wind up.
Nung 200,000.
We will check on the record, sir, and make sure that it is rectified.
So, yun lamang po ang katotohanan.
Okay, sir.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, sir.
Good
afternoon, sir.
Magandang tanghali po.
Okay pa.
Thank you, Kong Jay. Next from the minority, Congresswoman Reneco. Ma'am, you're recognized.
Uwi na ako.
Good afternoon, Secretary. Baka po bago umuwi, tanong muna tayo.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Sige.
Napakabait po niyan, Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the Department of Interior and Local Government. May ilan lang po tayong tanong, and similar po sa line of questioning na I asked po other departments sa pag-deliberate natin ng budget, gusto po natin kung paano po yung operasyon ng iba't iba nating mga ahensya ng gobyerno. It is pinanghawakan natin yung mga prinsipyo ng pananagutan at syempre yung karapatang pantao. So ang unang tanong ko po is tungkol po sa nangyaring mga maraming pag-aresto ng mga kababayan natin during the State of the Nation address. Ang tawag po natin colloquially Zona 51. Alam po ba ng PNP na meron pong permit yung isang mobilisasyon na sa labas po ng Commonwealth noong State of the Nation address po? Pwede po bang matanong, ano po ba yung mandato ng PNP during the mobilization? Mr. Chair.
Mama will answer the first part. The first round of arrests were made because 50 persons were vandalizing the walls of, I forgot what government building, but they all had spray paint cans and they were vandalizing it. When the police, because that is inherently against the law, when the police acted upon them, the other participants got agitated and attacked the police. So we had no choice but to arrest everyone who were aggressive towards the police. In most of these cases, when they showed aggression, which is beyond the ambit of what they applied for, then we applied the full force of law in handling. But rest assured, ma'am, none of their human rights were violated as according to our rules of procedure, and we tried our best to lay a light hand on everyone.
Ang nakita po natin kasing video sa social media, Mr. Chair, ay meron pong isang lolo na napaluhod, halos dragged around para lang po maaresto. Pwede po bang matanong, how were the PNP able to identify those who vandalized versus those who didn't? Ano po yung manner of arrest?
As we said, ma'am,
brutality.
in times in the fog of war, as we may call it, there is anyone who shows any little bit of aggression towards the police or towards the action will be considered hostile. But nevertheless, we tried our best to exercise restraint and not hurt anyone gravely, but we only to manage the situation at hand.
And Mr. Chair, I assume that the department and even the good secretary is familiar with BP 880. Tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am. The right to peaceful assembly.
Yes po. Under BP 880, specifically Section 10, and even this is in the handbook, no, that serves as implementing rules, I suppose. The police must not carry firearms when dealing with mobilizations. Unfortunately, marami pong mga accounts on the ground na nagsabi na may mga dala pong baril at within the meters na dapat hindi po malapit at kalakip doon sa mobilizations. So ang tanong ko po, how come policemen, especially CDM ground commanders, they brought guns during these mobilizations?
That must have been a mistake on the... we will investigate that part. But the first responders on the front lines do not have any guns with them. But the support groups at the back, we cannot help but if there is a commotion that they will augment the response. But rest assured that in no way or form were any of the firearms drawn or used against any participants of the rally.
Thankfully, wala po tayong narinig na use of firearms. But magsisend na lang po kami, Mr. Chair, ng mga accounts that we received, no? And then undisputably, within the meters na dapat po wala pong police presence, meron po na may hawak din po na baril. So that created an atmosphere, no, of fear during that time.
In my guess, ma'am, it was only a response to augment the reaction of the frontline police force. But again, for your consideration, none of the firearms are drawn or used against any of the participants.
Pwede po ba makahingi, Mr. Chair, ng after-operation report ng Civil Disturbance Management Ground Deployment Plan and even yung official incident logs para masabi na yun po yung accounts from
Yes,
your
ma'am.
end.
We can give it to you by this
Secretary,
afternoon,
kindly give it to the committee.
Yes, ma'am. By this
Thank you.
afternoon.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then, Mr. Chair, we also requested this from the Good Department and kay Secretary last year, no, yung tungkol po sa body cams.
Yes, ma'am.
We are aware na syempre ito po ay mga suot ng ating mga kapulisan. Pero ano po ba ang current operational status of the PNP body-worn camera system? And out of all the arrests made during the public assemblies and police operations in 2025 and 2026, ilang porsyento po ang gumamit ng functional body-worn cameras in compliance with Supreme Court AM number 210608?
Ma'am, if you look at our purchasing record for 2026, we had just ordered a new set of AI-enabled body cameras that should be used in that situation. So in this case, ma'am, we were deficient in our capacity because the body-worn cameras that we have are already obsolete. However, we are already in the process of having it bidded out and purchased within this year so that a more AI capable and a more responsive and more fair system that will be used, body cams will be used by the police force.
So to clarify, kino-confirm po ni Secretary na dahil kaka-procure lang ng mga bagong cameras na to for the operations that have been undertaken.
In the
hindi
process
po
of
suot.
procurement, ma'am. In the process of procurement.
Pero may suot pa rin po bang body-worn cameras as mandated by Supreme
Meron,
Court
meron,
rules?
ma'am. Meron, but not up to standard not up to the industry standards that we have now. We only have 2,000 units for 320,000 policemen. So we're ordering another 10 or 20,000 this year and augmenting it every year.
Ano pong different dito sa AI assistant body-worn cameras versus sa hindi?
Yung old system, ma'am, yung tawag doon na point of contact, POC. So you can use it as a radio and you can use it as a body cam. The body cam, ma'am, has a superior lens and superior digital capacity so that it can be interpreted by AI and decoded by AI better. The previous cameras were 1 megapixel, which were totally out of standard. It was purchased a few years back and it is not caught up with the new technology. But the new ones we are procuring will be of sufficient quality so that it will be AI enabled already.
Pwede po bang makahingi ang representasyon na ito ng bagong specs
We
ng body-worn
will-
cameras na for procurement na lang?
Kindly provide the
We'll submit it
committee.
to the committee, ma'am.
Okay,
Thank you, Secretary.
Mr. Chair. And kasama din ito, of course, nakita natin yung mas malawak na presence and even yung operations ng kapulisan, lalo na with the Safer Cities Initiative. It has logged over 700,000 apprehensions in Metro Manila alone within the first few months. Ang tanong ko po, given that loitering is actually explicitly decriminalized under RA 10158, paano po nare-reconcile ng DILG and then ng mga kapulisan natin yung mga ganitong apprehensions and ayaw nating tumungo sa arrests against the urban poor nang hindi nalalabag ang statutory law and even yung constitutional rights nila?
Ma'am, we believe that we do not violate any constitutional rights by enforcing the Safer Cities Initiative. Number one, ma'am, when you drink in the streets, which is not allowed, we automatically arrest them or we give them a warning then arrest them. When you loiter with a lot of times, ma'am, those who were caught loitering were under already the influence of alcohol going home, and that is also not allowed. A majority of those cases were. Hardly did we arrest anyone just for standing up. There were cases na patambay-tambay lang, na walang ginagawa, sisita sila. But most of those arrested were under the influence of alcohol or other intoxicants. That's why they were arrested.
Can I ask po, Mr. Chair, ano na yung updated statistics? 700,000 apprehensions in the first few months. Ngayon po, ilan na po?
We will also give to the committee later, but it is up. It is consistent with the monthly. But mind you, ma'am, the effects have been great. focus crimes have been down by, in the cities alone, by almost 30%. I will give, here, I have the numbers, ma'am. Ma'am, so ma'am, we don't have the exact numbers here. But I will supply the committee later. But safe to say, ma'am, rape has gone down by 60%, violent crimes have gone down by 50%, physical injuries have gone down by 30%. So the Safer Cities Initiative has worked on a statistical basis and in a real life basis also.
Yung ating debate siguro sa ibang araw na lang dahil I'm sure the Secretary is aware of the difference in opinion. But nonetheless, ang tanong ko na lang din po, in the implementation of the initiative, may dala po bang baril, may body-worn cameras po ba ang ating mga kapulisan?
Laging may baril, ma'am, as part of standard operating procedures. But again, ma'am, you're deficient in the cameras and we still have to buy some more.
Yung last question ko na lang po, and I have 30 seconds left, no, is in relation to the school shootings. No? So it's really tragic kung ano pong nangyayari. And I have heard the Secretary believe that they're caused by video games. And this is how we'd like to approach it, no? Meron pong real and scientific studies that prove otherwise, no? A compound of factors ang pumapasok dito other than video games na actually parang 2 decades na pong talking point. So given that we've established how law enforcement is ubiquitous, laging may baril everywhere, and may nakita po tayo na treatment sa kanya doon sa even sa SONA arrests lang. Paano po ba na-ensure ng department that police at home and those who are deployed in school zones treat children accordingly? Hindi po na-ensure na may culture of fear, no, na nai-impress sa mga kabataan.
Thank you for
yes,
that
ma'am.
last question.
I can,
Secretary, answer.
in an executive session, I can give the full details of the backgrounds of both school shooters. But safe to say, the video games played a large part in how they went down the rabbit hole and examining other means of retribution on their wrong part. But I cannot explain it here simply because it might be glorified and people might be influenced by what I say.
Thank you, Secretary.
Mr. Chair, may I be allowed at least a manifestation in response lang po?
Please, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, matagal na rin po itong debate, pero syempre, hindi naman po sa video games lang yung problema, pero generally all media, lalo na kung kinoconsume ng kabataan which are at a vulnerable age, or even kung paano nakakasalamuha ang kabuoang komunidad, may epekto din po yun. So, we look forward to that executive session. But
Thank you, ma'am.
nonetheless, marami po itong compounded factors and ang isang pinupoint din po natin is a culture of violence na ever present in our society, even beyond video games. And so
Yes, ma'am.
that's why we also see bullying and violent tendencies of children, because they're born out of the culture, the experience, and the social reality that they witness. Kasama po dito yung uplantokhang, even to the continuous harassment of student leaders. May mga iba't ibang mga sources po nitong culture of harassment. So ang sa atin po, Mr. Chair, and of course to the good committee, ayaw natin maging agents ng pag-forward nitong culture of harassment. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank
Just
you
to
very
make a
much.
manifestation also. Ma'am, Tokang is no longer a state policy. It has not been so in the last 4 years. The harassment of student leaders is also not a state policy. I myself was speaking in De La Salle when I was confronted by student leaders and heckled and shouted upon. And I took no action. The police took no action, and we did not red tag him at all. It is not state policy. It has not been so in the last 4 years.
Okay, Mr. Chair, ang
Okay,
huli
thank
na lang
you.
pong...
Ang
huli na lang pong rejoinder, Mr. Chair, if maaari. If kung
Baka
ano
walang
man po
katapusan
yung...
tong ano nyo, ha?
Kung
Go ahead, ma'am.
kaya rin po yun at the regional level, down to the local level, sana po makita yun. Mr.
Okay,
Chair, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Agree. Very good. Thank you, Congressman Reneco. And I would like to
last
remind
question,
Secretary,
One more? And okay na ako.
Baka hanap ka na ni Presidente.
One more question and I'm good.
One more?
Yeah.
Ang maswerte po magtatanong sa inyo, Representative Mark Santos.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of this committee. Alam niyo po, di na po ako magtatanong kay Sec John Vic eh. Kasi nate-text ko naman po yan at nakakausap ko.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Mark Santos. So next to interpolate,
And then, I just want this committee, baka hindi niyo po kilala si Sec John Vic. Opo. Yan po ay descendant po yan ng mga bayani sa Cavite po. At napakaswerte ko po. At ang magulang ko ay pinanganak po sa Cavite. Baka matatandaan niyo po yung Battle of Zapote Bridge. Das Piñas, Bacoor lang po yun. Hindi lang po si Sec John Vic. Siguro kaya nandito po ako ngayong hapon as a congressman, yung magkapatid na Remulla po ang inspirasyon ko. Kaya
pareho pala tayo.
Salamat.
Thank you very much.
Well, anyway, sasagarin ko na, Sec. Yung katapangan yung magkapatid parang nahawa na din ako kasi ngayon, tinanggap ko ang committee chairmanship ng dangerous drugs. At kahit may alinlangan yung aking may bahay, ay talagang, sabi ko, si OMB Boying at saka si Con John Vic, di nga natatakot di ba? But anyway, going back sa drugs po, yung sinabi po ni Representative Rene regarding sa mga social media, Sec, meron po tayong pending bill dito bills actually sa Congress where i-restrict na po yung access sa social media.
I totally agree, sir.
Yes. Actually, hindi lang po cyberbullying, harmful content, and digital addiction. Kasama na din po dyan ngayon ang droga.
Yes, sir.
Diyan po nire-recruit yung mga bata, kabataan. At gusto ko lang po malaman, Sec, kung ano ba ang talagang for the information of the committee also on dangerous drugs. Sana po ay supportahan niyo po kung
Yes,
ano
sir.
po ang magiging support doon sa social media ban. Hindi lang po sa UK ito at saka nasa Australia na din
Australia
po.
also, sir.
Buong mundo na rin po ito. Sec.
I am in total agreement with you, sir. I'm in total agreement with the ban. I would prefer, sir, 14 years and below that they be banned or restricted, hours of restriction of use.
14 years and below, Sec.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And anyway, Sec, alam kong pinapatawag ka na ni Presidente. Any legislation po, I would like to also to recognize PNP Chief for a job well done and the DILG family. Maraming salamat sa suporta ninyo.
Sige
At sana mapadagdagan pa ang pondo ng DILG. Salamat po.
Thank you.
Salamat po.
For your
we'll have
information,
to,
Secretary,
take your
for
lead.
your information, sabi
Yes.
ni Kong Biro, tulog pa raw si
Sige, go ahead.
yung driver mo.
Sige.
So,
go ahead, go ahead.
no.
Go ahead.
Secretary, your
If Biro
excuse.
Kimbo is the one
Ay,
going
hindi
to
po
ask.
siya.
Hindi ba siya?
Si Brian
Hindi
po.
ba ikaw?
po.
Wala,
Si
hindi ka
Brian.
pwede.
But it's
No.
okay, Secretary.
Okay, but
So,
thank you very much,
Thank you, your
sirs.
excuse.
It's been a pleasure, and I hope that you support our department in this coming budget season. Thank you very much. I'll see you again.
Thank you, Secretary. My dear colleagues, huwag kayo magkaalala. Magagaling pa ang mga USEC. Kaya pong sagutin ang lahat ng tanong natin. Okay? So next to next to interpolate, we have Representative Brian Poe, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it's unfortunate that the Secretary had to leave. I had survey results from San Carlos City that I was hoping to share, but I'm sure you guys can pass along the message. I wanted to congratulate the PNP because in the city of San Carlos, our recent survey, which is a face-to-face census across the whole city of San Carlos, the trust rating of the PNP is at 97%. 95% of San Carlinians feel safe. And I believe that's attributed to the servicemen of the PNP. So I just wanted to share that with your team. The second thing I wanted to share also, because I always like to start with good news, is that immediately after the school shooting, I wrote a letter to the DILG requesting that Mr. Chris Lawrence Fabian be cited with a special commendation. Just hopeful message. I was requested by our youth arm, FPJ Youth, to do this as a symbol of bayanihan for the future generation of Filipinos. And immediately, he was awarded by the DILG, and it was something that I was very happy to report to our youth leaders, that napapansin yung heroism and yung bravery ng ating mga kabataan. So I wanted to start on a high note for the DILG and the PNP. So with that being said, Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask a quick question on what is being done now that we've seen a rise in school violence to increase the response time of the PNP to local shootings or other incidences in schools. Is there more coordination with DepEd? Do we have a newer way of dealing with this? What is the plan so that we can shorten the time it takes to respond to school shootings?
DLG, can the answer? Yusek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Congressman. Insofar as your question on the coordination with the DepEd, yes, the department has been closely coordinating with the DepEd. In fact, we are scheduling simultaneous.
Kindly speak nearer to the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, we are scheduling a nationwide simultaneous active attack drill incident together with our attached agencies, the PNP and the BFP. The guidelines for it are being refined so that all aspects of the drill will be refined before we roll out in schools. And as mentioned by the Secretary earlier, Mr. Chair, police are stationed outside schools, and we are working on a memorandum circular wherein barangay tanods will be stationed or will be allowed to go inside the school premises themselves. And the PNP is also conducting its efforts to prevent nihilistic violent extremism. Mr. Chair, if I can also refer to the PNP for any additional inputs.
Chief, you are recognized.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Your Honor, it is pangarap ng Philippine National Police, of course, na makapag-respond even immediately after 1 minute, say 2 minutes, or within that 5 minutes period. For the information of the Honorable Committee Chair and Congressman po, ang ating response time ng Philippine National Police in any cases, especially the one called through 911, ay 97% compliant on 5 minutes, within 5 minutes. And if we're talking about the immediate response to any incident, not only shooting incident, but any focus crime or any crime, of course, kailangan natin i-capacitate ang ating Philippine National Police. And we're doing a lot of things, like we're coordinating or in coordination with our community stakeholders. Number one is, of course, is yung ating program, the Unified 911. Napaka-importante po yan. It's not only for the response for peace and order, but as well as for public safety and other things na kailangan ng ating mga kababayan. That is one. Number two is we're trying, of course, to capacitate ourselves to be truly effective and, of course, capable. Kanina, pinag-usapan natin about body-worn camera. And for the information of our Honorable Chair and Congressman po, ang ating body-worn camera po ay 2,000 something lang. It is about 2% out of the percentage build up. And so, marami po tayong binibili or pinoprocure thanks to the yearly budget that is being given to Philippine National Police. Ito po ay ang ating training, equipment, etc. And other programs that we need so that we can respond within that 5 minutes. Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that's important for us to know kasi hahanapin natin yan sa mga line items dito in order to increase our capability to respond quickly to make sure na wala po kayong deficit at lahat ng kailangan mo para i-secure yung ating mga kabataan are in place in terms of the budget. Speaking of which, yung budget para sa mga national drill na gagawin natin. Kasi, Mr. Chair, kung nakita niyo po yung live stream ng bata nung school shooting, hindi talaga alam ng mga tao kung anong gagawin nila. Nagulat talaga sila, wala silang plan in place kung anong gagawin nila during that shooting to be able to respond. Kaya importante na meron tayong drills, training, and capacity building for our teachers, for our students to respond for the future. Kaya kung pwede tanungin yung DILG, ano specific item dito sa budget nyo ang hanapin namin for your school drills and training programs? Would that be under DepEd?
Chief?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. We have different programs in the Philippine National Police that is engaging the community, programs, projects, and activities for engaging the community as well as the different patrols that we are conducting. Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you.
My next question is for the National Youth Commission, Mr. Chair. For the National Youth Commission, I noticed that you actually had a decrease in your budget of 6.11%, no? Amounting to more or less 19 million pesos. There were certain items on the budget that I believe there were requests from the NYC which weren't considered. For example, the Muslim Youth Summit. I think there was a 10 million peso request for that, but it wasn't considered. And the Creative Youth Summit, which was 14 million pesos. Mr. Chair, if I could ask the NYC to talk a little bit about these two summits, as well as their ICT modernization program, which was supposed to be about 24 million pesos. These are all important in the capacity building of the next generation of our youth leaders, especially our brothers and sisters in Muslim Mindanao and the creative industry, which is one of the largest economic contributors to our nation. Mr. Chair, if we could ask the NYC Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you for that question. First and foremost, the Muslim Youth Summit that we proposed is actually a manifestation of our partnership with the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. So we signed a historic MOU, the first time that the National Youth Commission signed an MOU with a Muslim Federation. And we've had good feedback from our dear Secretary. And we've spoken also to a lot of our Muslim brothers and sisters, especially in Mindanao, and they are looking forward to this actually nationwide Muslim Youth Summit. The other one, we're looking at the Creative Youth Summit because given my previous experience as Department of Tourism, there is an opportunity for us to work with the PCDIC, or the Philippine Creative Industries Development Council, alongside our Film Development Council, as well as our NCCA, so we can come up with a program that will activate Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao for Creative Youth Summits. And at the same time, we wanted to maximize the use of our ambassadors, Bini and SB19, and bring them to Mindanao and Visayas, not just Luzon. So we hope, Mr. Chair, that you would consider this because we will be able to use this highly for next year.
Mr. Chair, regarding the ICT modernization, can you explain to us this 24 million peso request?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, apologize. Yes, we do have a request for 24,948,000. This is based on our ISSP plan. So it's actually approved already by the DICT. So some of these important systems that will be passed will be used for General Services Management System, Government Accounting, Budget and Treasury System, and Procurement Information and Management System. This will increase transparency and accountability within the confines of the agency.
Mr. Chair, how many youth organizations are currently registered with the NYC as their partner organizations?
Mr. Chair, right now we have about 10,000 registered under our Youth Organization Registration Program. However, it is steadily increasing in the previous campaigns that we've done in the last 2 years.
How many were there registered last year? Before
I
this?
believe definitely less than what we have now, Mr. Chair.
The reason why I'm asking, Mr. Chair, is you have an increase of youth organizations, 10,000 youth organizations under the National Youth Commission, and yet you have a 6% decrease in the NYC's budget. The math is not mathing, Mr. Chair. We say that ang kabataan ng pag-asa ng bayan. And we also say that many of the youth are apathetic or they feel that they're not involved in government. The National Youth Commission is already getting them involved. In fact, over 10,000 organizations have signed up for programs with the National Youth Commission to be their partner, and yet we're removing budget from the National Youth Commission. Mr. Chair, it doesn't make sense to me. And 6% of their budget is only 19 million pesos compared to many of the massive projects that we have. I feel, Mr. Chair, if we can restore the budget, if not increase the budget of the National Youth Commission, it is warranted, especially with the progress that our chair in the National Youth Commission has made. Yun lang, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Thank you, Congressman Brian Po. And I totally support it. You want to respond?
Mr. Chair, if I may, just for the record, we just wanted to report that we do have an issue with absorptive capacity, which is why we passed our proposal for optimization plan. One of the biggest things that actually can help us mobilize further would be to approve or increase the personnel services or the PS so that we can procure more projects, because we only have 2 people for procurement. So we're doing the best we can, but in order to absorb more budget, we would like to propose an increase in the personnel services. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next to interpolate, we have Congressman Antonio Roman.
Magandang hapon sa inyo. Kahit sino ho pwede sumagot from DILG. Just inquiring on the status of the local government code amendment. I remember this time last year, nag-uusap tayo na natanong ko yung pag-amend ng local government code. Dahil alam natin, luma na yan. Sino ho makakapagsabi ng status ng amendments sa local government? At kailan po namin maaring asahan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Congressman, sir. Sir, right now, we have divided the task in coming up with the recommendations for the proposed amendments to the local government code. We have divided into 3 groups. The first group is headed by the DBM, and DBM is in charge of consulting with national government agencies. The DILG is in charge with consulting the local government units in coordination with the different leagues. And the COD NGO is the one consulting or talking with the non-government organization and CSO, so that we'll be able to get the feedback coming from all sectors of the
Meron ho bang deadline or just some indication of when?
On our part, we have already done 2 or 3 consultations with the different leagues, sir. And we already have a list of the proposed amendments, but we need to further vet it out so that when we bring it to Congress, more or less, no, it will already be a polished proposal coming from our end.
So you're doing a consultation, but knowing that when you submit it to Congress, it's going to be vetted through additional consultations at the committee level. So I'm just trying to speed up the process. Kaya kung binabanggit yan is because ang dami pong mga pending na panukalang batas na tingi-tingi, inaamyenda po ang local government code. Isa dyan yung pagpapataas ng penalty. Na sa totoo lang, yung maaaring ipataw na isang lalawigan ay hanggang 5,000 pesos. Yung 5,000 pesos po, isang ayuda lang. You know, so sana ho, without a deadline, isang pangarap lang po yan. Minsan, saka gusto natin maging perpekto, nagtatagal. Pero hindi naman magiging ganap na perpekto yan dahil pag binigay nyo sa amin yan, mag-iiba pa rin po yan. So ang akin lang po, kung maaari natin simulan ng proseso, mas bibilis. Sinasabi ko po yan dahil ako po ay Vice Chairman ng local government. At Chairman po ako ng isang TWG na may kinalaman po sa local government. At nagiging bahagi po yan, nagiging balakid sa usapan namin na hindi kami makagalaw kasi teka, hintayin natin. Maglalabas yung DILG ng amendments, proposed amendments. So, kailan ho kaya may susumiti sa Kongreso yung LGC?
Sir, we will
Proposed
coordinate
amendments.
with the DBM and the COD NGO and look at what we
Can
have.
we have a timetable?
Yes, sir. We will submit it to committee until next week. What
Next
all the
week?
things that we have now.
Maraming salamat po. Yung kaugnay na tanong, yung tungkol sa tinatawag na national tax allotment. Alam ko, DILG yan, maaring Department of Finance, maaring DBM. Alinsunod dun sa kautosan ng Mandalas Garcia ruling, pinalawak ang definisyon ng national taxes at 40% po na pupunta sa DILG. May ilang mga panukala sa Kongreso na palawigin yung NTA. Bakit? Dahil sa nadidihado po ang mga munisipyo. Yung ganoong pananaw, alam niyo po ba yun? Sumasang-ayon kayo na sa hatian po ng NTA, medyo dehado ang mga munisipyo at ang mas nakikinabang ay mga lungsod.
Actually, Mr. Chair, that is one of the recommendations that we got from some development partners to look into the sharing of the national taxes collected by the national government. Certainly, Mr. Chair, sir, local governments would welcome that proposal.
Oh.
And it's actually local governments which are pushing for the increase in the share from the national tax allocation, no, from 40% to a little higher.
A little higher.
And naturally, on the part of the DILG, we would support that because we know that it will contribute to a more efficient, more responsive local governments insofar as the basic services requirement of their constituents.
Lalo na po, pag tinignan nyo yung mga devolved functions sa ilan ng local government code, ilan dyan yung health at agriculture, nakakabangha na malaman na wala palang pondo yon. Binabaan ng mandato ang mga LGU, walang kasamang pondo. So hindi rin nila nagagampanan ng mabuti. Kung magampanan man nila, gaano lang yung nararating na kanilang mga pagsisikap kasi wala po silang pondo. Ngayon, ang tanong ko po, alam ko na sinabi nyo na you welcome the increase or proposed increase in the NTA, pero kung di naman po mapagtutuunan ng pansin, yung paghahati po niya, yung distribution niyan, hindi rin po it's more of the same. It just becomes a bigger problem. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and actually that is one of the most delicate and ticklish issue insofar as the proposed amendment to the local government code is concerned. These things that we are now discussing, particularly the sharing between the national government and the local government, and the sharing between and among the different levels of local government.
Opo.
But sabi nga ni Secretary Remulla, Mr. Chair, while it is a very delicate issue, we need to start the conversation now, if only to to bring this to the attention of the policymakers.
Pinapahinog na ho namin. Actually, sa Kongreso po, sinimulan na ho namin yan. May ilang panukalang batas na actually ako po yung chairman ng TWG tungkol sa NTA bills. Kaya, pinaparating ko lang sa inyo na sa mga darating na panahon, sooner rather than later, we will ask for your comments on this. Lalo na kung sa tingin ninyo, halimbawa, itatanong ko ngayon, tingin nyo yung formula na ginagamit sa paghahati sa pagitan ng mga munisipyo. Like for each category, diba, ginagamit kayo population, land area, equal distribution. Yung equal distribution na yun, sabi 25%, but not all municipalities are equal in terms of income level. Some are first, second, third, fourth, hanggang fifth class. Ang laki po ng disparity sa NTA sa pagitan ng first and second class at pag pinagsama mo yung third, fourth, and fifth class, ang laki ng disparity po nila. Ang laki rin po ng disparity nila sa NTA dependency o yung paggamit ng NTA. Patayan, palagi ko, kung sasangayunan ninyo, na iribisa itong NTA formula. Tama po ba?
We fully agree, Mr. Chair. No, and not all local governments are created equal. While it is true that LG, for example, at the level of the municipalities, the basis for the sharing is 50% population, 25% land area, and 25% equal sharing. There are local governments which really need more.
Dapat
if we look, like if I may proceed, sir,
Yes.
there's a recommendation that we look at the 25% equal sharing. It should be equity sharing. which means giving more to those who need more. Like for example, there are municipalities which are located in the mountainous areas, which means a kilometer of road would cost 3 times than a kilometer of road in the lowlands. There are LGUs which are island local governments.
And
There are
nowhere,
LGUs which are often visited by typhoons and calamities. There are LGUs which are located in conflict-affected areas. So these are our recommendations is to look into how we can further help these local governments.
perhaps, sir, to include the income classification, perhaps include poverty incidents, perhaps include meritocracy as part of as among the criteria to be applied.
We should agree, Mr. Chair, sir.
Last question po. Sa aming bayan po, 4 na bayan sa aking distrito, Hermosa, Orani, Samal, Abukay. May fire truck ang Hermosa. Ang Orani, Samal, Abukay, wala pong fire truck. There's a spate of fire dito na nasunugan ng mga bahay sa Orani at sa Abukay dahil po walang fire trucks. Sumulat na po ako, nagbigay ako, naghatid po ako ng sulat sa inyo. Sana ho, mapagbigyan ho ako dahil matagal na po ako naghihintay. To the
Yes,
DSCB.
Mr. Chair and Your Honor, we will take note of that particular localities po and we will address the issues accordingly.
Meron hong pangako nasa aking conversation.
Yes, sir.
Ano, I'll hold on to it.
Yes,
I
sir.
hope you follow through.
Yes, sir.
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Congressman Raman. Next to interpolate, Congressman Jeffrey Ferrer. He's not around. Congressman Amatong, not around. Congressman Rufus Rodriguez, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Arnie Fuentebella. Thank you for giving me this time, and to all our distinguished colleagues, and of course the family of the Department of Interior and Local Government and the bureaus and the National Service over here. So first of all, we would like to congratulate Secretary Remulla. The undersecretaries are here. I would have, if I were called earlier, I would have said that he has his strong, dedicated, hardworking leadership of the DILG has encouraged everyone in the department to work well, especially our regional director, Bruce Collier. Where are you? And then you face the camera. Where are you? That's Bruce. He always communicates with everybody. He has a program on radio, giving advice. Bruce, thank you very much. You are a worthy, our regional director of Region 10, based in Cagayan de Oro City, the city of golden friendship. And I would have congratulated the secretary, but he's not. But tell him my words of praise to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Your Honor, we will definitely relate to the secretary.
Thank you. Next is the Philippine National Police, the highest trust rating all over the country, not only in Cebu. And that is shown by the leadership of our Chief Jose Nartates over there. You have very good regional directors. Right now, you have our very own, our city, at the time, Kokpo, Cagayan de Oro Police Chief. Now, your regional director, you have now Aaron Mandia. Where are you, General Mandia? Oh, yes, face the camera so that your people will be able. Saan ba camera dito? Okay. Thank you, Aaron. You have been our very efficient city chief. And let me thank also Chief Nartates. You have elevated, it's our loss but the gain of NCRPO. And that is the great, our general now, the NCPRO director. Where is Chris Abrahano? Saan kayo, Chris? Ayan! Ang galing yan. Short service, but he was able to bring around the RAG PTD to support the police, and that is why Cagayan de Oro, very high ang trust rating sa police natin. And then, of course, our police chief, Police Colonel Dante Pahe. Where are you? Colonel Dante, City Chief of Police. Wala sila, Secretary. But he's watching. Yeah.
Sir,
Thank you very much. And so we are saying, Mr. Chairman, that our police chief, when I requested him last year to give us a total of about 10 vehicles. You know how much he gave? I have to thank you on behalf of the city of Cagayan de Oro. You gave us a total, I have here the record, Mr. Chairman, the total of, for Region 10 and Cagayan de Oro, the Chief Nartates has given us a total of 16 4x4 personal carriers. 16, I only asked 10. And Innova, 31 units. Can you imagine that? A big hand for Chief Nartates. Yan talaga.
Parang iniinggit mo yung ibang congressman
Yes. Pero, well, I asked him Yung iba hindi nagingi. Ako, nagingi ako kay PNP Chief. And I'm very happy that for this year, you are going to give us, for 2027, 8 units of personal carrier and subcompa patrol cars, 25. I hope Cagayan de Oro gets 20 out of these 25 cars. Thank you again, Chief Nartates, for your kindness. And that is why with the mobility in Region 10, it's one of the most peaceful. Region 10 and Cagayan de Oro. Now, I would like to ask you, what do you ask now? Stop my time. Still running my time. Can you restore back to 3 seconds less?
Nakahinto po, 102. 102. 1 hour and 2 minutes.
But when I stopped, there was still 3 seconds na natuloy.
Don't worry. Don't worry, sir.
In other words, I thank always my good friend, Chairperson Arnie. Thank you. So we go back to the chief. What is your request? Because I'm sure your budget request was slashed by the DBM. Is the DBM here? Wala sila? Mabuti na lang kasi in the DBM is known in Mindanao. Here is known as Department of Budget and Management. In Mindanao, it's known as Jutay Bahin ng Mindanao. Please proceed.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, sir, and the rest of the honorable congressmen who are here. Of course, if we would like to invest in peace and order and public safety, kailangan natin bigyan ang ating mga safety officers at ating mga peace officers of necessary equipages, of the necessary training that is for capability. At kung one by one, bibigyan na natin ng pagkakataon, of course, the needed capital outlay that with us. The approved capital outlay that we had given, at par with that, is we had lined up a 1.7 billion worth of outlays, capital outlays. For example, if the Honorable Congressman Rodriguez have asked for motor vehicles, hindi lang po motor vehicles ang kailangan natin. We need the construction of police stations and buildings for police offices. We need the capability enhancement for firearms as well as sa mobility. At lalong-lalo na yung sinasabi nating body-worn camera and the like. We have lined up about 1.7 billion, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
I think he's asking about yung mga additional chief PNP, General Nartates.
Additional request.
Additional request for the budget. It's about 2 billion.
Yes, Your Honor. The additional request is in the amount of 1.7 billion or 2.2 billion.
Yes. Kindly give us the details.
It's 2 billion, 25 million.
Napakaliit.
Do you confirm that, Chief Nartates?
That's correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Madam Chair, so Mr. Chairman, I have here the copy of the request to the Speaker. So I would therefore support the request for additional 2 billion to the Philippine National Police to continue its drive against criminality, providing peace and order to the entire country, the beloved Philippines. Okay, now next, because of my time, I will go to Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
I will just move to the BJMP. We'd like to thank, of course, our Chief Efren Emenio. Thank you very much for your support. The BJMP are always serving our persons with the persons deprived of liberty. Last year, I asked the BJMP for one prisoner's ban. It has been delivered as of last March. Thank you very much. I have now another request. Now, what is your request for your budget?
About 800 million.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. The number one problem of the VGMP now is about congestion. So we intend to upgrade our present condition, especially in our jail facilities who are very congested. That's why we are proposing an additional, because there's a lot of projects that was not included in our NEP. That's why we are proposing for an additional project in the amount of 229,157,000.
That is for what?
For the construction of jail facilities.
That includes Cagayan de Oro and Misamis and Region 10, correct?
Sobra na doon. Region
If I
5 naman.
include the project in Cagayan, Mr. Chairman, it would reach about 5 billion because out of 17 projects, only 5 were included in the NEP.
Yeah, include Cagayan de Oro, Region 10, excluding the others.
Yes, we will submit another request for Cagayan de Oro.
That's
Mr.
really
Chairman.
needed by our regional director. We have to congratulate our director for BGMP. We have here Hil Inopia. Please stand. ARD, because you are that's Hil Inopia. Because our RD Hagorin is recuperating from spine. I know your people. They're doing very well. The PDLs are really fed very well.
Yes.
And they don't want to live in anymore the jail. Thank you. Thank you. What else ba? Summarize na lang lahat. How much total ang request nyo? PNP is 2,025 million. How much is yours?
At present, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, we have an additional request of about 754,554,000 pesos.
Plus 100 million for Region 10. How much is that?
That would be 847
800.
million.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we will push for this. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I go to the Bureau of Fire. I thank so much our FC Superintendent Wilberto Rico Juan Chu.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You have a very good compliment. And the regional director, Richard Arbutante. Where are you? Please rise. That is Richard. Ayan, no? Sa camera. Yeah, very good compliment of the Bureau of Fire. And so therefore, thank you. I just received about a month ago the new fire truck, modern fire truck, brand new, is now in Barangay Makabalan, which is most in the city of Cagayan de Oro. What is now your request?
Wow.
Mr. Chair and Your Honor, I have 5 items actually. We call it a budgetary reach in the amount of 3.4 billion pesos. And item number 1 is the restoration of the 200 million that was slashed from the original budget in 2026. We will use this amount to purchase 8 collapse structure search and rescue trucks. Ito po yung ginagamit pag may mga collapse structure sa lindol po, sa earthquake. And one of these truck will be for Cagayan de Oro, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Make it 2.
Another item number 2, Mr. Chair, is the 1.8 billion pesos for the 74 collapse structure search and rescue truck. The intention of this one is to capacitate all provincial fire offices to have a rescue capability para hindi na
How many for Cagayan de Oro?
Another one, Mr. Chair.
Make it 2 again. Thank you. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Then additional of 373 million pesos for OPEX in our Unified 911 maintenance and operating expenses. And item number 4, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, is the procurement of 82 ambulances in the amount of 287 million pesos. And number 5 is the additional quota for FO1, that is 2,000, so that we will be able to achieve the ideal manning requirements for the BFP in a shorter period of time. Pagbibigyan ho kami ng additional 2,000 on top of the 2,000 yearly. Ang mangyari pong magawa namin yung manning requirements na tama po within 10 years instead of going to 20 years. So all in all, Mr. Chair, yung amount po dito ay umabot ng 3.4 billion pesos. But
Yes.
additional to request for legislation.
3.4, 27 million, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
3 billion. With that, Mr. Chairman, I make a manifestation as I congratulate the DILG, the PNP, the Bureau of Fire, and the Bureau of Jail Management. In the proper time, Mr. Chairman, I will move for the approval of the budget of the DILG and the attached agencies with all the requested increase, Mr. Chairman. This country cannot be developing, cannot be economically strong, culturally strong if we have no peace. And who provides the peace? And who provides those, for example, there is a calamity, fire. Our fireman Cagayan de Oro arrives at the scene before the fire. And then also the BGMP. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the additional time. You have always, it pays to be a friend of the chairman. And so with that, in the proper time, I will move for the approval plus all the increase requested by the branches and also the LG. Thank you very, very much, Mr. Chairman.
Duly noted, Congressman Rufus. Parang nakadami ito Bakit yung chairman wala? Mali na to. Next to interpolate, Congressman Munir Arbison, sir, to recognize.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, unang-una gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa DILG at saka sa Chief PNP for the maintenance of peace and order sa Sulu. Alam mo, yung Sulu ngayon, dati-rati ang tinatanong, ang gulo-gulo ng Sulu Bakit kaya? Ngayon, ang tinatanong na, saan bang magandang beach? Kasi peaceful na So maraming salamat sa Chief PNP at saka sa DILG. Ang question ko lang sa regarding the transition sa DILG. This is in accordance with the Executive Order 91 regarding the transfer of the BARM to Region 9. Ano na kaya ang status ngayon?
Mr. Chair, good afternoon, sir. The IRR was already signed. What we will do in the coming days is to release the memorandum circular for the guidance of the local governments in the province of Sulu, pertaining to Sulu being now part of Region 9. But as far as the local government sector is concerned, we have already started coordinating and working with the local governments of Sulu as far back as late 2025. We have already oriented our field officers pertaining to the programs that the DIL is implementing, the local government sector is implementing, Mr. Chair. And we also have already oriented them on the policies pertaining to the local government support fund, to the programs of the DILG in the disaster risk reduction and management, Mr. Chair.
Actually, ang problema ngayon ng mga empleyado natin sa DILG, hindi nila alam kung saan sila. Kasi as of now, ang nagsusweldo sa kanila, BARM pa
That's correct, Mr. Chair, because the arrangement is until the end of the year, it will be the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao, which will be providing the salaries for all the affected personnel, not only of the DILG, but all national government agencies. But for the local government sector, as I mentioned, I do believe we will have no problem with that, Mr. Chair, because the warm bodies or the personnel complement of the Ministry of Interior and Local Government in Sulu is almost the same as the structure of the regular provinces under the DILG, Mr. Chair.
So nakasama,
I'm not really sure, sir, about other national government agencies.
nakasama na ba yung ano? Nakasama na yung personal services nila sa budget ngayon?
For For 2027, Mr. Chair, as far as LG, the local government sector is concerned, their salaries are already included in our proposed budget for 2027.
Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Congressman Arbison. Next, we have Congressman Brian Yamsuan. Wala. Congressman Miro Kimbo. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Maiksi lang yung tanong ko actually. Right now, nag-meeting kami we had the initial meeting with the Department of Budget and Management when the budget was presented. So we have a recurring issue not only in our city but in other cities as well. At tinuturo kami sa inyo to find a resolution. Ang nangyayari kasi sa amin is marami kaming mga programs under the GA ng 2026, even 2025, na hindi kami nabibigyan ng building permit. For one reason or the other, nagpapabalik-balik kami. We comply and then may panibago na naman silang requirements which were not present at that point in time. So, tinatanong ko sa DBM, ang sabi sa akin is sa DILG, kami humingi ng sangguni kung saan kami. Because obviously, when many of these programs are stranded at hindi siya nadi-dispense o nakikarry out, yung programming ng gobyerno hindi nangyayari. At yung budget na yun ay nasasayang. So we're talking about schools, we're talking about facilities, health facilities, but primarily schools talaga yung hindi namin na ipapatayo. Ano bang may tutulong sa amin dyan? Ano bang aming recourse pagdating sa DILG?
Sir, as far as good afternoon, sir. As far as requirements for example, for the issuance of building permits is concerned, there's already a set of requirements, and so long as the project proponent faithfully complies with all the requirements, there should be no reason why the building permit is not issued.
Yeah, but there are fine nuances of every requirement eh. Pag pinadala namin doon, biglang may location plan, tapos yung location plan, ito ginagawa, na bordering already, in fact, beyond being reasonable. So pwede ba namin nung isang guni po sa inyo yon? Kasi I think this is already a matter that requires the attention of the DILG using its supervisory powers over the local governments.
Yes, sir. We would look into the concern that you have raised now.
So, yun lang po, bago ako sumulat sa inyo, kasi noong una sa DBM ko talaga gustong i-raise, pero ang sabi nga ng DBM, sa DILG ninyo yan kasi sila may mandato dyan. So, we will provide you with all the data we have so that malaman namin. Kasi obviously, if it requires disciplinary action on the part or whether it's an admin proceeding or for that matter, ayoko naman dalhin sa ombudsman at lahat, sa totoo lang. Kasi ang mahabla dyan are the regular employees na talagang pakiramdam ko at sinasabi nila, inuutusan lang naman daw sila na i-refuse yung aming application for building permits. So yun po ang aking sinasangguni sa inyo, Yusek.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would be happy to receive additional details from you, sir, so that we will also be properly guided as to the course of action that the department will take. Thank you.
Opo, at akin na lang, kayo ba yan? Hubert Herbacio? Kayo ba yan? Sino? Nagkapalit po pala. Okay, kala ko parang biglang gumandang lalaki si Herbacio. Okay, ha? Okay. So, yun lang po ang aking katanungan. Ayoko na magtanong sa ibang bagay. At gusto ko lang po i-congratulate syempre ang ating PNP. Si PNP Chief ay meron ding roots sa Marikina. Kaya nakikita ko po yung inyong galing at gandang lalaki. Ay alam kong taga Marikina ho talaga kayo, ha? So, sige po. Maraming salamat. Sandali. Okay, yun lang po, Mr. Chairman. Yun lang po ang akin. At umaasa ako na makakatanggap po kami ng karampatang aksyon manggagaling po sa inyo. Makakaasa ho ba kami?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I will hold you to that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Kimbo. Next to interpolate from the minority, Congressman Robert Nasal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the DILG. Mr. Chair, I will focus on immediate public safety concerns and whether the funds already available to the DILG are actually translating into protection and services on the ground. Mr. Chair, napapanahon na po ito. Today, several schools have shifted to online classes because of reported security concerns. After the recent incidents of violence involving schools, understandably po, takot na yung mga magulang, teachers at mga estudyante. PNP's proposed expenditure program increases from 226.55 billion to 242.53 billion or almost 16 billion more. So ang tanong ko po, with an additional 16 billion, ano ang magbabago sa actual security ng ating mga paaralan? Before, meron po tayo nung concept ng one barangay, one police. Can the PNP develop a one school, one police program where every school has a designated police officer or police team responsible for that school? Hindi ko po sinasabing may nakatayo na police sa gate buong araw. Ang gusto po natin may police na kilala ng principal at teachers, may direct number silang tatawagan the moment there is a threat. Regular and school visits, tumutulong sa safety orientation, etc. Can the PNP pilot this immediately in high-risk or densely populated school areas and eventually ensure that every school has an identified police officer or police team?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Yeah.
The increase in appropriations for the Philippine National Police is in the amount of 15 billion.
Kindly speak closer, Chief.
15 billion, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. And this 15 billion transcends to the 12 billion of that 15 billion is part of the 5% increase as granted by the President through executive order, the second tranche. So yun lang po yung increase na yun. So we have an increase of 3 billion. Yung 3 billion po ay some are allocated to capital outlay. And the bulk of the increase on this 3 billion for MOE, yun po ang flesh of the skeleton sa isang tao na magpapagalaw sa isang tao, for that matter, for the Philippine National Police, ay ang tinatawag naming per capita, which is we have requested for 5,000 per capita for police station per personnel. But we're able to get 2,500 from the current 2,000. And of course, maski na po, dagdagan natin ang police at lagyan natin ng isa kada eskwelahan, if it will not be efficient, ay hindi po natin gagawin. Ang pinaka-importante po are the different programs that we need and different activities. Like, for example, continuous coordination with this, not only with the schools, but the entire community in order to have a peaceful school, kung yun po ang gagawin natin. At patuloy po natin gagawin yon, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Baka po may idadagdag ang DILG kay USEC under public safety. Baka, is there anything you want to add? Are there specific programs po which will address ito pong problema natin ngayon sa mga eskwelahan?
Good afternoon po, Your Honor. At the present po, we in the Public Safety Office of the DILG, we're talking po we're creating po Kapwa Caritas. This is a Public Safety Youth Ambassadors Program. This is in partnership with the DepEd and the Commission of Higher Education, with partners from the PNP, the BFP, the BGMP, and the syllabus or the curriculum of such program is being almost done by the Philippine Public Safety College. And there is already an existing technical working group with the Department of Education. And the final draft is going to be presented hopefully by next week. And hopefully we could already pilot this program, excuse me, by middle of September, sir. At with starting with the federated student government of the high school all over the Philippines. There's a federation. This is also in partnership with the National Youth Commission. And this is going to be done at Camp Vicente Lim, hopefully by the middle of September, that then we can download this all over the country, in all the public high schools in the country, Your Honor.
So you're saying, Yusek, Mr. Chair, through you, na meron pong specific program na that will address ito pong violence na nangyayari sa mga eskwela.
Yes, this is Kapwa Caritas, means Kapwa for Peers, and Caritas for Compassion. So where else can we get the necessary information and the necessary action towards preventing violence inside the campus is from the peers themselves, and by tapping the student high school or the student organizations, especially the student council, wherein they have already the existing mandate from their peers, sir.
Meron po ba tayong interagency cooperation, Mr. Chair? Because I read in one of the, meron po ako nabasa na meron FBI advisory na meron pong mga online groups na sila po ang nag-i-instigate sa mga bata. And this has been happening in America already. Meron ba tayong information na nakukuha from other agencies abroad para to address this?
Yes, sir. Can I address this to Yusek JP Salvahan for the for
Yes,
more
please.
information about this, sir? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, insofar as the question on the plans or programs of the department to address school violence, we have been coordinating with the Department of Education to conduct a nationwide simultaneous active attack drill incident. It was supposed to be launched this week, but due to the bad weather, it was rescheduled, and the guidelines are being fine-tuned. Aside from that initiative with the Department of Education, we've been coordinating also with the Department of the Information Communications Technology, also with the National Telecommunications Commission, to address these malicious social media sites to block them or to regulate the use of by them of children. In addition to that, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, that the department is also working on a draft joint memorandum circular together with the Department of Education to install or allow barangay tanods to go inside schools during school hours to ensure visibility and prevent any malefactors from instituting any violence against children. And also, Mr. Chair, we are enhancing the capabilities of the Unified 911 program by procuring additional vehicles. These are response vehicles in the form of light motorcycles, patrol vehicles, and ambulances to immediately address any calls for emergency, especially in schools, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ang sabi po kasi, what I've heard from reports is that, Mr. Chair, these are community games. So parang ang nangyayari, the children are playing games, and then meron silang community within that game that are instigating na meron silang gawin in real life. Tapos ang nangyayari, pagka ginawa nila, nare-reward sila sa game. Ganun po ang nangyayari. Ganun po ba yung information na natatanggap niyo?
The Secretary has mentioned po in media statements that there are reports that there are these types of community games, first-person shooter games, wherein the players are being recruited or instigated to perform acts of violence. And these are precisely the subjects of the discussion with the DICT and the NTC to prevent children from accessing those malicious sites, Mr. Chair.
Related po doon, no? Still on school safety. Lagi nating sinasabi that gun ownership is a privilege that comes with responsibility. Kapag ang licensed firearm ay napunta sa kamay ng unauthorized person or a minor or is used in a crime because it was not properly secured, iniimbestigahan ba automatically ang registered owner? Kasi po, for 2024 and 2025 and to date, no? Ilang kaso na ba yung nasampa for violations involving irresponsible possession, storage, transfer, or access to firearms? Ilang licenses na ang nasuspend or na-revoke?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, as to the number of incidents or filed cases, what I'm sure is when these two firearms that was used during the June 16 incident in Tacloban in the school, as well as the recent shooting in Zamboanga City, of course, it was properly investigated, and after the conduct of investigation, one of the recommendations were the filing of cases before the court for reckless imprudence resulting to homicide. So yun po ang ginawa. That's why nakalagay naman po sa ating as the PNP, particularly the Firearms Explosive Office as the regulatory unit with regards to firearms, ay meron pang mga policy as well as law. And one of that is yung involvement or how to secure firearms that are legally obtained or yung merong registration as well as and these firearms should be kept kailangan secured na secured. So marami pong mga policy procedure in maintaining to have these firearms. And we would like to the PNP, of course, after those data, should have or will be proposing to amend the law, like for example, making the firearms, illegally possessed firearms unavailable, especially for those that that was used in the commission of a crime. In our data, as like just like what our SILG have said, 98% po ng ating mga firearms that were illegally or that were used in a crime are loose firearms. So kailangan po natin na marami po tayong babalang kasi na batas, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Baka po meron na kayong recommendation on specific recommendation kung anong pwede natin baguhin sa batas para to strengthen itong yung pag-storage saka yung sa yung sa firearms para hindi na pupunta sa mga minor.
Yes, actually, there's a lot of recommendations already from DILG. Can I ask DILG to submit all yung mga pinag-usapan po natin na mga batas na kailangan amendahan dahil very supportive po dyan si Congressman Robert Nasal.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. I'd like to go to the BFP. Mr. Chair, BH Party List fought for BFP to be able to access more of its fire code collections. Once you utilize the initial amount released, you can go back to the DBM and request another release based on actual collections. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, every year the DBM provided us in the amount of 1 billion pesos only.
1 billion pesos lang po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, these funds are intended specifically for BFP modernization?
Yes, Mr.
Fire
Chair.
stations, fire trucks, PPE, and rescue equipment. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But in 2025, BFP collected 4.3 billion and spent only 1.684 billion, while the accumulated earmark was already 11.28 billion by year end.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
So, tapos at that time, COA po found 107 municipalities without activated fire stations. 64 had neither a fire station nor a fire truck. And BFP had shortages of 20,854 fire coats, 22,000 gloves, 36,000 fireman's hoods. Tama po yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
So ang nangyayari po is kahit nagre-request po kayo, dahil alam nyo na kulang at pondo nyo po ito, hindi po nire-release ng DBM?
DBM provided only 1 billion in the form of SHF.
Bakit daw po? Ano po ang sagot nila?
There is a proposal now, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, for the full utilization of the fire code fiscal collections to address these particular issues. And hopefully, Congress will support this move for the full utilizations of the fire code fiscal collections in a certain period of time. So we'll be able to acquire all those necessary things under the modernization program, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to emphasize na pondo po nila yan, earmark po natin, tayo po naglagay, may batas po na mandated na para sa kanila po yan, pero hindi po sila magkaroon ng access dun sa pondo nila. And up to now, dahil po dyan, hindi po na-provide yung dapat na fire truck at gamit para sa mga municipalities na nangangailangan.
Totally agree. Yes, so
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
can you wind up?
Just last question. Quick follow-up lang po. May nananalo na ba finally sa bidding for the 500 gallon fire trucks? How many bidders participated and sino po ang nanalo?
For now, Mr. Chair, wala ho kaming bidding. The good secretary wanted to have a G2G transactions with our counterpart in the region.
So G2G na po?
Yun po ang directions ng procurement for this year, Mr. Chair.
So wala na po yung dating controversial authorization or certification requirement from Isuzu Japan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because we found out that if we go to G2G, it will be lesser cost. We can acquire more to address the inadequacy, and it will be, as said, malinis po na transaction.
So, okay. So mas maganda na po, G2G na. Hindi na pwedeng
Yes.
lutuin.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Robert Nasal. And for the first round, last interpellator for the first round from the majority, Congressman Attorney Tim Cayton, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Magandang araw ho sa atin lahat, to the DILG family headed by the good Secretary, Secretary John P. Cremulya, lahat ho na nandito, PNP, PFP, at lahat ho ng guest members of the committee. Isang napakagandang araw ho sa atin lahat. First is to the DILG. Alam mo niyo yung kung sa Nueva Vizcaya, I was once a mayor, municipal mayor. I've been in constant communication and recognition of the importance ng part ng DILG. You have your local operations officers. The problem is, the way I see it, nakulang ho yung manpower nila, wala ho silang staff. Maybe you could consider that yan ho yung issue na yan na dapat ho meron. Para hindi na ho sila yung sa LGU binibigyan ng mga staff charged to the LGU fund. Sana ho directly from the DILG na, aside from the operations officer, meron ho silang kasamang additional staff kasi they've been doing all the works in one municipality. Isa lang ho ang implementing arm ng LGU, the operation officer. Hindi ho niya kakayanin lahat. So, suggestion ho namin, may additional staff ho sana sila.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for recognizing the volume, the importance, and the plight of our field officers assigned to the different local government units. Actually, Mr. Chair, we are now crafting our proposed plan for the optimization, government optimization plan. And we have received almost from all regions that recommendation for us to augment the workforce of our field offices in view of the continuing increase in the work that we do to support our local governments.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Hopefully that will be included in our program. Also, I also commend the PNP, sa PNP.
Thank you, sir.
Kay Sir Nartates, dahil ho, including the regional director, Sir Rodriguez, dahil dahil ho yung issue ng peace and order sa Nueva Vizcaya, especially there's ongoing mining operation and a lot of people barricading the area. And cases filed, marami na hong kaso na na-file at dahil sa presence ng PNP doon, including the provincial director. I commend the provincial directors for the excellent performance. PD Paul Bumeditivo. Sana ho maituloy-tuloy ito. Ma-monitor yung issue ng mining sa Cebu, Nueva Vizcaya. Dahil ho, the issue on environmental protection, nagiging issue na ho ito ng peace and order. So, kung pwede ho meron hong interagency linkaging ang PNP and at the same time ito ho sa DNR. Ayun ho lang ang request ko. And to the BFP. Yes, BFP.
General Quancho,
yes.
please take your seat. Kong Robert, may tanong lang po dito. Sorry.
Yes, to the BFP, Sir
Yes, sir. Good
Wilberto Rico Neil Angquanti.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes. Salamat din ho for this year. Meron allocated one fire truck for one of our municipality in Nueva Vizcaya. And syempre ho, still we are in dire need of fire truck and fire stations for Jadi, Alfonso Castañeda, and also for the provincial government. Kailangan po nila ng additional fire truck.
Yes.
Sana ho, this will be included in the budget for fiscal year 2027. Anyway, we will just submit yung support documents for that matter. Also, may I request, I was just hearing about this one, about the sale of items of recruitments. All this is a hearsay. I was hearing about it. May we know if this matters reached your office?
Yes, sir. Just recently, sir, nagkaroon po ng entrapment operation na ginawa po sa Region 3. One of our personnel engaging to anomalies and corruptions. Nagbibenta po siya ng slots para ho sigurado na makapasok yung isang applicants, and we are very fortunate, the courage of the applicant to tell this matter to the BFP. Kaya ho nahuli at na-entrap po through the help of the CIDG Region 3. The good secretary's instructions is very clear. Eradicate all forms of corruptions and anomalies, not only in the recruitment but as well as on the procurement of fire trucks and other equipments by the BFP. Ito ho yung ginagawa ng BFP ngayon, sir. Nililinis po natin ang ating hanay. The Oplan Santindig is working the mechanism to ensure that anomalies and corruptions are being undertaken and addressed immediately. Hopefully, mangyari pong malinis natin through a new form of recruitment. We have e-hiring. It's an online at the doorstep of the applicants. They can immediately apply to the Fire Bureau without spending much of their money by going to the regional offices. Tapos ang examination is being done online also to their cell phone. They can immediately get the results. With this kind of e-hiring mechanism, we can assure that at the very start of recruitment, medyo malinis po natin. Just very unfortunate that doon sa last stage na po, doon po pumasok. Alam nyo po yung anomalies, pag mayroon ho tayong in-place na safety net, nagkakaroon din ng evolutions of mechanism kung paano din po nila malusutan yung ganitong klaseng mekanismo na ginagawa natin. But luckily, ito nga po, ang mga aplikante po natin ay nagising na, alam na po nila na talagang ang direction po ng ating good secretary is really to cleanse the agency of any anomalies. And we are very happy with what transpired during the entrapment operation, and hopefully in the future or in the next succeeding recruitment can be addressed these anomalies, Mr. Chair and Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Chief. It's good that the matter already reached your office na para hindi the matter will not go nationwide, and hopefully the applicants will be hired on the basis of their qualifications and merits of the applicants. At sana siyempre doon sa aming probinsya we were truly needed additional items for BFP, including the BFP.
Yes, Mr. Chair, rest assured that our recruitment will be based on merit and fitness. It will be fair and transparent, and hopefully Every year, we are given 2,000 recruits by DBM, but the present strength of the BFP right now is very far from the ideal manning requirements of 78,000 for the entire across the country. Ang authorized strength po namin is only 43. So if we have 2,000 per year, it will took us 20 years to complete the manning requirements, and hopefully an additional 2,000 per year. Sinisiguro po namin na transparent, fair, and based on merit and fitness po yung magiging
Yes,
recruitment.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Thank you. Kasi sayang din ho yung mga equipments natin, fire trucks, fire stations, kung wala ho tayong additional manpower. So yun ho
Yes,
yung
yes,
concern
Mr. Chair.
dun sa grassroots. So once again, anyway, napaabot na ho namin. Maraming salamat po,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Chief, and to our Chair.
Thank you, Representative Tim Kaiton and the DILG family. Now we proceed to our second round. Acknowledge Representative Dada Kiram Smula.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. May katanungan lamang po ako muna sa NYC, sa National Youth Commission. Nariyan pa po ba? Pagpaumanhin po. Mr. Chair, kung maaari po, wala pa po akong tinatanong. Yung oras ko po, tumatakbo na.
Okay, papaulit po natin.
Sabi niyo po, Mr. Chair, magiging magaan kayo ngayon sa oras. Ito pong mga katanungan ay nanggaling din po sa ating mga Akbayan Youth, members po natin. Based on the research of our office from the PSA, 17.4% of Filipinos aged between 5 to 24 years old are currently not in school. That figure is alarming considering that public education is already free for all school-age children, while tertiary education is also free due to the University Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act. What programs, if any, are included in the 2027 NEP to address the various situations of our out-of-school youth, kung meron man?
Madam Chair, actually, most of the events that we presented, all the out-of-school youth are invited. In fact, we are pushing for the legislation of the Magna Carta of out-of-school youth. We're a very big supporter of that. We do have, let's say, for instance, the Pride parades that we did. We worked with out-of-school youth as well. We always invite Akbayan youth also for our West Philippine Sea activities. So, marami ma'am naman, hindi naman po kami restrictive sa events.
Definitely nag-agree po ako dyan dahil active na active po ang ating NYC. Isa pang katanungan, are there any planned coordinations with other government agencies to ensure that our young learners will either be afforded or an opportunity to resume schooling? For those of working age to be gainfully employed, absent exploitation or discrimination?
Madam Chair, we are currently under the National Advisory Council. We are the secretariat. We are with DepEd being the chair, and we've raised these concerns in the National Advisory Council. We hold this every quarter, and on the part of NYC, since we are limited sa advocacy and policy outside of supporting the Magna Carta of out-of-school youth, we do have. It's like micro events like kamustahan. So it's not necessarily in line with the educational standards, but we do come up with programs that entail the economic standing of the youth given na wala po silang school. So we have youth entrepreneurship program. Meron po kaming 2.5 million allocated for 2027. It's a bit small, pero we can make do with it. At the same time, we're partnering with DOT and DTI, so for the Philippine National Creative Youth Summit for next year. And ang goal po namin is matap po yung mga youth natin, lalo na yung out-of-school youth for arts and crafts. So things where they can earn without having to finish school for now.
And balita ko nga ang DTI may programa sila para sa ating mga youth, yung age 18 to 30 years old.
Yes, ma'am. We have the Young Farmers Challenge, if I'm not mistaken, with the Department of Agriculture.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Dadako naman po ako Sa isa sa mga nakakaligtaan ding commission, ang National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. Napansin ko po mula kanina, wala po halos nagtatanong sa kanila. Kaya tinake ko po talaga tong opportunity for a second round para maitanong naman sila. No? Unang-una, gusto ko po, Mr. Chair, i-congratulate si Secretary Sabudin for his reappointment as the Secretary of the NCMF. Palakpakan naman po natin siya.
Okay, thank you.
Naging matagumpay rin po ang Hajj operation for 2016 and I believe so itutuloy po ito ni Secretary Sabudin ngayong 2027 hanggang matapos ang kanyang termino. With that, napansin ko po napakalaki ng nabawas na pondo sa inyo. Malaking bahagi po ng budget ng NCMF ang nakalaan para sa Hajj operation. Ngunit may mga ulat na kulang sa suporta sa mga medical needs ng mga pilgrims. Lalong-lalo pa, 30 days silang nasa pilgrim. Tapos, nabalitaan ko, binibigyan lang daw ng isang pirasong biogesic kung kinakailangan. Babalik na lang kung kailan kailangan ulit, no? With that, in this record, magkano ang eksaktong bahagi ng Hajj operations budget na nakalaan para sa medical needs ng pilgrims ngayong 2027 po?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On our NEP for 2027, it was allocated only 616,000 pesos for medical expenses, which is equivalent to 95 pesos only per capita or per pilgrim on our projected 6,000 pilgrims for this 2027. So, Madam Chair, so that's why we need to increase this budget. Although the NCMF proposes 6.1 million to support the medical expenses of the pilgrims. So, but it is already included in our tier 2. Hopefully, we can submit, if you may consider us, we're going to submit our enumerated list for our proposed tier 2 budget in connection to our NEP.
Mr. Chair, nakakalungkot 95 pesos para sa 30 days. Sakaling senior citizen na, mahina na ang tuhod, 95 pesos para sa gamot. Napakakulang po ng budget nito, Mr. Chair. At kailangan pong tugunan nito, Mr. Chair, kasi nasa ibang bansa sila, no? At trabaho po ng ating gobyerno na alagaan din po sila. Hindi po dahil sa relihiyon lang yung ginagawa nilang practice na to. Trabaho po, mandato po ng NCMF yun. Hindi po nila masesecure ang buhay ng ating mga pilgrim kung wala po silang pondo or sapat na pondo para i-secure yung buhay nila. No? With that, Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed, gusto ko lamang pong i-take yung opportunity na pakinggan naman po ang ating good secretary na ano pa po ang nabawas sa inyo, Mr. Secretary.
Actually, yung IASP namin, but we request, Madam Chair, if not all this not approved, at least we have our 3 top priority programs to be considered by the House. The first one is the Madaris, a traditional education for madrasa, which is 87.5 million, a continuing project. And the second is the Philippine Halal Industry Growth and Muslim Community Economic Empowerment Program, which is amounting to 89,494 million. And of course, our Hajj Operation Modernization Program. Kasama na po doon yung 6.1 million, pero ang total po doon is 24,537,000. Yun lang po. Sana, kung hindi makonsider lahat ng request namin, at least yung top priority programs po.
Yes, can I interject lang po with your indulgence? Have you written this, Speaker Boji D through Chairman Mika Swansing regarding dun sa mga additional na gusto
Yes
po
po,
natin
yes po,
ilagay?
yes po.
So kindly submit it to this committee, especially to me.
Yeah, thank you po.
Submit niyo po sa akin. And iikot pa po ako sa inyo, Napolcom, kinulang lang po yung oras ko. But
Thank you, Mr.
definitely, I will fight it out. Okay, so I will support it, ma'am.
Thank you,
Especially
Mr.
sa
Chair.
ating mga kapatid na mga Muslim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. No, palakpakan naman natin ng ating chair. Mr. Chair, kung inyo pong napapansin kung ang PNP, BFP, at iba pa pong ahensya under nito, kung sila po ang hinihingi nila pong additional ay billion, ito pong NCMF, million lang po ang kulang nila. So siguro naman po kaya naman po natin maibigay, and I am very thankful sa ating chair sa pagsuporta po dito. Bago po ako matapos, iaalaw ko naman po isang katanungan sa ating PCW. Isa rin pong sektor na nakakaligtaan din po natin, Mr. Chair, na ito po naman ang ahensya na nagtutugon ng pangangailangan at nagsusuporta po sa ating mga kababaihan. Kaya po sa PCW, ma'am, I believe nabawasan din po kayo, di ba?
Nabawasan po.
Ano-ano po yung mga nakulang sa inyong budget?
Kasi po ang Philippine Commission on Women ay nagko-conduct po ng mga trainings kasama ang mga local government units, kasama ang national government agencies. So may balak po kami sanang yung aming ginagawa na mga webinars with around 1,000 participants each webinar, magkaroon kami ng center for gender research and for capacity building. Tapos yung sinabi ko nga po kanina, ang kababaihan po dapat may partisipasyon sa governance. Yung kanilang boses naririnig po ng mga local government units. Pero wala po tayong structure dyan eh. Meron po tayong gender budget, may God budget ang local government units, pero hindi po kasama sa nakikinabang doon ng kababaihan. So, kaya po kailangan namin bumaba sa subnational level, kaya yung regionalization namin napakahalaga para makarating kami doon sa area na pwede namin silang makasama sa advocacies at maturuan namin sila kung paano mag-advocate.
Magkano po, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, yung inyong nakulangan?
Ibibigay po sana namin sa inyo ngayon yung buong listahan ng hinihingi namin.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, hindi po ako, kay Chair na lang po natin ipasa po. Mr. Chair, dahil nabanggit nyo na rin po kanina na iikutan nyo rin po silang lahat, baka po maaari include na rin po natin ang PCW, Mr. Chair.
Yes, just kindly write a letter addressed to Speaker Boji D. the third, Faustino Boji D. the third, through Chairman Mika Swansing.
Maraming salamat
Yes.
po, Mr. Chair, at maraming salamat po, Madam Daga.
And siguraduhin pong isubmit po sa Office of Speaker, but bigyan po ako ng kopya.
Sige po, maraming salamat.
Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. No? And to close, Mr. Chair, if I may be allowed, mukhang sakto lang ako sa oras ko. In closing, I would like to manifest my full support sa pagtaas ng budget ng National Commission on Muslim Filipinos at ng Philippine Commission on Women, which notably were decreased for Fiscal Year 2027. Ang NCMF ay mahalaga para sa karapatan ng Muslim Filipinos, habang ang PCW naman ang pangunahing ahensya na nagtataguyod ng gender equality at karapatan ng kababaihan. Parehong kritikal ang kanilang mandato para sa inclusive development ng bansa. Kaya't buong suporta po ako sa pagdagdag ng kanilang budget upang masiguro na ang Muslim Filipinos at kababaihan ay lubos na protektado at empowered. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next to interpolate from the majority, Bong Teves. It's not here. From the minority, Representative Sara Elago. To recognize, ma'am.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Magtatanong po ako tungkol sa implementation ng solo parents cash subsidy. May tala po ba ang DILG kung ilan sa ating mga local government units ang nakakapagbigay ng monthly cash subsidy para sa mga qualified na solo parents?
Based on the latest data that we have, Mr. Chair, we have a total of 15 provinces, 105 cities and 535 municipalities which are providing support to solo parents in compliance with the Solo Parents Act.
Mr. Chair, meron po bang mechanism ang DILG para po matiyak na sumusunod nga sila sa kanilang mandato sa ilalim ng Expanded Solo Parents Welfare Act? Ang katulad po ng sinabi ninyo, hindi pa lahat. At nabahagi po ba sa inyo kung ano yung mga challenges pagdating sa implementation nito?
kung hindi po ako nagkakamali, Mr. Chair, ang DILG sa ang Department of Social Welfare and Development issued a joint memorandum circular in 2024 as a guide of the local governments to comply with the provisions of the Solo Parents Act. The normal challenges that LGUs face, Mr. Chair, is the usual. They are having difficulty, they have constraints as to the funds that they are going to allocate to support the solo parents.
Tama ho ang nabanggit, no? Talagang malaking suliranin, no? Ang sapat na funding. Sa totoo lang, marami ho tayong local government units ang gustong-gusto na magawa yung kanila hong obligasyon na makapagbigay ng monthly cash subsidy na 1,000 pesos kada qualified na solo parent. Ngunit dahil nga sa kanilang mga constraints din pagdating sa budgets, hindi po talaga lahat ay nakakapaglaan ng pondo para rito. Kaya po sa tamang oras, magpo-propose din po tayo, matagal na po natin sinusulong. Unahin na po muna natin yung sa 3rd, 4th at 5th class municipalities ay mabigyan po ng karampatan na tulong pagdating sa paggampan sa monthly cash subsidy para sa solo parents. At hingin na rin po natin ang ulat mula sa DILG kung paano matitiyak hindi lang po yung implementation ng monthly cash subsidy pero maging yung issues po na may kinalaman sa mga diskwento, iba pang mga benepisyo at mga challenges pagdating sa registration sa mga solo parents ay pag-aaralan po ng representasyon na ito para makita kung ano pa yung mga gaps na dapat natin punan sa pagpapatupad ng batas. Ngayon naman po, Mr. Chair, nandito rin po ba ang Local Government Academy, ang LGA? Nais po natin magtanong kung magkano ang nakalaan para sa mandatory training programs sa Sangguniang Kabataan para sa susunod na taon. At natitiyak po ba natin na ang lahat ng mga nagnanais na makakuha ng mga mandatory training na ito ay nabibigyan po natin ng karapatang suporta?
Madam Chair, apologies, I was discussing something with our lawyers. May I request for the question again, Madam Chair? Thank you.
Sana po hindi rin po mabawas sa aking oras. Pero ang aking pong katanungan ay naka-address sa Local Government Academy. Kung nandito po sila bilang isa po sa mga nabigyan ng responsibilidad na tiyakin na maayos ang ating programa ng capacity building, skills development, awareness tungkol sa iba't ibang mga kinakailangan na information sa mga issues at concerns ng kabataan at ng sambayan ng Pilipino. Kasi alam po natin na lahat ng issue ng kabataan ay issue din ng bayan. Kaya, maaari po bang mag-report kung magkano ang pondo ng mandatory training program for next year?
Madam Chair, roughly around 70 plus million, about 72 million for next year. Since ang expectation po namin, Madam Chair, was the BSK was for this year, nag-procure na po kami ng module development for Core 1, 2, 3, 4, which is the requirement for trainings of our SKs. So currently, it's ongoing, ma'am. Our on time naman. We are currently training the trainers in our local youth development councils and LYDOs para they can do the training on the ground in their SKs. So kami po ni Ma'am Telma from LGA, we are part of the National Steering Committee of the SKMCT. So we have been meeting quite frequently over the years to make sure na yung module development po namin is na-approve ng steering committee.
Ano po ngayon ang position from the Federation of Sangguniang Kabataan tungkol sa postponement, sa potential na postponement o kaya naman yung mga panukala rin na may kinalaman sa term fixing pagdating po sa Sangguniang Kabataan elections? Kasi hindi po yan katulad ng barangay, no? Marami pong mga considerations pagdating sa age, qualification, at nag-iiba-iba din yung priorities, di ba, sa trabaho, sa pag-aaral, sa mga nagsisilbi ho sa Sangguniang Kabataan.
Madam Chair, it's a mix po. So currently, ang ginawa po ng NYC is quick survey po kami sa 120 SK Federation presidents across the Philippines. Hindi pa po namin na-achieve yung 100% kasi we're trying to get a hold of them. However, most of them, sa side ng mga SK presidents, syempre, I think they like the extension. However, nung committee hearing po nung Senate with the Senwin SP, he tasked the NYC to come up with a quick survey ng mga stakeholders naman, ma'am, para at least that way we can get the feel of the stakeholders na okay ba sa kanila na yung mga SK nila na nakaupo sa barangay nila, okay pa ba sa kanila na nakaupo pa rin sila. And there are also barangays that have no SKs. So they actually are asking for special elections, Madam Chair, because wala talagang nag-execute ng budgets nila. Thank you, ma'am.
Tama ho yan, no? Ang nangyayari ho, pag kulang yung mga members ng isang sangguniang kabataan, marami ho silang hindi nagagawa. No? Paglalabas ng pondo, pagpapatupad ng kanilang mga plano kada isang termino. Ngayon po, sa LGA, meron po kayong isinigawa na strategic insights and perspectives in local governance session noong August 26 tungkol ho sa pag-unawa sa Pax Silica. At nakita ko rin ho sa inyong mga postings na nais nyo pong magpaliwanag tungkol sa economic security zones at ang implication at ang impact nito. No? At role ng DILG, ng local governments at ang impact nito sa taong bayan. Maaari ho ba kayong magbahagi ng mga outcomes from this session? At may plano pa po ba kayo ng mga susunod na ganitong tipo ng mga session sa taon na ito at sa susunod na taon?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question and for actually highlighting the role of the Local Government Academy. Ang Local Government Academy po ay yung training arm ng DILG. Kami po ang in charge for training local government officials and the department personnel. Tama po kayo, ma'am. We have that, and we call it actually the ECP. It's strategic, it's strategic information on the perspective from different sectors. Ito po ay maganda, ma'am, kasi actually just yesterday, we had the ECP program on what is happening on Pax Silica. And we aimed actually to bring the information to local government officials and the department personnel straight from the expert's mouth. So correct information, and we would like to inform the body that in that session we were able to recommend, and I think it was accepted by the parties, that there is really a need for a joint local committee to coordinate what is happening on the Pax Silica arrangement. So ito po, ma'am, ay series of sessions on national issues that we can bring to local government units.
Okay, so how much are you spending now for these particular sessions on information related to Pax Silica? And how much are you planning to spend for the next fiscal year on this?
Ma'am, actually, it's part of our NEO Plus. That's the newly elected officials performing uplifting performance for deliver services for local government. I'm not very sure about the specific amount, ma'am. It's just more because it's online. But on the other programs, because the New Plus, it's really actually from the assumption to office up to they are assessed in terms of their performance. So it's just part of a component on delivering demand-driven services for local government. But we will inform your office, ma'am, on the specific amount on that component.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may we know the exact directive on this? And what is the basis for that particular directive, given that the framework agreement has not been signed on Pax Silica? Ang narinig po natin na target from information dito sa House, nasa November daw po ang target. So, ibig sabihin po ba ngayon pa lang, meron na po sa inyong atas na magbigay po ng information tungkol dito sa Pax Silica?
Oh, actually, ma'am, it was just a claymore from our field officers and local government on information on what is happening on the Pax Silica. Because we believe that it's not only one area who will be affected by this, but we do not know what other areas or region can be affected by this initiative.
Kay maraming salamat po sa information at hangad po natin na sana maimbitahan din po no, yung maaari na most affected areas and peoples, yung mga stakeholders po natin sa issue na ito. Nakita ko po yung inyong information material. Mainam naman po na na-invite natin ang ating mga lingkod bayan tungkol dito. Pero napakahalaga rin po nung mga nagsasalita ngayon na mga grupo ng mga magsasaka, ng grupo ng mga indigenous peoples po natin na maaari pong maapektuhan ang kanilang kabuhayan, ang kanilang lupa, ang agrikultura, ang kanila pong mga ancestral lands dahil po sa issue na ito. Yun lang po ang ating pakiusap, di ba? Pag sinabi natin na mabuting pamamahala, dapat walang may iwan at dapat inklusibo. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, if I may, the local government academy is actually also in charge of capacitating barangay officials. So in that point, ma'am, actually what we are also giving local officials from cities, municipalities, and the provinces, we're affording it also to barangay officials. And we're preparing, if ever there's an election, we're also preparing the program for our newly elected barangay officials. That's we're working with the DILG region and field offices.
Okay, maraming salamat po. And if there's any budget cuts or whatever proposal no, for the next year na hindi po napagbigyan at hindi nakasama sa NEP, buong suporta din po kami na magbibigay at magdadagdag po ng aming boses dahil napakahalaga po ng capacity building para sa ating mga lingkod bayan. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Representative Sarah Jean Ilago. Now may we move to recognize Representative Jan Baronda.
Yes. NYC. If ever matuloy ang SK elections, ano yung plano mo right after SK elections? What program do you intend to do
Madam Chair, for the
to guide
SK,
our SK?
Madam Chair, for NYC, we still have continuing training. Meron pa rin kami mga electives that we offer dun sa mga bagong SKs. Pero may bago kaming programa, Madam Chair. Some of our continuing fund that we need to finish right away, we're actually printing out SK 101 books. So yung SK 101 na ito, makakatulong to sa mga bagong SKs kung ano yung mga steps na kailangan nilang gawin. At the same time, we're including the SK auditing guideline because ang issue, ma'am, sa SKs is that they were given the freedom to use their budget. However, a lot of them, when they pass their budget, hindi nila alam kung ano yung legally possible. So there are some SKs that get into trouble sa cases sa ombudsman because mali yung pagpasok nila ng budget. And usually, ma'am, ang nangyayari dyan is they have their documents checked sa kanilang accountant. So, ang NYC, ma'am, nag-sign kami ng MOU signing with FALGA or the Philippine Local Government Accountants Association. So, sila, ma'am, ang mga accountants sa munisipyo at probinsya. So, nag-commit sila sa amin na they will try as much as possible to help somewhat pre-audit yung mga plans ng ating mga SK, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to ask if what SK manual are you using right now? Di ba meron tayong SK reform bill? Ano po ngayon? Anong ginagamit nyo na manual?
Madam Chair, yung books na ginagawa po namin, these are just the basics. It's we have the SK reform, pero yung ginagawa namin medyo mas pang simple reading. Kasi not everybody, ma'am, can understand the complications of the SK guideline.
Mr. Chair, I've heard it kanina that you have this Manual 1, Book 1. Second, number 2 is for fiscal management. Number 3, how do you intend to implement to almost 2,000 municipal federation?
So Madam Chair, nandun na po yung pumapasok yung train the trainers namin sa mga local youth development officers and PYDO. So it's ongoing ngayon, ma'am. Hopefully we can expand the training quicker. Ang kulang lang sa amin talaga, ma'am, is yung area offices namin. Kasi ang area offices namin, ma'am, is only 10 and we only have 2 people per area office. So the request that we earlier asked our chair was the increase in PS or personal services para meron po kaming additional positions, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, do I have the suggestion and I would like to ask the commitment of the DILG? Kasi every after elections, magkakaroon na yan ng, before the election, magkakaroon ng training for the SK Federation officers or presidents na mananalo sa buong Pilipinas. So before the training, before the election, nagkaroon kayo ng one-day election, including the pre-training. Now, for us not to wait, for them to train them, na after pananalo, dapat during the federation elections, pwede ba ma-train, ma-incorporate na lang natin along with NYC para hindi masayang yung pera?
Yes, Mr. Chair, as required by Republic Act 10742, before the Sangguniang Kabataan chairpersons can assume office, they have to undergo one-day orientation. But we can look at, we can revisit the modules, Your Honor. We'll sit down with the Local Government Academy and the National Youth Commission to see how we can further enhance the module for that one-day training.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would just like to reiterate this, no, let us enhance so that once again, hindi masayang. Normally kasi ang nangyayari, for how many SK elections, national elections, provincial, city, municipal, ganun din mang nangyayari. After that, hindi pa nila alam gagawin nila. Now, nag-uumpisa na naman tayo sa panibagong yugto na marami na namang mga problema nagkakaroon sa SK. Ang tanong ko po ngayon kay Chair. Chair, sa ngayon ba sa buong Pilipinas, ilan sa mga SK na mga hearing members na na-suspend or na-remove from the office?
Madam Chair, I have to get back to you on the numbers because it has been developing. Actually, Mamang NYC, if I may, we don't have police power. So every time that the SKs complain to us, which is good, dinidefer po namin sa DILG kasi they have to call the attention of the local government.
Chair, tama ba, Chair, na dapat yung federation should or every barangay should conduct a KK assembly? Then every week the federation should have at least one federation meeting for them to talk about the programs and the plans for the federation. Tama ba?
Madam Chair, you are correct because 50% of the battle is planning. So, yes,
And
Madam
tama din ba, right after the 5 consecutive na month na hindi ka nagpagtawag ng meeting is tantamount to the removal of the office of the president of the federation in case?
Madam Chair, we defer that to DILG. But again, the National Youth Commission stands to assist.
The ALG, can you please answer it?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Madam, there's a process for the removal of the Sangguniang Kabataan Federation President. If he or she is not compliant with the provisions or provisions of their constitution and bylaws.
Yes, actually we are bound by the constitution and bylaws of the Sangguniang Kabataan. So can you please reinforce that every SK federation should make sure that they will be submitting the report on a yearly basis so that will be our base also to push forward na i-make sure na yung federation should conduct a hearing every year and should make sure that this hearing member, yung mga SK chairman, SK president na hindi nagsasubmit or nag-conduct ng monthly meeting, failure to do that kasi tantamount of removal from their term of office. Kasi that's the only thing for us to make sure that this SK chairman, SK president, hindi masayang yung pera ng gobyerno na sinugsweldo natin sa kanila. Remember, ang SK president for highly urbanized city receiving also 160,000 a month plus 20,000 traveling allowance. So siguro that's the essence of for this national government to giving the opportunity for SK to legislate and to be part in this government exercise because we wanted them to become a good citizen of the country and to lead also young people to what we want them to be. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may, just to support, Madam Chair, your manifestation, the National Youth Commission can pass a resolution in support of your manifestation. But again, ma'am, we will just encourage the SKs as we cannot mandate them.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair, may I
Yes.
just inform the Honorable Congressman that we have already issued several memorandum circulars for the guidance of the Sangguniang Kabataan. But with the manifestation of the good congressman, we will issue another round.
Thank you very much for
Mr.
your speedy
Chair, I
action.
would just like to ask the ALG if they have any figures of how many hearing members of the...
Yes, kindly submit to the committee.
Thank you. Before I end, Mr. Chair, I would just like to commend, of course, Chairman Ortega for being so active and for our youth in Iloilo City who participated in your several youth forum and assembly. And I look forward to collaborate with you so that we can guide our not only SK but out of school youth. Last ko na lang na tanong pala. Sa Pilipinas, we have 10.7 out of school youth. Bakit lumaki ang figures natin?
Madam Chair, actually, we tried to get the data. According to DepEd, they are limited to the out-of-school youth na nag-apply sa DepEd schools or CHED schools tapos lumabas. So actually, the data is still flawed because there's probably a bigger amount of OSYs na hindi po ready.
Mr. Chair, if this is not too much to ask, can you please also include in your priority the out-of-school youth na hindi na grade senior high dahil nagka-problema talaga sa curriculum or wala talagang pera?
Madam Chair, if I may, if you would like to manifest to our committee chair, you can include some funding so that we can allocate to our policy and research division to execute this, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Parang pinuputulan mo na ako. May support to our men in
Wala akong hawak sa
uniform,
mic.
especially to our Chief PNP. No, I would like to congratulate, of course, our Regional Director, Sir Tuano. Thank you so much. Ngayon, so ang dami ng mga drug, parang nahuli nyo sa droga. Ang tanong ko lang, kung paano, anong support na ibibigay natin to make sure na makontinue ito hanggang sa yung mga nahuli, nakukulong natin.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the police operation and program with regards to the campaign against illegal drugs is continuing. Diyan po ang aming supply reduction and demand reduction. At tuloy-tuloy po yan, not only for the for this on our campaign against illegal drugs, but as well as more particularly on the maintenance of peace and order to ensure the negation or for the occurrence of focused crime. Lalong-lalo na itong in lowering the occurrence of focused crime, napaka-importante na i-address natin yung firearms as well as illegal drugs because this is the denominator of crimes.
Lastly, Mr. Chair, I would like
wrap
again
it up,
to thank, of course, the LG family and of course the PNP, Sir Nartates. Meron po kaming natapos na condo for PNP doon sa Iloilo City. Ginawa po natin yan. Kasama po yung DPWH. And I would like you to invite also, together with our RD2, this end of September, kasi natapos na rin yung tulong na binigay namin with DPWH, yung command center for Western Visayas at Iloilo City, Campo Delgado, sir. So again, thank you so much, Mr.
Congratulations,
Chair.
ma'am. Kang Jam, thank you.
At
So-
saka yung ang alam ko yung condo units yung walang elevator. Sa Iloilo ginawa namin may elevator.
Okay,
Thank you.
Are you done na talaga, ma'am? Thank you, ma'am. Love namin po yan si Kong Jam. Next to interpolate is Congressman Edgar Irice. He's not around. So we have Representative Antonio Tino. Congressman Tino, you have the floor, sir. Hindi na ba? Okay, go, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Well, una kaugnay po sa BJMP. So, kanina may niraise akong issue and regarding yung problema nga sa mga records, no, yung karpeta. At may initial na napaabot din tayo sa BJMP. However, may nakausap, actually nandito sila ngayon, grupo ng mga former detainees at mga advocates for detainees' rights. And they brought something to my attention na tama po ba na mayroong patakaran ng BJMP regarding visits na ang pinahihintulutan nyo lang ay ang family. Yung mga pamilya ang pwedeng bumisita. pamilya lamang ang pwedeng bumisita apart from yung legal representation or lawyers. Tama po ba?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, per policy, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, the lawyer, the doctors, and the direct family of the PDL are allowed to visit. And the PDL can also request to the warden kung may gusto pa siyang mag-visit sa kanya. But hindi po pwede, Your Honor, na pupunta yung bisita doon na hindi nag-request yung PDL natin.
Well, Chair, ito nga yung nakakarating sa amin na ulat na kakaiba yung patakaran nyo with regard to non-direct family members. At ang sinabi rin sa akin na hindi ganito ang patakaran ng Bucor, halimbawa. No, na mas kayo pa, BJMP, ang may napaka-striktong patakaran na mainly direct family ang pwede. Pero may iba pang requirements kapag hindi direct. Ngayon, bakit issue to? Marami pong may mga kaso po na meron tayong mga detainees na yung hindi maaring nasa ibang isla, malayo ang kanilang direct family. Ibig sabihin, kahit halimbawa, best friend ka, kababata mo, hindi basta-bastang pwede mong bisitahin. Ganun po ang inuulat sa amin. Mga konkretong instances sa Bohol at saka sa Negros. Ganun daw po. No? At sinasabi rin na ang Bucor hindi ganun. Mas paigpit pa kayo sa Bucor. Bakit ko hina-highlight to? Sa Bucor, alam natin, yun ay para sa mga convicted. Okay? Whereas ang BJMP, detainees, innocent until proven guilty in the end. Diba? So bakit po mas mahigpit pa kayo? At hindi ba ito paglabag sa karapatan? Parang inhuman, cruel and inhuman na naghihigpit kayo sa karapatan na mabisita kahit ng hindi direct family. Dahil nga hindi sa lahat ng pagkakataon ay readily nandyan bilang support system ang direct family. Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang po natin marinig ang bakit may ganitong particular na sa BJMP lang.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, hindi naman po namin pinagbabawal yung hindi direct family na bumisita sa jail facility natin. Ang pinahintulutan po natin yan pag yung PDL po natin mismo ay mag-allow sa person na yun na bibisita sa kanya. Hindi lang po natin ina-allow na automatic na pagdating doon wala siyang hindi naman inallow ng PDL yun na bibisita ka sa kanya. Baka kasi hindi naman gusto ng PDL yung tao na yun na bibisita sa kanya. Kaya we need the clearance first from the PDL na pwedeng bumisita sa kanya ng yung taong yun. Kaya kailangan ilista niya yung name na yun, isubmit niya sa warden natin para makabisita sa kanya.
So ibig sabihin kailangan bago dumating kailangan meron authorization muna.
Yes,
sa bisita.
sabihin muna ng PDL po na ito inaalaw kong magbibisita sa
Mr. Chair, hindi ba pwede na halimbawa dumating doon, gustong makita yung PDL, di simple lang naman yan eh. Itatanong lang naman sa kanya kung okay ba sa'yo na may bumisita sa'yo. Tama kayo, importante yung consent ng PDL. No? Pero then and there, pwede naman tanungin siya, gusto mo bang makita to? Pag sinabi niyang yes,
if I can
hindi ba satisfied na? Yun. Rather than kailangan muna ilista niya. Paano niya malalaman? Halimbawa, may grupo na gustong tumulong sa particular na individual na to. Hindi niya alam.
Yeah.
Ito, paano niya marirequest yun?
Can I interject
Di po
lang with your indulgence? Ang tinatanong siguro, ano ba yung guidelines nyo po? May guidelines, may written guidelines po ba kayo?
Standard operating procedure, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, regarding that matter. Na direct family, doctors,
Can you submit
lawyer.
your standard operating procedure to this committee
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
so that I can furnish also
Yes.
Congressman Tino?
But we are very willing to listen to those concerns, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, and willing to sit down and study if we can make changes in our pacts.
Yeah, yung sinasabi ni Kong Tino, part ba yun ng guidelines yung mga biglaan?
Hindi po pwede
Nasa-
yung biglaan, Your Honor, because
What's the reason?
majority of our jail facilities are lack spaces for visitation, Your Honor. That's why ang inaalaw lang talaga natin muna
Siniset nyo yung-
yes, yung direct family at saka yung doctor at saka yung lawyers niya, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Yeah, but submit yung standard operating procedure na please.
Yes, we will submit,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that, Chair. Maraming salamat po for requesting the written guidelines or standard operating procedures. At thank you rin kay Director for openness to reviewing such guidelines. Ang gusto lang po natin i-balance, of course, sabi nyo may mga considerations kayo, pero kailangan din yung kilalanin na may mga karapatan ng mga PDL. So malinaw po ngayon, hindi inaalaw na biglaan may bumisita, talagang i-deny. No? So kailangan talaga nakalista ng PDL. No? Pero para sa amin, deprivation of rights yun. No? Lalo pa, itong mga individual nga na to, ano pa naman innocent. Kahit nga yung mga convicted, may karapatan Okay. Another topic. Kanina po, wala na po si Secretary Remulla, pero he spoke about procurement of fire trucks, 1,500 fire trucks, G2G with Korea, nabanggit niya yon. At nabanggit din niya yung context na talagang matagal na controversial ang issue ng fire truck procurement sa BFP. In the previous Congress, alam ko, kahit wala ako rito, na may ongoing may committee investigation dyan. No? Because nga, controversial yung on the part of BFP, pati yung mga contractors involved. Okay, so, ang request lang po natin ay pwede po bang, ano po ba ang status nung binanggit ni Secretary Remulla? Pinal na ba to? May napirmahan na? May kontrata na? Awarded na ba? Meron na bang mga sino yung mga contractors, sino yung mga providers both on the part of Korea and the Philippines? Sino po ang pwedeng magbigay ng update and information?
Yusek Paulo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Insofar as the proposed government-to-government procurement po of fire trucks with the Republic of Korea, the department po is having advanced discussions na with the relevant agencies like the National Fire Agency of Korea, the Korea Fire Institute, and most especially po the Korea Trade and Investment Promotion Agency or the KOTRA. Sila po kasi talaga yung mag-open po ng bid po niyan. They will conduct evaluation. They will constitute 2 committees to screen the proposed suppliers based on the technical specifications that will be provided po by the Philippines to them. And then once ano po yan, na vet pa po nila yan, they will send the recommendation of the suppliers. Wala pa hong suppliers na ina-identify ang Philippines because it will be the Korean government which will screen po itong mga suppliers po natin.
So just to be clear, the suppliers
Kindly
will
wind up,
be identified by the Korean side, the Korean government. Paano ba 'yon?
Based on the specifications that
to be
we will
provided
submit
by
po,
the Philippine
by the
government.
Philippine government.
So ang suppliers will be Korean suppliers.
Yeah, tama po, Mr. Chair. Your Honor.
Meron bang role dito yung mga Philippine contractors? Yun yung isang concern natin Yung
wala
mga
po.
contractors na involved na in many controversial issues.
Wala po. Wala
So
po.
Korean ang supplier, ganun po ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
However, the status is it's still under negotiation? Ganun po ba?
Right now po, we are refining the technical specifications after po nung makita ho namin yung mga available specs ng fire trucks in Korea. Ina-adapt ho based din sa need ng BFP, like lalagyan din ho ng mga rescue equipment po yung fire trucks natin. Yun po, and then after po ma-finalize ho yung technical specifications, and as I understand ho, it will be submitted by the BFP by tomorrow. Yun ho, we will continue coordinating with the Republic of Korea ho on this one, with Petra.
Chair, pwede pong makahingi na lang ng a written update on
Yes, can we
the
submit?
status of this possible procurement.
Yes, please
Pwede po.
submit to this committee.
Asa po sana bago
Yung
tayo
plano.
mag
Yeah, actually,
Scenario.
just to explain further, kakapunta lang po nila ng Korea, I think, 2 weeks ago. So, talking points pa lang po, how to process it, no? And I asked also Secretary John Vic, why Korea, not Japan? Mas mura yung Korea by 30%, so mas makakatipid pa tayo. Plus, yung may supply rin yung Korea, no? Pag nasira, maintenance, sila rin. So kasama rin yon. Ang maganda lang is government to government. Mawawala na po yung mga sinasabi natin, mga SOP, etc. But ang pinaka-importante is DBM, i-push natin, i-release yung pondo para sa Bureau of Fire, para matapos na itong problema sa ambulansya, pati po sa ating problema sa ating fire station, problema rin po na 40,000 na mga personnel na kulang sila. So yun po talaga ang solusyon.
Thank you, Sec. Kong. Chair. Biro lang po. Thank you, Chair. So we hope ma-submit po bago mag-plenaryo ang kanilang update dito,
Yes.
na detailed update. Thank you po.
Thank you. Next, last to interpolate from the minority, ang aking anak din. Hinahanapan ko pong asawa to. Attorney Reneco. Congressman Reneco, please.
Grabe na yung pagreto na sa national stage. Sige po. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko lang pong mag-take off sa ilang mga questions na natanong ko kanina and then ng tanong ng ibang representatives. So, meron pong na-mention si Secretary kanina yung drug war, hindi na nga po policy yan or yung Oplan-Tokhang for the past 4 years. Pero unfortunately ay nagpapatuloy pa rin yung arbitrary listing. Ito po yung reports na nakukuha natin on the ground. Meron pong mga nasa listahan pa rin no, na at the barangay level. For example, si Jemboy Baltasar or in 2021, Caraga 2. May mga journalists pong nahahalo pa rin sa listahan. Mexico 4. And meron pa rin pong reports of reenacted arrests. So, ang tanong ko po, kung natigil na nga po ang Oplan-Tokhang at sabi nga po, community-based health-centered approach na under BIDA ang pag-address ng issue ng droga, bakit po tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung drug watch list system at the barangay level?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, totoo po yan. Katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, as deputized agents of the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, ay meron po tayong programa. And the program in our campaign against illegal drugs is no less than the supply and demand reduction. On the part of sa demand reduction, marami po tayong mga programa like, for example, we go with the community in various campaign para maiwasan ang pagtangkil sa droga and the like. And we are also on the front line with regards to the supply reduction, especially in the conduct of police operations. In the conduct of police operations, nagsisimula po yan one by one painstakingly sa the conduct of information and intelligence gathering such that meron po tayong probable person of interest or target. At yan po ang pinupurso natin. And that is why meron po tayong mini-maintain na persons of interest and or target personalities. These target personalities came from doon sa mga nahuhuli na mismo natin, those who have been arrested based on interview and based on the arrests that were made in the last several years, at tuloy-tuloy po yun. And so that's how we maintain our list. That's why we have our list.
So, Mr.
Mr.
Chair, no
Chair, Your
confirmation na may nagtutuloy at nagko-continue na parang drug watch list system at the barangay level. So siguro dalawang tanong na lang po, paano po na-verify yung mga individuals na to? You mentioned a process, pero ano po siguro yung pagdetalye, paano nagagawa yun? And number two, kunwari, rehabilitated na, ano yung recourse nila para matanggal? No, dahil ang dulo naman po nito, wini-welcome natin no, yung health-centric approach, rehabilitation, ganyan. Ay, gusto natin we target the supply and hindi yung down to yung parang low-level demand, di ba? Ano po yung siguro sagot doon, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, we follow certain procedures, especially in the adjudication. And sinusunod po natin, especially in the conduct of police operations, marami na pong ibinigay, lalo na ang Korte Suprema, to ensure na wala pong EGK or wala po tayong sinasabing SBI system or whatsoever. Ang ginagawa mo natin ay an intelligence-driven police operation. Nandyan po ang ating body-worn camera. Nandyan po ang ating masticating or ang ating mga witnesses in the conduct of a police operation. This is being adhered to by our police officers, especially the PNP. Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, ano po bang systemic administrative sanctions ang na-impose na ng DILG NAPOLCOM against police personnel that were involved in botched operations, reenacted arrests, and even sa EJK? Ano pong update dito, Mr. Chair?
Napolcom.
Tuloy-tuloy po ang ating investigations, ma'am, as we have discussed before and narinig niyo naman po. We have zero backlog for cases. Lahat naman po ng nakita natin na kailangan imbestigahan ay ginagawa naman po natin. We're mindful of certain things, but rest assured, Mr. Chair, that the National Police Commission is very much active and willing to take on any challenge pag may ganyan pong concern. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, pwede po bang makapag-submit ang NAPOLCOM ng Disciplinary Action Status Report for 2025-2026 detailing yung mga administrative charges, summary dismissals, conviction records, etc.?
No problem po, Mr. Chair. But siguro po to inform you po, we have zero case backlog for the past 25 years. Inubos na ho natin yan, and all the cases being heard by the NAPOLCOM right now are current cases. Wala na po tayong pending, Mr. Chair.
Okay, but kindly submit.
We will submit po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. By when?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
As soon as possible po, we will submit.
What is as soon as possible?
Kahit po Monday, we'll...
Wow, that's fast. Holiday. Make it Tuesday, sir.
Tuesday po.
Thank you.
Happy National Heroes Day sa atin. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. My next question is in relation po to the Barangay Development Program. Dahil from last year, naging parang 10 million per barangay, naging 5 million na lang per barangay, and dumami po yung mga barangay na beneficiaries nito. May tanong ko, ano po bang actual physical and financial accomplishment rate ng Barangay Development Program na bilyong piso po talaga yung nailalaan dito? And paano po na-audit ng DILG at na-verify yung authenticity ng ECLIP beneficiaries?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will reply to
Yes, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, the DILG is only one of the many agencies under that Ending Local Communities Armed Conflict Task Force, and the responsibility of the DILG is to facilitate the consultation at the barangay level between and among the people and the barangay officials so that they will be able to identify their priority programs, which will be funded from the Support to Barangay Development Program. So for to answer the query of the good congressman, for 2021, the delivery rate is 99.86%. For 2022, it's 100%. For 2023, it's 98.48%. For 2024, dun sa original na allocation, 2.5 million, is 90%. And then there's an additional 5 million which was given towards the third quarter or last quarter of the year. The delivery rate is 71%. For 2025, our performance is at the level of 29%. For 2026, wala pa pong completed na project, in as much as the fund was released only the second quarter and the third quarter of this year, Mr. Chair.
Can these documents be submitted to the representation, Mr. Chair?
Gladly, Mr. Chair, we will provide a copy to the committee.
So yung tanong ko rin po sa na isang bahagi, no, paano po nagiging bahaging DILG? Ano pong ginagawa ng DILG to audit and verify yung authenticity? So it's isang bahagi yung distribution, di ba po? Pero pagkatapos na distribute, paano po na-ensure na nagagamit po yun sa purposes stated?
Yung support to barangay development program is lumped under the local government support fund. And for this purpose, the DILG was given the responsibility to do the monitoring and evaluation. And as mentioned by the Secretary a while ago, we hired at this time 700 engineers and program evaluation officers to monitor not only the SBDP, this fund, but also the other financial assistance to local government units, the growth equity fund, which are under the LGSF, Mr. Chair. So we have people on the ground to make sure that these projects are implemented accordingly, and we require our local government units to upload the progress status of the projects in the Subaybayan portal regularly, Mr. Chair.
Ang re-report po natin, Mr. Chair, ay meron po tayong advocates that wish to access yung mga relevant documents nga po yan. For example, Asaro on the website. Pero unfortunately, ay hindi po siya available. Parang last year, kayang ma-access yung ilang documents, pero this year ay hindi na po. So, ayaw natin magkaroon ng sitwasyon kung saan hindi po kaya ma-scrutinize ng mamamayan, no, maging bahagi ng paano ba na-ensure na yung pondo ng gobyerno galing sa pera ng mamamayan ay hindi po na-account kung saan napupunta. But you mentioned po, so may engineers, etc. So may audit processes po ang DILG dito. So maaari po bang makapag-submit ang DILG ng full financial and physical performance audit ng funds under BDP and yung disbursement breakdown ng e-clip for the last year? Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. What we can provide is the status of the physical project completion and the fund releases. As to the scrutiny of how the funds are used, we leave it to the Commission on Audit. I also would like to add, Mr. Chair, that the SBDP projects are subject to third-party monitoring. We have coordinated with the CSOs and NGOs to help us monitor the implementation of the SBDP projects.
And to clarify, yung third party na in-engage to monitor, ang DILG po ang nag-engage sa kanya?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but there's a sort of criteria in determining the third party monitor.
So is the DILG also a recipient of the reports of this third party in its monitoring? Baka po pwedeng masubmit din po iyon sa committee.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We naturally we are the first group which benefit from the report of the third party monitor.
Okay, so
and
you're
we will
directed to submit.
gladly provide you a copy of the report.
Thank you. By when?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
By when? When? Tuesday?
Next week, Mr. Chair, Tuesday.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My next question is in relation naman po sa active shooting drills that na-announce po supposedly this week mangyayari pero na-push back po to September. May I ask kung meron na po bang comprehensive plan and timeline kung paano po ito isasagawa sa bansa? Na bahagi po ba ang DILG sa pagplano po nito, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, may I? The DepEd po is spearheading this. It will be a school-led event, and they have issued guidelines. No? And they are coordinating with the PNP, the DILG, and the BFP insofar as the drills are concerned. Ang plan po dito is they will conduct simulation drills in schools And then there will be a group of experts, like for example, members from the PNP, DILG, which will somehow comment on how the drills are being conducted. Right now, the guidelines po are being refined by the DepEd in coordination with the DILG regional offices and then mga PNP personnel po natin sa regions. And then as soon as the guidelines are finished, we will resume with the we will schedule the drills. It's also taking into consideration the comments from the several associations insofar as mental health, mental well-being of the children are concerned.
Mr. Chair, ang concern kasi natin, well, tama namang nare-refine pa yung guidelines, pero ang report sa atin, September 1, di ba, ang target day na unang isasagawa na to, and that's this Tuesday. So kaya po bang masubmit yung guidelines, for example, to this committee upon its completion, and I assume supposedly complete na siya by Tuesday bago maglunsad ng una. Tama po ba?
As of now, we have not received any specific date as to the rescheduling po. No? If we were informed by the DepEd that it might be rescheduled to next week. Wala pong definite date kung kailan next week. But surely, Mr. Chair, as soon as we receive the guidelines, we will share it to the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, ang pina-flag na lang din natin, so narinig naman natin syempre yung considerations ng mental health, pero may mga studies from other countries kung saan mas madalas ang shooters, no, at ayaw nating maulit yun dito o mangyari dito, na yung effect niya sa kabataan ay nakaka-relieve ng trauma, ng anxiety, at mahirap i-distinguish sa isip nila, no, yung actual conduct and syempre yung drill and operation lang. So, yung paglabas po ng guidelines nito as soon as possible at ma-operate at mas scrutinize din po kung paano siya magagawa ay yun na po ang pinakamatutulong, no, kung paano natin syempre ma-respondehan ito. Siguro last question, Mr. Chair, if I am allowed.
Please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This will be on the National Youth Commission po, Mr. Chair, because usapin din syempre yung the anti-political dynasty provision na nasa SK lang, no, and meron din po now at least proposals after so long at the national level and all, applicable to all elective provisions. Mas mahigpit pa nga yung sa youth as it stands, no, but nonetheless, right now, we have reports on the ground na hindi rin naman or ang hirap din i-implement ito. May mga tumatakbo pa rin na bahagi ng political dynasties or even labag doon sa provision provided in law. Kasi it's up to essentially any person to file at COMELEC ng complaint dito. So siguro ang tanong ko na lang, paano po ba makakatulong ng National Youth Commission sa pag-implement ng existing provisions in law para on the prohibition of political dynasties kahit sa sangguniang kabataan?
Madam Chair, the law limits us, our mandate, to recommend or encourage. No? Just to share with you, baka magalit sa akin yung committee chair who's my cousin. Actually, I'm a member of the Anti-Dynasty Network, and it's not to go against sitting dynasties. It's really just more to push for equal rights for people to join politics. So what we do is we try to incorporate voters' youth suffrage programs. So in this case, this year, Madam Chair, may partnership kami ng Commission on Human Rights. Actually, they didn't have a budget. They only had 600,000. And the National Youth Commission actually realigned some of our funds to the amount of about 4.8 million. So they can do a regional youth suffrage program on their own. So for now, Madam Chair, I think that's the best we can do is to really educate them on the grassroots.
Ang last na lang po, Mr. Chair, dahil alam kong underfunded na nga ang NYC, marami nang gawain, pero ang mandate pa is recommendatory, no? Pero can I ask an update, no? Ano po ba ang mga recommendations na nagawa ng NYC in relation sa pag-implement ng provision na ito? Baka po meron po ba siyang studies na sa mga binigay niya po sa COMELEC, ilan po ba ang na-actionan dito?
Madam Chair, we don't have that data right now. We have to defer to COMELEC. However, we would be open to working with you how to implement this on the ground, especially sa ating SKs.
Sige, Mr. Chair, siguro kung kaya na lang po makapag-submit ng National Youth Commission ng mga list of recommendations na nagawa na niya siguro over the years. Kung maaari, At siguro pag-usapan na lang po namin kung ilang years yung
Yes,
inclusive.
ano ipapasabit po natin?
Yung mga naging list of recommendations ng National Youth Commission to the Commission on Elections sa
Okay.
prohibition on political dynasties, provision nila.
Okay.
No, na yung mga na-flag na cases para ma-actionan, and then kung ano pong mga resulting cases ng COMELEC na lumabas in relation to
Can you submit by Tuesday?
Mr. Chair, we'll have to defer to COMELEC because we don't have the data. So usually the complaints are direct to them. So we will try to contact them and get back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that's hard. Siguro
Yes.
COMELEC na lang, ma'am.
Opo, pero
Yeah.
okay, sige. Mag-uusap na lang din po kami, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. So, thank you, ma'am. From the majority, Congressman Caroline Aguiao, you recognize, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, follow-up question lang po doon sa DILG, yung katanungan po ni Kong Rene kanina regarding the LCAC barangays natin sa Philippines. How many LCAC barangays are there in the whole Philippines, Mr. Chair?
DLG. Yusek Mario.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Starting 2021. For 2021, we have a total of 840 barangays target. 2022, it's 1,406. 2023 is 958.
Kindly speak closer to the mic. Sir, thank you.
2024, Mr. Chair, the recipient barangays is 864. For 2025, it's 780. And for 2026, 808. Total, up to this time, is 5,608 barangays, starting 2021, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, for 2025 po natin, ay 2025, 800.
780, Mr. Chair.
Kindly submit the data to the committee.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
We have
Thank
it with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding po dito, magkano po yung niaalat natin per barangay sa mga LCAC barangays po natin? Kasi may mga karamihan po, especially sa mga geographically GIDA areas sa buong Pilipinas. I think almost magkano po yung kabuuan na binibigay natin sa kanila po?
For
Mr. Chair?
2025, the allocation for each barangay is 10 million, Mr. Chair. For 2026, we proposed a 10 million allocation, but it came out in the NEP 5 million.
5 million.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
5 million, Mr. Chair, sa 2026 budget or 2027 budget po?
2026, no? Just to be clear, ang request nyo noong 2026 is 10, but lumabas
I stand to be
sa
corrected,
GAA
Mr.
is
Chair.
5.
Mr. Chair, I stand to be corrected. For 2026, each barangay received 10 million.
Okay.
For 2025, it's 2.5 million.
So tumaas from 2.5 to 10.
Yes, Mr. Chair, for 2026.
Yes.
But for 2027, it went down to 5 million, Mr. Chair.
But you requested 10 to 5.
That's the proposal of the National Task Force to End Local Communities.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you so much. Kasi karamihan po sa mga LCAC barangays natin, alam naman po natin na it's a holistic approach po ang ginagawa po nila pag yung mga LCAC barangays with the PNP, PFP, all agencies concerned, nandun po sila. And then, pag yung let's say, yung 5 million for 2026 budget po, 2026 allocation,
10 million, Mr. Chair, for 2026.
10 million, 2026. But then, ang 2027 natin is 5 million. So, down po siya for 5
Yes,
million.
Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Regarding po dito, hindi po natin pwedeng, let's say, kasi bumaba nga po, kasi karamihan po doon sa mga LCAC barangays, marami din po na-include na may mga cities. There are cities na na-include doon. So, I don't think lahat po ng cities na kasali po dito sa LCAC barangays ay they're all under the LCAC, yung requirements po ninyo, Mr. Chair.
Per the guidelines, Mr. Chair, all barangays which are recipient of the fund have been at one time or another been under the influence of the communist terrorist groups. These are the barangays which are already cleared by the armed forces of the Philippines.
So Mr. Chair, yung mga binibigay ho natin sa kanila, let's say sa mga yung fund na 5 million, na-chop-chop po siya kung ano yung kailangan, yung need po ng isang barangay. Di ho ba, Mr. Chair?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. I already mentioned a while ago the consultation done at the barangay level so that the felt needs of the barangays are identified.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Pero let's say, mga BHS, barangay health stations, mga ganon, ang kailangan ho nila. Mga water system. Di ho ba meron naman ho ang DOH na nagpro-provide for these projects, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Yes, Mr. Chair. There's a menu provided in the guidelines. School classrooms, health centers, water system, electrification.
may duplication po
And,
ba kayo
farm
sa
to market
DOH? Ang DOH meron din?
Mr. Chair, the task force is created down to the level of the municipality. So they are talking at the LGU level so that there's no duplication of the projects implemented at the barangays.
Okay, thank you.
So Mr. Chair, yung implementing agency, sa inyo po, kayo po yung nag-i-implement doon sa project, let's say sa mga BHS.
No, no, Mr. Chair. The funds are directly downloaded to the municipalities. It's the municipality, it's the LGU which implements the project. What we are tasked to do in the DILG is to monitor the implementation of the project.
Monitor and supervise, yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Parang naging, Mr. Chair, parang maging LGSF na siya as a fund. So parang meron pa ring duplication. Let's say hindi na monitor ng DOH, parang totoo
Mr.
ba
Chair.
na napunta yung fund for the BHS? Kasi may mga LGUs na hindi siya napupunta doon. Though sinasabi ng DILG, there are some na hindi na siya na-turn over sa mga RHUs, mga DOH na meron ginawang MPB or health station doon sa barangay na yon. So I think sana po doon sa menu ng DILG for the kung saan may lalagay yung pondo for 5 million para ma-congest yung para kung saan doon. Let's say, ang FMRs, sana doon na lang sa DA. Para hindi na naglalodge doon sa DILG. Kasi pag kinukuha pa natin, let's say 5 million lang yung pondo nila, ano po kaya yung talagang menu ng DILG na para doon talaga, na gagamitin para doon sa barangay, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, may I provide clarification?
Yes.
The Support to Barangay Development Program is lumped under the Local Government Support Fund.
Yes.
There are 4 projects under the LGSF. One is the Growth Equity Fund. The second is Support and Assistance Fund to Participatory Budgeting, which is for water and the evacuation center. Then the Financial Assistance to Local Governments. And the last is Support to Barangay Development Program.
Yes.
The
But
barangays-
LGSF is not under DILG.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Just
It's
for
being administered
clarification.
by the Department of Budget and Management, Mr. Chair.
DBM. Yeah. So nalilito tayo minsan kasi local government support fund. Actually, we suggested it already na sana DILG ang mag-implement para meritocracy. Yung mga magagaling na LGU, pwede natin bigyan. Yung performing. So, but it depends sa directive ng Pangulo. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So clear, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Salamat ng marami. At sana po yung pagpili po natin sa mga LCAC barangays po natin ay makikita natin they're really sa LCAC. Nandito naman ang PNP and the Philippine
PFP.
Yeah, PFP, AFP. At least makikita natin sana yung mga cities, matatanggal na po sila doon. Kasi cities, they're really, hindi naman natin masasabi na yung LCAC is nandun talaga sa city. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Salamat ng marami.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
And for the last to interpolate for the majority, ang aking paborito, Congresswoman Ana York Pondoc.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Doctora, for giving me this time. Gusto ko lang pong batiin ang ating pong PNP family. And sayang po na wala si Sec John Vic. But I'm sure more than capable naman po kayong lahat na to address our concerns. I would like to echo lang muna before I start my own questions. Maganda po yung suggestion and concerns regarding the LGSF. And ako po, I would personally support po na mapunta na po under the supervision of the DILG. Kasi po, meron po kayong tao on the ground more than DBM para po ma-monitor mabuti. At saka po, very important din po sa LGSF, yung mga timelines. Kasi po, pag binaba na po yung pondo, sometimes we do not have a deadline. And one of the things na hinahabol po natin is yung mas mabilis pong implementation na atin pong mga proyekto. So, ayun lang po muna. And again, I come from the 4th District of Pampanga, yung pinaka poong binabaha na lugar sa buong Pilipinas. And up to today, abot hita pa po yung tubig. And that will persist po for the next 3 to 6 months. So my question po for the DILG is, how are you preparing yourself and our LGUs? Kasi po, dati every 5 years, every 8 years. Ngayon po nagulat po kami na every year. So paano po kayo naghahanda dito?
Can we clarify the question, ma'am? Ma'am, any question?
DILG capacitating itself and the various LGUs po for kasi hindi na siya disaster, regular na po siya. So siguro, what are you planning to institutionalize na po? Hindi na po tayo dapat magulat. Kumbaga, kung kikilos po tayo sa araw ng baha, huli na yun. So we need to prepare. And as we all know, our PNP is also talagang first responders yan. At saka po ang ating pong barangay at ang ating pong mga mayor. So how is the DILG preparing po for disasters? Kasi alam ko one of the largest concerns din po ninyo ang disaster management or disaster preparedness. Hindi na po dapat i-manage, dapat i-prepare.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the DILG is the Vice Chair for Preparedness under the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council. And on this note, we are working with other national government agencies, particularly the science agencies, to provide timely information and updates to our local governments, particularly on the high-risk areas that they have in the LGU. Those areas which are flood-prone, susceptible or vulnerable to landslides, so that our barangays particularly can already identify beforehand or prepare beforehand their constituents. So in furtherance of the mandate of the DILG, we came up with our operation list of protocols. And this operation list of protocols have been implemented since 2016, 2017. And we have trained local government units on how to properly respond to and mitigate the effects of disasters. We have operation list of protocol for typhoons, operation list of protocol for volcanic eruptions, for tsunamis, landslides, and even El Nino. So that's one of the strategy that we are doing in the DILG. But more than that, we are in constant contact, for example, with Pag-asa in order to provide our local governments with the latest update, particularly when there are typhoons and local weather disturbance in their area.
Even during the disaster, nandun yung DILG officer sa munisipyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because we are also actually monitoring the preparedness measures of the LGUs every time there's for example, typhoons coming in our area.
Mabuti, thank you so much for that information, and mabuti po nabanggit nyo yung Pag-asa. We all know that mayors are the ones who declare po na walang pasok. So, napakagulo po ng sitwasyon. Is there some way that we could like put a deadline or something. Parang guidelines po ng DILG kasi po alas 3 na po ng hapon biglang wala na po. Tapos kung ano-ano pa, sari-sariling LGU po ang nagde-declare. So minsan ho, magkakatabi, iba-iba po yung hatol. Is there some way that the DILG can coordinate with this? Because this is very confusing to parents, to businesses, at sa lahat-lahat na. Tapos nakikita niyo po ito sa Facebook, ang aangas po ng mga bata, demanding na wala na pong school sa kanila pong chief executives. Is there some way that DILG can work on this? Or talagang sari-sarili lang banat?
Mr. Chair, there is now an ongoing effort to revisit the executive order, no, particularly on the declaration of suspension of classes. No, but the policy that is now being used is still the same. We leave it to the local chief executives to declare localized suspension of classes if it's really necessary, taking into consideration the forecast given by the Pag-asa.
Late po ba talagang mag-forecast ng Pag-asa para sa ating po mga mayors? And di ba forecasting is a science? Di naman ho hinuhulaan yan.
Well, if I may, there are other apps na not only Pag-asa na pwede. May Windy, may iba-iba. So, minsan yun na po yung ginagamit rin ng mga ibang LGUs. So, yeah, yung ginagamit po natin. But, syempre, officially, Pag-asa pa rin.
Hindi ho ba pwedeng we work out something na may deadline naman po?
Yes, Mr.
Hindi
Chair.
naman siguro dapat alauna ng hapon.
Ideally, the forecast should, the basis for the suspension of classes should be 11 p.m. forecast of Pag-asa so that the following day, parents and students will no longer, have to go to school, before the suspension is declared. I do believe that Pag-asa is also doing its best to provide more accurate information to all local governments and to all our citizens.
Yes. Thank you.
Sa mga climate change threatened and forever flooded municipalities, first of all, I would like to commend the PNP sa kanila pong tulong sa amin sa 4th District of Pampanga. Napakasipag po nila and they were with us last year and this year. And sila po nagbibigay ng libreng sakay. So gusto ko po silang pasalamatan. Now, the second question sa amin, I would also like to thank the BFP. Meron din po silang rinescue po na mga drowning victims. So my question is, pwede ho ba natin silang i-capacitate at i-train? At saka naghahanap po talaga sila ng mga gamit for water rescue. Can we identify po specific flooded areas like the entire Pampanga or maybe the 4th District of Pampanga? Kasi wala man ho kaming mga boats eh. Konting-konti lang po talaga, and I think that we should identify areas that need to be rescued po. Pwede ho ba yun? And can you share with us what you are doing po for water rescue, lalo na po sa flooded areas?
Ma'am, good afternoon po. Yung Bureau of Fire Protection plays a very vital role pagdating po sa HIDR, especially on flooding. Yung nakikita nyo po na nakatangerine are all BFP. Ang ginagawa po ng BFP ngayon, ma'am, continuous po yung capacity building po ng mga local disaster risk reduction management office ng mga LGUs nila. Isa po yan, ma'am, sa nakasama po sa listahan ng mga bibilhin po ng BFP. Pagdating po sa HIDR, kasama na po yung mga watercraft natin na magagamit automatically. That includes also the life vest. So hopefully po, madagdagan lang po yung pondo ng BFP para mabili natin yung ating kailangan po.
Rest assured, susuportahan ko po yan. And is it possible po that we would give the boats at yung mga gamit po sa mga places na talagang alam po natin na binabaha?
Ma'am, meron na ho kaming identified mga localities na constantly po maliit lang na ulan, binabaha kagad.
Like yung mga nandun po sa Project NOAA, for example.
Yes, ma'am. Pagka po nadagdagan lang ho yung pondo at mabibili ho yung mga gamit namin, that will be distributed geographically kung ano po yung needs ng mga local fire stations natin.
Kasi po sa amin, umaagos talaga yung tubig and somebody drowned actually in front of me at talagang kulang po yung gamit nila. So if you could support us po, we would be very grateful.
Rest assured, ma'am, that we will do our best to help in the capacity building po ng mga local disaster reduction management office po natin, yung mga barangay disaster po. Constant naman po yung mga trainings namin sa kanila. And hopefully in the future po, ma-acquire po namin yung mga necessary equipments and that will be placed doon po sa mga localities na talaga hong tinatamaan po ng baha or whatever kind of hydromet hazards na meron po sila.
Sige po, and we look forward to that. Sana po our PNP chief would look into that also.
Thank you.
So after climate change po, my next question is regarding po yung alam na po natin na talagang laganap na po ang mga threats sa bawat school po, ano? At araw-araw daw yung mga PNP nandun na ho sa bawat school checking up on threats. So my question is, paano po parang nagkaroon po ng access sa mga baril ang mga bata? And I believe these are registered firearms given to licensed personnel. Like yung isa po, yung tita niya was a nurse, a lawyer, and a policeman. A policewoman. And the other one po, yung daddy niya po, customs. How are you training po? Parang hindi ho unregistered, registered pa ho yung mga firearms. Tama po ba ako doon?
Thank you for the last question. Kindly answer.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, those recovered firearms that were used in June 16 as well as in Zamboanga are all registered firearms except for the other one. So the Philippine National Police, of course, in coordination with other law enforcement units and as a unit responsible for regulating these firearms, ginagawan po ng paraan with regards to several policy. As to when we say these are within the reach of children, of course, or minor, of course, nandun na yung indication. But that's why we have prepared cases against these personalities who are supposed to be the custodian of these firearms. And one of the recommendation was, of course, the enactment of law such that ma-repeal yung naging bailable ang ating violation of firearms, illegal possession of firearms. We are recommending that a higher penalty be imposed for those in possession of unlicensed firearms, especially so that unlicensed firearms are being used in the commission of crime. About 98% of the cases are or involving firearms are unlicensed firearms. Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
And lastly, ano po yung maging role po ng barangay tanods and the barangay regarding this? Ito pong mga nagiging violence in schools.
Just like the police.
At may role po ba sila?
Mr. Chair and Your Honor, ang alam naman natin ng peace and order ay shared responsibility of the community and the police.
Kasi po, sir, sorry po, limited lang po ang pulis sa isang munisipyo eh. And they cannot be patrolling all the elementary schools. Though ako po as a parent, bahala na po yung ibang crimes, basta okay lang po yung mga kids. Pero again, that is not realistic. Pero kung tatanungin niyo po, gusto ko yun.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, actually there are 42,000 barangays nationwide. Kung bibilangin na lang natin ang number of schools, there are of course more than 42,000. 42,000 schools. So let's say it's about 56,000 schools nationwide, including those private schools. So it is a must that we multiply each other, especially in negating the occurrence of crime and maintaining peace and order. Ang the best po dyan is the police, other law enforcement agencies working together with the community para po may capacitate at ma-deny natin by police presence or presence of presence of this police in the community, especially in the school. And if we have 230,000 and then say another times 3, 42,000 times 7 of barangay tanods, napakarami nun. But it is not the efficient way of maintaining peace and order.
Yes, teamwork na lang. Sila muna yung una, tapos pag kayo na po yung re-rescue sa kanila.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor,
First
true.
defense,
We are sitting together, engaging each other, and making sure that we have our security plan for that.
May mga data po ba kayo regarding crime, kung ilan yung pinatay sa Manila, or actually it's going down? Napakagaling po ng pulis natin under the leadership of General Natates.
Meron po ba kayong crime statistics? Like, pwede naman ho.
Yes. Can you submit
Yes, I'm actually curious lang po.
to this committee?
Mr.
Like,
Chair,
I'm hoping pababa po.
Actually, it is.
Mr. Chair, we'll be submitting the data. But as far as I can remember, when we implemented and or launched our safer cities, lalong-lalo na yun ang utos ng ating SILG Remulla, bumaba po ang occurrence ng focus crime by 12%. If we're to compare a period of 1 year today and 1 year before this period, ay about 25% po ang reduction. So napakababa ho. That's why per tourist index, tumaas po yung natin ng tourist visitors dito sa Pilipinas. We're ranked by about 60%, 65%. As to the crime index bumaba po such that ang crime index nandito tayo sa ranking pang-rank 45%. Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I am
Thank you,
sure
ma'am.
po. So I'm sure po pababa yun, and I would just like to see a listing po. Baka ho Central Luzon and Metro Manila. Opo. So that concludes po yung mga tanong ko. I would again like to thank our PNP po sa tulong po sa akin nitong dumating pong habagat. And sana po wag po kayong bibitaw sa amin dahil po talagang binabaha po yung aming lugar. And rest assured po of the full support to our Secretary Remulla and our Chief PNP po sa inyo pong budget. And to the DILG family, maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you, Congressman New York Bondok. Ang last na po mag-interpolate, pero bago po yan, I would like to recognize the presence of our SDS, Dinan Hernandez. Ang pinakahuli na po magtatanong sa inyo, hinihintay pa po natin si Chairman Mika Sonsing. Pero habang wala siya, may clarificatory question lang po ako. Pwede pong magtanong sa DILG and even sa police. So, ayan. Yes, boss. May incident lang po sa amin pong district na may nagsulat na po ang mga winning contractors sa amin regarding yung mga hulihan na mga backhoe, mga equipment nila. So, hindi na po nila alam ang difference between excavation and quarrying. So, we have the letter already. It was received na by Secretary Vince Dizon. And for sure, tatanungin po ang DNR and then tatanungin po rin ng DILG, then ang ating kapulisan. Dahil ang involved po dito, ang tinatawag po sa amin na Sagip Kalikasan Task Force. So even po yung mga reblocking na mga daan, siyempre po gagamit ka ng backhoe, ang tawag po nila doon, quarrying na. And ang tinatanong po namin, are they allowed? Is the Sagip Kalikasan Task Force na mga tao ng provincial government, are they allowed to impound heavy equipment na ginagamit po sa development sa paggawa ng mga daan
sa buong pong Pilipinas. Huwag lang po sa amin sa Camarines Sur. I would like to seek the first DILG, the opinion. Yes. Meron pong contractor doon. 6 na po na backhoe ang nakuha dahil gumagawa po ng flood control. Yes.
Thank you very
And
much.
I will submit also a copy. Unahan ko na.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As far as confiscation of equipment belonging to some people engaged in quarrying or excavation, now the possibility of
First, they're not engaged. What is the difference of excavation and quarrying?
well,
For example, sir, para mas malinaw, gumagawa po ako line canal. Is that quarrying or excavation?
that is excavation, sir.
Exactly.
Now, when you quarry,
Gumagawa po tayo ng reblocking. Is
Well,
that quarrying, excavation?
I think that is also excavation. Your Honor.
Excavation. Okay. Clearing po, dahil nag-landslide. May landslide sa bundok, nag-clearing po sa daan. Is that quarrying or clearing?
Same answer, Your Honor, please.
Okay. Ang tanong ko po ba, pwede po bang i-impound ng mga tao ng probinsya ang mga equipment na ito po yung ginagawa?
Well, by and large, as long as the act is not illegal, it is not a travesty of any existing law.
And plus, we have to remember, nagmayor po ako, any local ordinance, municipal, or even po provincial, we cannot supersede any national law.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's why I'm asking, are they allowed to impound, yes or no?
I don't think that authority is vested on the part of the LGU. For
Yes,
that matter.
kindly study it. Dahil ang next question ko naman po sa kapulisan. Meron pong incident po sa amin na private land, may backhoe rin na gumagawa ng fish pond. Kinukuha rin po ng kalikasan dahil yung po raw ay quarrying. Ano po ang aksyon na dapat? We would just want to clarify this. No? So, because in our area, just to tell you honestly, mas matatapang pang Sagip Kalikasan Task Force kaysa sa mga polis natin. And that is the situation in our area. So, what should we do? Please give us your guidance.
Mr. Chair, of course, the Philippine National Police nag-exist to enforce the law. In enforcing the law, of course, for example, we have these heavy utility machineries involved in excavation and or quarrying. If these machines are being used in the conduct of or in furtherance of illegal activities, whether this is in violation of the special laws, DNR laws, or local ordinances or local laws, we are bound to implement it.
Yes. And sa pag-implement po nito, kahit po Sagip Kalikasan ang tawag, dapat po ay deputize po ng DNR. Am I correct?
That's correct, sir. That is always in coordination with the appropriate agency. And for that matter, in that instance, that would be the DNR, Your Honor, and the LGU.
Yes. Kasi ang alam ko po dyan, kahit deputize po kayo, hindi kayo basta-basta pwedeng humuli. Dapat kasama ang DNR, lalo na kasama rin po ang ating kapulisan. And even ang ating kapulisan, kahit deputize po kayo, may nahuli po tayong illegal logging, ay sinosurrender po natin sa DNR. Ngayon po, ang nangyari po sa amin, basta kinukuha yung backhoe, nandun na po sa Kapitolyo. So, ang gagawin na lang ay kakaso. Alam naman po natin, pag nagkaso, matagal, bulok na po yung backhoe. So, ang tanong lang po namin yung immediate. Can we run sa PNP pag may ganito pong insidente? It is a national government project na gumagawa po ng daan doon po kasi kami nagugulat dahil syempre gagamit ka ng bako pag nag-reblocking ka. Pero pag ganon ay nangyayari po itong insidenteng ito sa amin. So I'm just letting you know that this is happening in my district. There are contractors na 6 na po yung nakuha. Po, 2. Pero ang pinakamalupit yung isa pero hindi po nakuha dahil hiniram lang yung bako niya at nagpapagawa ng fish pond sa private land. Okay? And nagsumbong po sa police. Ang sabi ng police, nasa gitna po sila. Okay? So, pumasok. I mean, the bako is nandun po sa loob. That's trespassing already. So, sana lang po, ma-actionan lang po ito. Sir, you can investigate. Sir, wag lang po kayo maniwala sa akin. Ito po yung mga report lang po sa amin. But, mas matindi po ang intel po ninyo kung nangyayari po talaga ito sa amin.
Yes, Your Honorable Chair.
Yes. Okay. So, thank you, sir. We'll just give you a copy na lang, DILG and PNP. Yun po yung pinaka-importante na sana po maturuan po natin yung ating kapulisan kung anong gagawin. Even sa DILG, siyempre may supervisionary powers din tayo over LGUs. So, let's look into this because sobra na po itong nangyayari sa aming pong distrito. And bihira lang po ako magsalita, bihira lang po ako umangal, pero pag sobra na, kailangan rin natin ipaglaban yung tamang proseso, yung tamang pagsunod po natin sa batas. And that's why I'm very happy to defend the DILG family. I'm very much contented sa lahat ng achievements nyo po. Keep it up. And sinasabi ko sa inyo, paglalaban po natin yung ating mga hirit. Kung makikita nyo po, pinagtsatsagaan ko po yan na para makita. It's not easy, especially now, the fiscal space na meron po tayo ay napakaliit. Kung last year po, naniwala po kayo sa akin, mas malaki yung pwede natin ibigay. And sa BFP, ipaglalaban po natin yung inyong pondo. BJMP, mag-uusap pa po tayo. Ayusin pa po natin ito. And even other agencies. No? So, while waiting for Chairman Mika Swansing, I would like to recognize our SDS, Dinan Hernandez, for his manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Napakaseryoso ng ating chairman. Palakpakan po natin ating chairman. Patapos na yung budget nyo. No, hindi ako magtatanong. I just read this. It's a magmamanifest lang ako ng support, no? So I manifest my full support for the approval of the budget of the Department of Interior and Local Government, the Philippine National Police and its attached agencies. Their sustained efforts in maintaining peace and order, enforcing discipline and accountability within their own ranks, and relentless combating criminality deserve the full support of this Congress. In particular, I commend their intensified campaign against smuggling and illicit trade of cigarettes, which not only deprives the government of much needed revenues but also undermines the legitimate business and the rule of law. Good governance, good performance deserve adequate support. I therefore strongly support the approval of their budget so they can continue protecting our communities and keeping our people. So, Chief Nartates, I'm from Mindanao. I'm from Region 12. So, gusto ko lang pasalamatan yung former regional director ko at ngayon ay director ng operation, Director Argente. Nandito po ba siya? Siya po yung masigasig na nanguhuli ng sigarilyo. Palakpakan po natin. Of course, sinundan na po ng aking bagong regional director, Manibog. So, same thing, no? Hanggang sari-sari store, pinapasukan nila. I think, talagang i-congratulate ko rin si SILG. And of course, our PNP chief and the men in uniform, na matagal ng problema yan, pero ngayon ko lang nakikita na napakarami pong huli ninyo. So again, palakpakan mo natin yung effort ninyo dahil hindi lang tayo nadi-deprive ng income for government, pero yung health po ng mga kabataan. nagkaka-access dito. So ipatuloy nyo po yan and nagpapasalamat ako kay PNP Chief na you always appoint men in uniform in my region down to RD, Provincial Director, at saka yung mga COP, no, na talagang pinupukpok nyo sila na hanggang doon sa sari-sari store, kailangan matigil tong illicit trade ng cigarette. Again, congratulations at maraming salamat po.
Congratulations. I'll ask for a 5-minute suspension. Banyo break muna tayo. So, suspended for 5 minutes. I would like to recognize the chairman for the APRO committee, Mika Swansing.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Arnie Fatabella. Good afternoon to everyone. As I was told by Kong Arnie, tapos na po, wala na pong ibang mag-i-interpolate. And hindi po ako mag-i-interpolate, I promise. I support the budget of DILG. Alam niyo naman po yan, we're always very supportive. Last year, we took care of the subsistence allowance. We funded it totally, completely under the 2026 General Appropriations Act. And for us naman po, talagang long overdue and well-deserved po talaga yon for our military uniform personnel. So hopefully po, napapakinabangan na po at nararamdaman na po ng ating mga kasamahan yung karagdagan po na subsistence allowance for 2026. So moving forward po, coming into 2027, we want to, the Committee on Appropriations and myself, we'd like to once again express our support for the budget of the DILG. You're doing such important work for our country, ensuring peace and order all throughout the country. So, and making sure the LGUs din po are working closely with the national government in terms of all of the priorities po in serving our countrymen. So, hindi pa ako mag-interpolate. I'm just here to express my support. And actually, baliktad po, I am here to ask actually what else we can do for the DILG moving forward as we go through the deliberations. So, siguro po ang nabanggit na po ni Kong Arnie, he's had discussions as of course the person who will be defending the budget of the DILG. He's had the discussions with the different with the DILG and all the attached agencies with regard to the additional requirements or proposals or additional budget for consideration that you would like to put forth. So siguro po sinabi na po yan ni Kong Arnie. I don't know if you'd like to say it to me, kung ano po yung laman ng wish list ninyo, or would you just prefer to write to the committee? Sulat na lang po. Okay. In terms of logistics po, I'll just request if we could have the request for additional consideration by Thursday po ngayon, by the first half of next week, if possible, because one of the major reforms that we've done in the Committee on Appropriations is we are now institutionalizing the Budget Amendments Review Subcommittee, which openly deliberates on all the requests for institutional amendments emanating from the agencies. So, yun po sana yung request namin as we are targeting to convene the BARC in about a week or so before the plenary, para po mahimay na namin yung mga budget requests po at saka maisama po namin for consideration of BARC. So hopefully po, if it's okay po, by the first half of next week, if we could have those. And siguro, Kong Arnie, if I may, this is actually one of the engagement models that we have been doing since last year, which is to give the civil society organizations the opportunity to pose questions to the agencies through the Committee on Appropriations. Just to clarify din po, siguro we've seen some feedback with regard to the engagement model this year. Siguro po ang kaklaruhin ko lang po, for the record, this is the first time that the Committee on Appropriations received questions emanating from the CSOs. Ngayong araw pa lang po yung una na natanggap namin because siguro po, just to clarify, meron po kasing perception that it's the Committee on Appropriations who is handling all of the direct coordinations with the civil society organizations. But in fact po, it's actually the CPBRD within Congress who directly coordinates with the civil society organizations. So ang nangyayari po, umaasa po kami sa CPBRD every morning to give us a list of the civil society organizations present during that day, as well as the list of questions emanating from the civil society organization. So gusto ko lang po sigurong klaruhin for all our partner CSOs who are watching and and also everyone who would like to engage with us. Nito pong mga nakaraang araw, wala po kaming natatanggap na mga tanong galing po sa mga civil society organization. So that's something that we have to coordinate with CPBRD with moving forward. Na sana po, araw-araw mabigyan na po nila kami ng listahan ng mga civil society organizations at yung mga katanungan po para sa araw na yun. Because on the part of the Committee on Appropriations, we are really sincere when we were really adamant in upholding the engagement models with the civil society organization. So we would like to apologize to the civil society organizations who felt that they have been left out of the deliberations in the previous days, when in fact po talaga, honest to goodness, utmost sincerity, we have not been receiving any of the questions from the CSOs. But now that we've received this today. Hopefully po in the next days, kukulitin po namin yung CPBRD to give us the questions because we really want to be your voice. We want to be your avenue in asking questions to our agencies. So, buena mano po itong DILG in terms of the question. So if I may po, on behalf of the civil society organizations, I would like to pose a few questions to the DILG family. These questions po emanate from Code NGO. And these are the questions po for DILG. The first is the rationale for the local government support fund. I believe this was actually discussed at length by Sec John Vic earlier today. The Bandanas Garcia ruling broadened the tax base used to compute the just share of local government units in national taxes, now released through the national tax allotment. Considering the resulting increase in the NTA of LGUs, what is the policy justification for retaining a separate local government support fund whose allocations are still determined and directly released by the national government to beneficiary LGUs? Follow-up question po, what specific programs, needs, or fiscal gaps funded through the LGSF cannot be adequately supported through the increased NTA and other regular revenues of LGUs? How does the government ensure that the LGSF supplements rather than duplicates or substitutes for resources already available to LGUs? So yun po siguro yung katanungan, if we may post that to DILG.
Joseph Mario. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor. For 2027, the estimated national tax allocation share of local governments is like 1.32 to 1.4 trillion pesos. But this amount is divided between and among the 82 provinces, 149 cities, 1,493 municipalities, and more than 42,000 barangays. So on the surface, it looks as if it's very, very big amount. But when divided between those local governments that I mentioned a while ago, it will not really be enough to fund the priority projects of the local governments, considering that there are devolved functions that are given to LGUs. So the local government support fund, which will be like 58 billion for 2027, will be an additional fund which the local governments can use in responding to the other felt needs of their constituents. No? These funds are earmarked for projects like water system, water sanitation system, farm to market roads, electrification, health centers, and for other basic services of the people in the different localities. So I believe, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, that's the rationale why there's the local government support fund.
Just to clarify po, I believe this was something that Sec. Remulla raised earlier today, that for the record, DILG, what is the role that DILG plays in LGSF? Para lang po malinaw.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. The local government support fund is directly released to the local governments. The DILG's task is to, per the General Appropriations Act, is to do the monitoring and evaluation in the implementation of these projects. So for that purpose, as I mentioned a while ago, we have a fund allocated for the hiring of engineers and the project evaluation officers, which we deploy to our provinces and regions to help us monitor, to ensure the faithful implementation of all those projects funded from the LGSF.
So in terms of validation po, vetting, receiving all of the proposals, that is done by DBM.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. There's a portal created by DBM where LGUs can submit their project proposals.
So just to answer the last question of our CSO partner, hindi po DILG yung kasi po ang tanong, how do we ensure that these are not duplicates, duplicate projects? So the vetting, the validation, all that process is not handled by DILG, but rather DBM. So we can, perhaps we can also pose that as a question to the DBM.
That's
later
correct,
on.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor. It's the LGUs themselves which identify the priority projects that they will fund from the LGSF.
Yes.
Through the portal.
Thank you. Thank you po, Yusek. So we'll move to the next question. This is with regard to community participation, project validation, and oversight, also from Code NGO. Could the DILG explain the complete process for identifying, endorsing, validating, procuring, and monitoring projects funded under the LGSF, particularly the FALGU, to the Barangay Development Program? At what stages are local development councils, local sanggunians, accredited civil society organizations, sectoral representatives, and affected communities meaningfully involved? What safeguards are, ang haba, mayroon pang sorry. What safeguards are in place to ensure that projects respond to documented community needs, are aligned with local development plans, do not duplicate existing national government or LGU programs, and are protected from conflicts of interest and undue influence in procurement? Last paragraph po, the 2027 National Expenditure Program also proposes 563.925 million for the DILG's monitoring and evaluation of LGSF projects, as mentioned by Yusek earlier. What measurable outputs, public disclosure requirements, and accountability mechanisms correspond to this allocation? Will CSOs and community representatives be formally involved in independent project monitoring and validation? Yun po.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. As I mentioned a while ago, the identification of priority projects, the procurement for these projects now are lodged with local governments. What we are doing in the DILG is to just make sure that the projects are not cost projects and that they are properly implemented. To do that, we came up with a 3-tiered monitoring of all these projects. The first party monitoring is done by the local project monitoring committees. This is the mandated committee that should be in the local government unit, and the local project monitoring committee is composed of LGU functionaries and civil society organizations. The second tier is second party monitoring, that is us. And as I mentioned a while ago, and it was also mentioned by the good congressman a while ago, by the good chair, that there is an allocation of 563 million for the MIALGO monitoring and evaluation of LGU projects. So the 560 million is used for salaries of the engineers and the project evaluation officers that we hired to do the monitoring on the ground, because the field officers of the DILG really do not have the technical know-how to do the monitoring themselves. And the third-party monitoring, the third tier is the third-party monitoring. In the past, we have engaged civil society organizations and non-government organizations to help us monitor the projects implemented by the local governments. So those are the monitoring mechanisms that we have put in place. But aside from that, Your Honor, we also have the Subaybayan portal, which is a platform where local government units are required to upload status updates of projects implemented through or funded by the local government support fund. Yes, that's already the the safeguards that we have put in place to ensure the integrity of the implementation of all these projects.
Thank you, Yusek. Thank you for clarifying. Next is with regard to participatory budgeting. The next question, also from Code NGO, is the 2027 NEP retains 1 billion pesos for the support and assistance fund to participatory budgeting, while the overall LGSF increases from approximately 57.87 billion in 2026 to 58.53 billion in 2027. During the same period, the proposed allocation for the SBDP increases from 8.08 billion to 9.74 billion. What performance evidence and policy considerations inform these relative allocations? Consistent with the government's commitments to open and participatory governance, what plans does DILG have to expand the coverage of participatory budgeting and institutionalize meaningful CSO and community participation? From project identification and prioritization through implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. Participatory budgeting po,
Yes,
Yusek.
Mr. Chair, actually, the good chair mentioned 2 projects a while ago. That's the Support to Barangay Development Program and the Support and Assistance Fund to participatory budgeting. The SBDP is the program that was put in place by the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict to help barangays, to help address the needs of people in barangays which were previously influenced by the communist terrorist groups. Because for the longest time, these barangays have been neglected of basic services supposedly delivered by the national and local governments. So the 10 million for 2026, for example, is used to fund priority projects identified through consultations at the grassroots level. So that's the rationale of the SBDP, or Support to Barangay Development Fund. To gain or to regain the trust of people to government, we need to also address their basic needs. The other one is the Support and Assistance Fund to participatory budgeting. For 2026, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, there's an allocation of 1 billion pesos, and the 1 billion is used to fund water systems project by identified LGUs, also evacuation centers by the identified LGUs. The water system projects amounts to 13.3 million, and the evacuation centers amount to 25 point something million pesos. So these are the municipalities which are considered waterless municipalities, meaning 50% of their population do not have access to potable water. So these are already pre-identified municipalities for the water system project. For the evacuation centers, these are also the pre-identified municipalities which do not have evacuation centers. Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Yusek. We'll move to the 4th question, still from Code NGO, Human Rights Safeguards and Grievance Mechanisms. United Nations Special Rapporteurs and the Commission on Human Rights have raised serious concerns regarding red tagging and its effects on the freedoms of expression, association, and participation. The CHR's national inquiry found that red tagging creates a chilling effect on democratic participation and may serve as a precursor to grave human rights violations. The Civicus Monitor likewise currently rates civic space in the Philippines as repressed and identifies continuing red tagging as one of its concerns. Within the DILG's mandate, what concrete safeguards are in place to ensure that the implementation of LGSF and SBDP projects does not expose CSOs, human rights defenders, indigenous peoples, community leaders, and other stakeholders to labeling, profiling, retaliation, or exclusion? What independent and accessible grievance and accountability mechanisms are available to individuals and organizations? Will the department publicly report the number and nature of complaints received, the agencies or officials involved, and the corresponding actions taken?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, may I request the PNP to respond to that, please?
Madam Chair, National Police Commission. The NAPOLCOM recently released a manual for media relations, which includes prohibition on red tagging. In that manual, it is clearly stated that red tagging is prohibited, and there are sanctions attributed to it. And if anyone is listening, be it an ordinary citizen or a member of the media who might be a victim of red tagging, the doors of the National Police Commission are always welcome to accept any concern or complaint, and definitely we will act on them.
Thank you. Thank you po. Thank you, Com. Thank you so much. So I hope that clarifies the question. Next is the fifth question, also from Code NGO, which is the basis for the proposed increase in the SBDP budget. So same program po. The 2027 NEP proposes 9.74 billion for the SBDP, an increase from the 8.8 billion appropriated in the 2026 General Appropriations Act. What verified needs assessment, utilization, and completion data and independent outcome evaluation support this proposed increase? Could the department please provide the following information? First, the objective criteria for selecting beneficiary barangays and projects. Second, the proposed allocation per barangay and per project. Third, the physical and financial accomplishment rates of project funded in prior years. Fourth, any unresolved audit findings, implementation delays, or complaints. Fifth, evidence that completed projects have resulted in measurable improvements in basic services, community welfare, and sustainable peace and development. Will the DILG publish project-level financial and accomplishment data in an accessible open data format and enable independent validation by CSOs in affected communities? Yun pa. That would be the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the surface, Your Honor, it appears that the allocation for SBDP increased for 2027. But actually, the allocation per barangay decreased. Because in 2028, the number of barangays covered is 808. But for 2027, the number of covered barangays is 1,904. So actually, we are asking 19-point-something billion pesos so that each barangay will have 10 million allocation, just like in 2026. But unfortunately, the allocation was reduced to 5 million. So it really did not increase. Actually, it decreased, Your Honor. And as to the mechanisms that we have put in place in order to ensure the faithful implementation of all these projects, I already mentioned a while ago, the process of monitoring and evaluation and the platform and the engagement with civil society and non-government organizations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Yusek. So what we'll do po, we'll share a copy of the questions to DILG, and just in case po there are other information that our CSO partners wish to post or any more information which they wish to request from DILG, at least po mayroon tayong basehan dito po sa kanilang mga katanungan. Those would be the questions po, Kong Arnie. Again, this is the first, DILG is the first agency, buena mano po, na nakapagtanong, na itanong po natin on behalf of the CSO partners. Uulitin ko po kasi may mga lumalabas po na mga balita na hindi daw po nakikipag-engage yung Committee on Appropriations sa ating mga civil society organization partners. Gusto ko lang po talagang linawin na kami po ay nakadepende sa Congressional Policy and Budget Research Department, which is the CPBRD. We rely on them to give us the list of CSOs present during the day para po ma-acknowledge po namin at the start of the hearing, at nakadepende din po kami sa CPBRD para po sa listahan ng mga katanungan. So in the next days po, we'll press CPBRD to give us those information every morning for all of the agencies slated for deliberation in that day, and the respective vice chairpersons of each of the who will be defending the budget for each of the agencies will be the ones who would pose the question to the agencies. Gusto ko lang po linawin yon para naman po in fairness to the Committee on Appropriations, we want to really uphold our commitment to our civil society organization partners to really engage with you and involve you in the budget process as much as we can. So will improve on this moving forward po. And again, we apologize for any CSO who felt that they were left out of the deliberations in the previous days. We will make sure po that will not happen moving forward. And finally, I would like to say thank you, and I would like to commend our Vice Chairperson, Arnie Fontebella, for managing the deliberations today. Siguro po, I say this with utmost sincerity, Kong Arnie is the best person to defend the budget of the DILG. He did it last year exceptionally well, and also again this year po. So, Kong Arnie, thank you so much. To the DILG family, I left you in great hands. He will be your partner po. We will be your partner in advocating for the budget of DILG and all the attached agencies, from here until the plenary, until the BICAM, and until it becomes the GAA. But yun po, we would like to reiterate our full support the same way po that we did our best to find the fiscal space for the needs and requirements of the DILG family and our military and uniformed personnel last year. Gagawin din po natin yan ulit this year. So we'll wait po for the list, which we hope to receive by the start of next week, so we can submit it po for the consideration of the BARC. And finally, I would like to say thank you again for all the great work that you are doing to protect every Filipino. We owe it to you that we can sleep soundly at night. Kami po as your partners in public service, kaya po kami nakakatulog sa gabi dahil po sa ating mga kapulisan, dahil po sa ating mga bombero, dahil po sa ating mga law enforcement partners sa ating pong mga iba't ibang mga lokalidad. Lagi ko po yung binabanggit pag nakakausap ko po yung mga COP, yung mga chief of police, yung mga directors po sa area namin, na I always say thank you for allowing us to sleep better at night, knowing that we have you to rely on in protecting us. So the best po that we can do to reciprocate that, to say thank you, is to provide you with the resources that you would need to be able to perform your mandate better. At saka po, mas protected po kayo, you're better geared, better resourced when you go in the field. So rest assured po, we will do our best to help advocate for whichever additional needs the DILG family has for the 2027 budget. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kahit sobrang busy po si Madam Chair, bumisita po talaga sa atin dito. Lalo na natutuwa po tayo sa kanyang commitment na tutulungan po madagdagan ng ating budget. So palakpakan po natin si Madam Chair. Thank you very much. And I know you have to go
I
somewhere.
have to run to CHED po. Patapos na rin po yung Commission on Higher Education. So,
Yes.
ano pa?
So since there are no more interpollators, do I
Madam
hear a
Chair.
motion?
Mr. Chair, before I move for the termination, I would just like to thank, of course, Secretary. I would like to just thank Secretary Mulya, of course, I would like to appreciate for welcoming my former Ilonggo, Yusek Jed Mabilog, the ALG family. We are very lucky. You are very lucky to have served the ALG alongside with one of the best leader of the ALG. Again, thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am. Motion?
I would
Motion?
like to move that the committee on will to terminate the hearing of the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget of the Department of Interior and Local Government, including its attached agencies, under House Bill number 10858. So move, Madam, Mr. Chair.
Do you have a second? Julia seconded. Is there objection? Since there are no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. Chair.
Hindi pa po tapos. Kindly sit down.
One more motion.
Kindly sit down. Baka bawiin po.
Mr. Chair, I move that we suspend hearing the committee in Romualdez Hall on House Bill number 1058 until Tuesday, September 1, 2026 at 9 a.m. So move, Madam Chair.
Duly seconded. It has been moved and duly seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried. So the committee hearing on House Bill number 10858 here at the Romualdez Hall is hereby suspended until Tuesday, September 1, 2026 at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. Thank you.